drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I'm a never Trump guy.
Kay says, good morning. It's a morning, that's for sure. Tezzy says, finally. Wait, what? Where was I supposed to be? I could not have done coverage last night, I'm telling you. I could not have done coverage last night. Wick said, come on. I was a little busy. I'll share some vague personal details with you. So, Christian Valera says, good morning. Simpati says, good morning, y'all. Good morning to see you. Good to see you. Hassan might have just made the mandate of heaven plus universal luck on his side. Imagine your debate opponent getting smoked just so you wouldn't have to lose another massive debate again. Listen, that's a joke, and I do think it's funny, by the way. I might not be laughing, but apparently Steven went with, he's gotten spicier over the past few hours, but I laud him for not being as spicy as he could right out the gate. Apparently, his first joke was Hassan will do anything to get out of a debate, which is fucking funny. But obviously, when I would view Charlie Kirk and Destiny as peers. Co-working peers, social media peers, and so when one of your social media peers gets murdered, and people just as easily could want to murder you, yeah, maybe it's time to chill the fuck out a little bit. Sam says, got rid of the red, understandable. Yeah, I might bring it back tomorrow just for the just to complete my end of the bargain, or maybe I'll wait until Monday or Tuesday. But today's not really like a meme stream, right? I'd rather actually just talk about the politics as seriously as possible rather than trying to be like, oh, like it's not really joking time, is it? Brandon Zero, I heard from the anti-fan community that was DGG's fault. Yeah, I also heard Andrew Wilson and I are going to be talking tomorrow night, and what's so not funny, but what I thought was funny was he was trying to say that unfuck America and who was it? Dean Withers, their rhetoric is what killed Charlie. And I was like, I don't think so. Like I don't think so. I don't think unfuck America, the liberals who are currently chasing around Charlie Kirk to debate him on college campuses, I don't think they're responsible for Charlie Kirk's death. I feel like that's a stretch. So, Buried Bit says, I'm here to say one thing. Engage only in peaceful protests. Do not ever engage in political violence of any kind. A man that you have agree with or not was murdered for his words. That is wrong. No, that's not true. So this is actually Buried Bits. This is what we're going to get into. So I agree that in order to preserve a liberal democracy, we must and should exclusively deal in speech in order to win the votes of our constituents in order to gain and lose political power. I am perfectly okay with that. However, I would argue that the Trump admin and their admin have been gleeful about violence. They've been gleeful about torturing people. They've been gleeful about extrajudicially killing people. So no, I don't agree with this. If Trump ran for a third term against constitutional prohibitions, but somehow forced himself onto the ballot through sheer fucking force of will, or if he just said, hey, no more elections, I'm king now, then it would be time. I hate saying that, but it's true. And we've been flirting with that eventuality for a while now. So I don't agree. Kay says, I'm actually sincerely worried about Destiny's safety. Oh, yes. Destiny could just as easily get smoked as Charlie, for sure. He deals with all the same security dynamics that Charlie does, and he's made it a habit of his to piss off hundreds of thousands or millions of people at a time. Do people really not know that Groypers hate Charlie Kirk too? Yeah, I'd be curious. Although allegedly, I'm not saying this is true, somebody screenshot a police report, like intel report, that was saying on the side of bullet casings that they found were inscribed anti-fascist and pro-trans messages. But, you know, I don't know if that's confirmed yet. That could just be random info. There's a lot of noise. There isn't necessarily signal yet. We technically don't know if this is a political attack. Come on, Tezzy. Come on. Let's go with probabilities here. Christian Blair says some political violence is as American as apple pie. True. We were created in a revolution. Brandon Zero says, you be proud of Destiny yesterday. If I can make an edited clip, I think I can make him go in over 30 minutes of Destiny saying, guys, I'm holding back so much. I am proud. I actually, you know what? I'm going to DM him. I think I already did. I think I did the thank you for making a less edgy joke. I know that took a lot of restraint. I think I sent that to him last night. Okay. Then, sorry. I did that for the old episodes, but I still wanted to push out this week's on Thursday, Friday. Monday, Tuesday was just because of copyright. Sorry, I'm working with my editor. Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoint Sci-Fi are up. All right. And then I just DM'd Steven. I'm proud of you for showing restraint, by the way. And I hope that fraternal love can heal his withered soul. Let's pray. Let's pray that fraternal love can heal Steven's soul. Eben says, I think Charlie's rhetoric is what killed him, whether foreign intelligence is a disaffected vet mad at Trump for bringing troops against citizens. I think if I had to bet, I'd put it at 80-20, 90-10 that it was a lefty who shot him. The Crawling Chaos says, of course, it only took Orange Adolf 20 minutes to blame the left. Well, going with stats. It felt professional. Well, listen, guys, I hate to break it to you, but most of y'all don't know dick about guns, okay? A 200-yard shot with a bolt-action rifle is not exactly hard. So what I was surprised was by effectively a spine shot and a severed artery. Thank you, King. All right. Christian Blair says, if you support Trump and his rhetoric, you auto lose the we need civility on both sides bullshit. I agree there. And not only that, there's shitloads of pundits on Twitter right now who are tripling down on effectively saying, like, we need a civil war now. They don't want to talk. We should just kill them. And it's like, are you serious, you fat fuck? It's fucking, who is it? It's the Quartering. The Quartering and Ian Miles Chung are brain for fucking civil war. Number one, isn't Ian Miles Chung in Malaysia? Isn't he not even in the United States? And isn't Jeremy some fat Funko Pop fucking collecting arsler? Why is he calling for civil war? He will be the first to die. So, you know, like no offense, Jeremy, but in a civil war, you are first to die. Your own side will kill you and eat you for meat. Dude, you got to stop asking for the next hot topic. Well, you know, I got it, whether or not I wanted it. The Crawling Chaos says, at first I thought it was professional, but this was many gun owners or a lot of skilled shooters. Also seems like he was aiming at the head, not necessarily professional. I mean, there's still pretty good shot. You know, if you aim for the head or aim for the chest and you're off by a few inches and you get a lethal hit, that's still, especially with adrenaline, that's still a good shot. Supposedly the rifle was in an elevated position and shot with a Mauser chambered in 30-06. Well, how do they know it's a Mauser then? You know, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a deer cartridge for sure, but I don't know how you would know it's a Mauser. When you have the casings and you have the bullet, you only know the caliber and the bullet. You don't know what it was fired from. Damn, we came through in full force. He just got on. What you talking about? What you talking about? Steven Crowder is the only one saying the casings had messages on them. The FBI in their press conference never mentioned it once. Yeah, but there's also screenshots of police internal intel messaging similar to the police software that I used to use. So it could be true. I don't know if it's screenshot. I don't know if it's bullshit. John says, God seeing the grifters declare war on the left is cringe. These stupid fat fucks brain for civil war. I swear to God. My blood pressure. I didn't drink caffeine today, guys, on purpose. Reason I didn't drink caffeine was because I checked. My blood pressure's okay right now. It's like 123/81. But I checked it earlier this morning when I was walking around and tweeting, and I was all pissed off and shit. And I was at like 135/96. And I was like, you know what? I probably don't need caffeine today. I'm just going to let adrenaline and rage carry the conversation. Larry Hutch Hutchinson says, I thought us Democrats, speaking for me, are considered to be weak and soft. Well, I mean, you are, but not all of you, apparently. Kazir Chase says, hi, Connor. I hope you stay safe. That was fucked up. Trans people are fucked rightfully or wrongfully. I mean, I agree. Actually, the last thing that Charlie said before he got shot was that there was too many trans shooters. So if the shooter ends up being trans, that's going to be super bad. Like really bad. Wowman542 says, I saw Matt Walsh call to unite the right wing. Do you think this will bolster or fracture the populist right-wing movement? I think it'll unify them. I think it will. That's actually one of the things that's ironic about it, is if this was designed to fracture the right was already fracturing. This probably solidified the right. So, that's not good, is the best that I can say. Passion 40 says, wait, why the left? How many of these things shooters are right wing? Really? Guys, we have to do this. Do we have to do this? Do we have to do the thing? I love you guys, obviously, and I appreciate your super chats and all that kind of thing. But do we have to pretend when there's because there is a possibility it's a groiper, right? I'll agree that there's a possibility that it's a groiper. I'll agree that there's a possibility. Not a probability, okay? Do we have to do this thing where it's like, our side never does anything wrong? There's nobody violent on our team. We're always so sweet and so nice. Do we have to do that? I don't need to do that. I'm not going to do that. You do that if you want. The Democrats are sweet and cute and ooh-woo and never engage in violence, and the right is the only people who do anything bad. Come on. Reminder that Charlie supported Trump's third term, mocked Paul Pelosi, mocked Andre Hernandez being sent to Sakkut. Yeah, he was a vile, unempathetic, hyperbolic dickhead, and his death doesn't change that. You should now make a slightly edgier joke to honor Destiny's restraint. No, because then he's going to see that as me stealing his thunder. I can't do that. I was thinking about that. That'd be mad funny, though. What would be so funny? Sorry, I know this is a fucked up day. It's a fucked up day. I know it's fucked up. I know I'm engaging in messed up humor, but apparently I didn't see it. On stream, Steven was like, oh man, this tweet would be killer. Hassan Piker will do anything to get out of a debate. And that was like the first tweet that he was going to send, but then he was like, too soon, too edgy. I'll back off. I'll do something more tame. Then he did the Wikipedia joke, which, let's face it, for Steven, that's huge. That's a huge amount of restraint. And so I thought it would be funny if I sent out the Hassan Piker thing as a tweet, and then if I got like 1 billion views on my fucked up Twitter joke. But that's obviously that's just being a dick. Sen Patty says, not the quarter pounder and the Malaysian pedo, right? But it's not just them. There's tens of thousands of other little militia gun tuber accounts. So it's not just them. Jonah says, I'm not cheering, but I can't ignore the fact that the people who were mocking George Floyd for 5 years and trans suicides all of a sudden grew a heart and are asking for empathy. Well, what I would say, Jonah Zilla, this is one of my frustrations with national discourse, because if we keep looking so politics is super complex. And we've divided up, unfortunately, our politics into a binary. And so when it's a binary, you're going to have bad people on both sides who are making morally egregious behavior. And so if every time somebody points out bad moral behavior on your side, you go, oh, but your side did the same thing but worse, then we're stuck in a race to the bottom as far as bad behavior goes. This is why I don't agree with Steven with well, we should be as bad as Republicans until they learn their lesson. It's I'm pretty sure that's actually just going to destroy our society. Vince Wilson says, this zero-sum game we're seeing is wild. I've seen everyone agree this was not okay, but then they disagree on whether he had a good or bad ideas. They say it's celebrating the event. We need to chill. No, I don't agree. There are people who are unironically celebrating Charlie's death. I'm not celebrating Charlie's death. I think that this made the country worse. But I also think it was borderline inevitable. with the kind of rhetoric that Tim Pool says, with the kind of rhetoric that Phil Labonte is currently saying on Twitter, with the kind of rhetoric that Michael Knowles and all these people who are like, they're going to kill your kids. They're going to rape your kids. They're going to trans your kids. All the browns are coming here to rape you. All the browns are coming here to murder you. All the blacks do drugs. All the blacks kill each other all the time. We can't do anything to save the blacks. The blacks are just, they're definitely, there's something wrong with them and they're culturally inferior. Therefore, we can't save them. Therefore, we should just let them wallow in squalor. Fuck black people. Like the people who were saying all that shit for the past like half decade to decade, you can only ratchet it up. Oh, fuck Ukrainians. I hope the Ukrainians all die. Fuck Palestinians. I hope the Palestinians all die. Like there's only so much time that you can crank that rhetoric at the tens, effectively calling all of your political opposition and all of the people who are affected by your policies humans who don't deserve sympathy or empathy. And then eventually you get fucking shot. Right? I've been talking about this shit for 10 fucking years. I've been trying to get people to cool down for 10 fucking years. It hasn't worked. I thought that somebody getting shot in the neck and their fucking arterial blood shooting out the side of their fucking neck would be like, oh, you see what I saw in war and did not think was good and would like to see a minimum amount of in my society. Maybe because you saw what I saw, you won't want this for all of society. And that was the sentiment for about an hour, where people were so shocked at how graphic the footage was that they were like, damn, this is fucked up. We really need to rethink how we're doing things. This is crazy. And then about an hour later, some fucking brave soldier did the "we need civil war now" meme. And then he got like 80,000 likes. And so everybody was like, oh shit, it's Civil War time. Let's go ahead and make AdSense revenue off of Civil War propaganda. So yeah, the instant posturing suggests either a spinal cord injury or a TBI. Yeah, he was fucked. Like Josiah and I were texting, a few other people and I were texting, Kyla and I were texting, and Tim Pool was like, oh, he's in the hospital and he's stable. And it's like, I texted Josiah. He was like, oh, they're saying he's in the hospital and staying, or he's stable or something like that. And I was like, 95 to 1, that motherfucker's dead, right? 99 to 1. He's permanently injured, like paraplegic injured, because you don't take a 30-06 to the spine and have arterial spray. Number one, I don't think I've ever seen anyone recover from an injury that serious. Number two, if there was some new medical advancement that they were able to clamp the bleeding and pinch the bleeding instantaneously, get him to a hospital, and then somehow splint his arterial pathway so he could maintain blood flow, and then he wasn't brain dead, and all of this happened within 10 or 15 minutes. I don't think you can take a 30-06 to the spine and lose blood for 10 to 20 minutes and survive. T. Patterson says, I'm so sick of you hateful Democrats. What did I say that was hateful, T. Patterson? Also not really a Democrat, but feel free to share with the class if you want to. Truth be told, I'm sick of hateful MAGA. I'm sick of saying that you killed 14 million people through preventable disease and you go, lol, who gives a fuck? I'm sick of you drone striking people in the extrajudicially drone striking people in the Caribbean and then going, lol, fuck them. I'm sick of you kidnapping and sending to a gulag in Central America and innocent man like Andre Hernandez getting tortured and sodomized. And you're like, lol, he's not a citizen. So yeah, I'm sick of your hateful rhetoric, T. Patterson. So the feeling's mutual. What are the chances this guy gets away with it? 30%, 50%. I think the main problem is he's going to want to talk about it, right? I think that's his main problem. If he's the guy who killed Charlie Kirk and he's walking around, in public, or she, let's face it, it's probably a he. But if he's walking around in public, if he's had his friends, if he went back to his job, then yeah, there's like a strong chance that he's going to want to tell somebody, and he's going to tell somebody, and then that person is eventually going to snitch on him, and then he's probably going to get apprehended. I would put it at 2/3 to 3/4 that he's going to get caught. I'm going to put it at 25 to 30% that he just disappears. Larry Hutch Hutchinson says, this might not sound good, but I'm glad they haven't said the shooter was a black guy. No, I'm with you. I'm happy he's not black. Let's be Larry Hutch Hutchinson. I'm going to be rude to your race, and my apologies. But let's face it, black people typically don't have that good of aim. Conservative liberalism. They found the guy in the woods wrapped in a towel. According to the message leaked by Crowder, they found the rifle near the escape route. Interesting. Your vid didn't show in my feed until about 5 minutes ago. Okay. Why'd my comment get removed? I sent Destiny a link to scarf that is pew pew proof. Is that better, YouTube? Oh yeah. I think if we do college events in the future, I'll be wearing plates. Void of Parrot says, you can't rule out TBI because it could have been decorticate posturing. Oh, yeah. His central system is fucked up. Absolutely. Like he was dead. But if you somehow fix the bleeding, I still think he would have been paralyzed. The Crawling Chaos says, well, being a pro sniper is quite different than being a skilled civilian marksman in my book. Of course, there are exceptions, as always. Yeah, but any deer hunter could have done what happened to Charlie. And anybody who hunts deer, hunts pigs, 200 yards, they could do what was done. T. Patterson, isn't it sad that when George Floyd overdosed on fentanyl, the Democrats got down on their knees about black people, but can even give a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk? That's who you, the Democrats, are. Well, number one, like I said, I'm not a Democrat, at least not yet. You guys are kind of pushing me that way. But number two, I think that the representatives should observe a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. I think that's appropriate. You know, he might have been an abrasive, unempathetic asshole, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't a influential political operative who deserves some level of at least respect for his accomplishments, if not his politics. So yeah, I think that's not. I think not only is that bad optics, I think it's incorrect. They should observe a moment of silence. Evan says his last words were gang violence. How fitting. I thought he talked about gang violence. His last words were literally violence. Well, yeah, it's because they were talking about mass shootings. So the exact quotes, because I've seen the video like, I don't know, 20 times now. The exact quote is, do you know how, because it was an Unfuck America person who was debating him at the time. So that Unfuck America is all shook up about it. But the Unfuck America person says, do you know how many trans mass shooters we've had in the past 2 decades? And Charlie Kirk's like, too many. And then the crowd goes wild. And he's like, and the Unfuck America person is like, 5. Do you know how many mass shootings have happened in the United States in the past 2 decades? And then Charlie Kirk is like, are you including gang shootings or not including, like, are you including gang violence or are you not including gang violence? And then crack, neck shot. So Pobita says the debate is over. They shot the messenger. Yeah, what do you want to do, Pobita? Please be specific. You fucking pussy. I hate these people. I hate these people. What do you want to do? Who are you gonna, what are you gonna do? Okay, so when the debate is over, that means that we can't debate anymore, which means that the only way that we're going to engage in politics going forward is violence. What violence do you want to engage in, and who do you want to target with your violence, Pobita? Feel free to post it in my chat. Seriously, this person right here is a fucking LARPing loser douchebag. Okay, please, Pobita, please tell me the debate is over. Okay, so we can't talk anymore. They shot the messenger. Okay, so the debate's over, so we can't talk anymore. They shot the messenger. Okay, so what are we going to do? You tell me. Who do you want to engage in violence against? What kind of violence, and who do you want to engage in violence against? And I'll judge you from there. Scourge Rass says the Highland Park shooter posed as trans. Is it possible this wasn't an American citizen at all? I mean, you know, there's a variety of possibilities. I'm not gonna speculate until we have more details. Vince Wilson says it's especially not good that they are this unified and angry when they are now the ones in power and have shown they are willing to go to wild extremes to assert authority. Yeah, that was the thing. Sam Hyde, of all people, was the one who actually just said, Trump and the Republicans control Congress. They need to seize power now. And it's like, hold on. They're in power. So if they're in power and you want them to seize power, then I have to assume that what you want to do is you want to seize power in perpetuity, which is just fascism and authoritarianism, which means we go to war. Okay. And by the way, I'm not dying for like I used to think that I would, stack up, throw on armor plates, throw on a med kit, and go out, get my family up to Canada for their safety, and then go stack bodies with my friends. And if I got smoked, I got smoked. I'm not dying for you. I'll die for my chat. I'll die for my chat. I'll drive around all of the United States. We'll get together. We'll go find a compound somewhere out in the middle of nowhere, and we'll hole up until this whole thing blows over. But we're not going out there to kill other people. We're not. I'm not. I'm not fighting and dying for the fucking Cheeto pedophile. I'm not fighting and dying for Bill Clinton's friends. I'm not killing my neighbors. I'm not. So we'll all move to Montana. We'll sell all our assets and we'll move out to Montana. We'll get a compound of grill hottists. We'll have guns and food, and we'll figure it the fuck out, and we'll live in an intentional community until the Civil War is over. Or if we don't have enough people for that, then I'll just take my family to Canada and I'll let you guys kill each other. I'm not dying for either pedophile. Chat, we have a 3,000 IQ. We know that most political violence is far right. That doesn't mean political violence doesn't exist on the left. Agreed. Thank you. Hearshot says, I know this is terrible for Charlie's family and the country, but imagine the backlash against peaceful trans gals. True. Yep. I know you're saying that sarcastically, but I agree with you. I'm actually asking in good faith, my G. The year most shooters were right wingers. Am I wrong? I don't want to talk about it because the whole line of argumentation, from my perspective, is a line of argumentation that tries to castigate all violence as right wing. And the truth is that all you have to do is look at Chaz Chop. All you have to do is look at the Summer of Love. All you have to do is look at maybe like that leftist stabbing that happened on a subway 3 or 4 years ago. You can find left-wing violence, right? So if the point is that like, oh, it's all right wing, it's all right wing, it's all right wing, and then the right wing says, oh, it's all left wing, it's all left wing, it's all left wing, we're not dealing with the fact that we're all capable of violence, and we should probably all only exercise violence when absolutely necessary. Josh Miller says, can we do the thing where we don't blame a side before the shooter is found? No, I think you can go with probability. Now, of course, you need to be ready to update your perspective as soon as that probability is found to be incorrect. But I think we can go dollars to donuts that this was probably a left-wing shooter. John Kennedy says, all this talk about the shooter being a pro or skilled or ridiculous. A shot from 200 yards, even with adrenaline pumping, is relatively easy with the right optic. I mean, I'm with you. Fanatic Monkey says, I mean, the two guys who tried to kill Trump were both Republicans, and also the piece of shit who shot a politician in my state 2 months ago was also a Republican. Well, Fanatic Monkey, you say that, but then there's like, he was wearing a gun t-shirt from a conservative gun tuber, and he made a pro-Trump post 6 months ago, and blah, 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 blah. So that's where, for me, like the whole argument of like, violence is only coming from the right, or violence is only coming from the left. It's just like, that's not going to do anything. All you're going to do is you're going to push all of the responsibility for the country onto the other team, and then you're not actually looking for solutions at all. TS Phantom says, this terrible thing is that there was another Colorado school shooting, which was overshadowed by Kirk. Sure, but we didn't see somebody's jugular get fucking evaporated by a deer cartridge. Hrundo says, it's okay. I feel confident that the Hardy Boys, Cash and Danny, will crack this case. But, all right, another funny thing. Obviously, this is totally fucked up. I understand we're effectively at a funeral for a pundit right now. But another funny thing that came out of this was there's a show. I think You Need to Leave. I think that's the title of the show. And there's this skit where the comedian, he's fucking hilarious. I love this guy. And he doesn't know how to drive a car, and he's stuck in a parking lot, and he's holding up traffic. And he's having a mental breakdown, and he's like, I'm scared, and I don't know how any of this works. And that's Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, knowing that they're actually supposed to be finding the Charlie Kirk shooter right now. Starhawk says the meta study everyone bases the most violence is right wing is bullshit. They count on any violence done by someone who identifies as right wing violence, even if it was unrelated. Sure. I don't know if that's true, but I don't care. The left is capable of violence. Just accept that. Scourge of Wrath says, why are we pretending they are Americans? As enemies would pose us as so we blame each other, right? Michigan assassin was far-right pastor. In Florida, Haiti president assassination was a far-right pastor. Maybe not. Listen, can we just accept the fact that both sides of the political spectrum are capable of violence and just leave it at that? I don't know what you're accomplishing. All they said was that they recovered a bolt action rifle, which is in 90% of homes in Utah. 100%. Deer hunting rifle would be perfect for this. That's what a lot of people don't understand about gun control too. If we eliminated AR-15s or pistols and we only had bolt action rifles and revolvers, this would still be possible. That was a single bullet, likely from like a deer bear rated cartridge, like 30-06. And that's what that caliber does. It's like, you're not shooting a lot of bullets, but the bullet that hits is going to fuck up whatever it hits. Anonymous Chatter says, Mrs. Point's going to have some competition if that red beard stays. You look like a true Viking Irish. Missed the stream yesterday, so I couldn't tell you how good it looks on you, King. Thank you, Anonymous Chatter. I appreciate the compliment. Truth be told, I want to share this too. Yesterday was kind of a weird day. So I'm not a perfect man. I'm going to keep it personal or private or whatever, so I'm not going to share details. But I did get into a heated argument with the wife and a heated argument with some of her family in reference to some like family issues. So it's not that big of a deal. You know, we're not splitting up or anything. We're still together. We love each other. We're going to work on our relationship and all that kind of stuff. But I just want to tell you that my life isn't perfect. Okay. So don't hold me up. I'm telling you, like clip this. If you're going to clip anything, clip this. I'm not a perfect person. I'm kind of abrasive. I can be an asshole. I can be emotionally distant. I can be combative. So I'm not a perfect person. Okay. So I love my wife. I love my kids. I love my extended family. But we got into a fight yesterday. I felt like I was right about something. They felt like they were right about something. We didn't see eye to eye. We found a resolution point where it's still not totally resolved, but we found a resolution point and we moved on. But you know, I just want to share. I'm not a perfect guy. Okay. Crawling Chaos says AP News has not reported anything about a rifle recovered. Then again, the FBI director, the clown, claimed to have caught the shooter yesterday. Lol. Yeah, well, they detained an old guy who was probably in the proximity of where people thought the shot came from. But then when they realized that he wasn't the shooter, they let him go. John Candy says, if the rifle is bolt action, that definitely doesn't point to it being professional shooter or some kind of hit. I don't think that's true either. Professionals use bolts all the time. You have to understand. So the semi-auto, I'm going to show you guys some, we'll get into the technicals. This is effectively the content, guys. And I don't know if I have 5 hours in me just because it's kind of a fucked up day. But I'm going to hang out with you and I'm going to talk as long as I have energy to talk. So semi-automatic sniper system. Let me pull this up. So this is the M110, okay? And I would say that a lot of professional snipers and designated marksmen use this weapon, okay? Let me pull it up for you. The M110 Sasser, made by Knights Tactical out of Titusville, Florida, okay? A lot of military-grade snipers would use a weapon like this. But the reason why they would use a weapon like this is because you get to do a shot and then you get to do follow-up shots. And it's a relatively accurate platform. And I say relatively accurate because you could probably hit out, I don't know, 800 yards, 1,000 yards. You can push this baby out super far. You can hit somebody at the distance of 10 football fields with this weapon accurately and reliably. And the reason why you have a semi-auto is because you want to have quick follow-up shots. However, there's this guy, I read his biography. He was an Army sniper. I think it's called Reaper. And Reaper used a bolt action while his friend used a semi-auto. And the reason why he kept using a bolt was because his friend, who was also a successful sniper, kept using the semi-auto, but the semi-auto had to be like zeroed consistently because when you fire it, like the harmonics and the multiple moving parts, it'll move your zero ever so slightly. So over time, after multiple successive shots, you have to like change the zero, or you have to make sure that your zero is accurate. And then also, because they were in Afghanistan and it was a lot of like muddy, dusty environment, the semi-auto mechanism is so complex that it would get clogged. And so he would have to use, like, he would say that like for every time that they were in the field, his friend would have to clean his sniper rifle over and over and over again. Whereas the Remington Marine Corps sniper rifle, this is basically a deer gun. This is what they used in Vietnam, the M40A1 GA Precision. They used this thing in Vietnam and it killed. And all it is it's just a, as far as I know, like a Remington 700 that's beefed up with a few extra features. It's really not that complex. And I think the guy, the Reaper, he used a 300 Win Mag, which was like a lot of powder behind a pretty big bullet. It's not too big, but it's pretty big. So he had a really flat shooting projectile. He had a 300 Win Mag, but a 300 Win Mag is a deer cartridge. So if I go to this, $6,000, Jesus Christ. If you want to LARP as a Vietnam sniper, you need to pay $5,600. Whereas if I go to the, hold on, let me go to the Wikipedia page real quick. So the M40 rifle, it's in the 1970s. It's a beefed up Remington 700, bro. And you can get like a Remington 700 for like, I don't know, what, $500, $1,000. Remington 700 for sale. Remington 700 for sale. So you can buy a Marine Corps style sniper rifle for $6,000, or you can go on to Gunbroker and buy the same gun in a deer cartridge for $600, $400, $600, 250, $1,275 for a specific stock. So yeah, so you can do what that sniper did for $500 in a few weeks at the range. So this is not. That's one of the things that I don't like about people who are ignorant about guns, is they don't understand how easy a lot of this shit is. It's very easy. Let me come back to chat real quick. Mari Saya says, Sam Hyde, Matt Farney, and other MAGA call for arresting all Dems and banning the Democratic Party. Lol. Yeah, what a bunch of fucking retards. Sorry for using an ableist slur. Fuck Sam Hyde. Okay. I think he's funny. I think he's a funny guy. I think he has a great sense of humor. I really like some of his old skits. I obviously thought him threatening to kill Hassan Piker was hilarious because I'm a hypocrite and an asshole. But fuck Sam Hyde. Okay. Grassier Chadjamon for 20. Doobie did it because Christian timed them out yesterday. These are the real facts, and I can and I can tell them because I just made it up. I hope, yeah, let's run down Doobie's timeline and make sure that he wasn't in Utah. Fashion 40 for $5 says, barely can afford this, but here's to me showing my good faith. My question was genuine. I wasn't trying to stoke the flames, girl, shallah. Fashion 40, you don't need to do that. I parasocially love you. Thank you for your super chat. I know you're a good egg. I know you're a good egg. Don't worry about it. Sorry if I seem tired, but again, like fighting with the family and, you know, somebody in my line of work getting shot in the neck was not cool yesterday. Larry Hutchins says, did you see Donut Operator tweet saying Charlie Kirk unaliving was worse than MLK? No, but I expect that kind of very dumb shit from the gun tubers at this point. Donut and I used to have like some level of DMs. He was, I said like, hey, I'm at 50,000. I'm a Warhammer 40K dude. I made this bolter. And he made a joke about singing the Sardaukar from Dune. He was like, oh, I was at the bar and I did karaoke and I sang the Sardaukar war song. And, or no, it was like, I was at a club and I asked them to bump the Sardaukar war song. And it was something else. So I sent him a link to this awesome, seriously, there's this, I'll show you guys. It's great. I hope I don't get copyright struck for it. But there's this beautiful guttural Scandinavian, Viking, rock and roll. Like it feels like you're in dark, wet woods and you're on the verge of like charging people with a battle axe in order to kill them. It's a phenomenal song. Tribute to the Sardaukar. 4 million views. And I'll just give you the vibes real quick. Like, imagine being a Germanic dude listening to this. I'm gonna fast forward, but y'all should check this out. Tribute to the Sardaukar. And then there's this place where these like creepy guttural Wendigo Pacific Northwest like forest voices come in, and it's so creepy and it's so good. So anyways, I sent that to Donut Operator. He lulled. We DM back and forth, and he's like, yeah, when you're bigger. I don't know if he said this exactly, but the vibes were he kind of little broed me a little bit, where he like responded, but he was kind of like, yeah, when you're bigger, maybe we could hang out. And then he just increasingly became less responsive. And I don't know if it's intentional. He could just be, he could just have a shitload of DMs that he just never reads. But, I've seen dumbass conservatarian libertarian like the shittiest takes you could possibly get out of the center right libertarian right. I've seen Brandon Herrera and Donut Operator very confidently articulate the most dipshit political opinions I've ever heard in my life, so I've just gotten used to it. Fashion 40 says, also, when do I ever imply that the left are fucking saints? Come on, don't rage on me for no reason. Okay, I'm not trying to rage on you. I'm not trying to rage on you, Fashion 40. Sorry if I did. What I'm trying to say, though, is when you're like, well, how do we know it's not a right-winger? Well, it's a prominent right-winger. He was doing right-wing talking points. He's a publicly available person, so he's a soft target. And there's increasingly heated rhetoric around how people like Charlie Kirk normalized the dog shit, murderous, incompetent policies of the Trump administration. And there's increasing rhetoric on the left about how if you enable genocide in Gaza, or if you enable deaths of women via abortion, or if you enable the deaths of Africans overseas through the cuts to USAID, that ultimately you're just a murderous piece of shit, undeserving of life. And so it's unsurprising to me that eventually that was translated by somebody to be like, oh, he's a murderous piece of shit. He's basically a Nazi. He supports the Holocaust of Gazans. He supports the deaths of Ukrainians. Fuck this guy. I'm going to kill him. And then they went and got a deer rifle and they killed him. Makes sense to me. But maybe my math is too simple. Wowman542 says there's no incentive to stand for non-crazy standards in politics. Preserving the republic sadly doesn't entice people the same way that tribal hatred and partisan righteousness does. Well, that's why we're doing what we're doing, right? And Cope's dog says, "What? No one talks like that but you." Oh, you sweet summer child. You sweet, sweet, sweet summer child. Let's go. I mean, I get shit. Maybe that was Phil Labonte on my timeline. Yeah. So here's Phil Labonte, a friend of mine. I've gone shooting with Phil Labonte. Phil Labonte is a Tim Pool co-host and a rock star. So right-wingers have moved on from fake demands to tone down the violent rhetoric to fantasizing brazenly about murdering left-wing figures. Phil Labonte says they killed the guy that just wanted to debate. Now their leaders are afraid they have to deal with the guy who has no interest in debate at all. Yeah, so he's just endorsing the perspective. He's like, oh, yeah, well, you shot the guy who likes the debate. So, yeah, of course we're going to want to fucking kill you. Now, you could say that he's being descriptive, but we got 5,000 likes right here for him saying like, yeah, well, you shot the peaceful guy, so maybe we shouldn't be so peaceful now. So then We got Milo Yiannopoulos 5 hours ago grabbing a sword. You first in the stack, Milo. I'd love to see your tall, flamboyant ass and sappy plates. Do you know how hard it, and sappy plates is body armor for the uninitiated, but do you know how hard it was not to use a homophobic slur here? It was very difficult. Cash Patel and Dan Bongino finding out that this is their job. I don't know any of this and I'm fucking scared. Yeah, that's true. Here's somebody being sane. This is Sam Hyde calling for the overthrow of the American Republic. Here's Spitfire saying, I've never felt this kind of rage before. We cannot coexist with the left. What do you want to do? Be specific. I went to the gym to collect my thoughts. 2 young white teenage boys were here lifting. They were bench pressing, and they said for Charlie every time they did a rep. I said out of all the shit that never happened, this never happened the most. Lectern guy, the guy who participated in January 6th and stole the lectern from Congress, says the time for the high road is over. So he's calling for civil war in vague terms. He's not going to be on the front line because he was on the front line last time and got incarcerated. He's going to let you go into the front line. What is it? Trump, we are all begging you as a nation to allow us to clean this up. How? Be specific. So Paul's calling for civil war. Woman Definer is calling for civil war. Amiri King says we cannot coexist. This is an established fact. We either need a national divorce or a civil war. Amiri King, throw on some plates, grab a rifle, show us how it's done, brother. Alice Smith says, Dear Left, Charlie Kirk was the nice, clean-cut, respectful, restrained version, and you murdered him anyways. So now perhaps we'll try the other version and see how you like that instead. Whatever comes next is on you. So another dumbass calling for civil war. Aesthetica, Charlie is the moderate one. These people have no idea what comes after. You first in the stack. The Muggles will never see what's coming. That's from Scott Adams, a guy who has fucking ass cancer, who's dying, who's been a Trump simp his entire life, is saying, now he's being descriptive, but let's be real. He's inflaming tensions. And so he's doing that. Kevin Sarbo says, I'm so sick of the left-wing loser assholes. They're the most violent ones in this country. This is Kevin Sorbo cheering on January 6th until everybody got arrested. And then he was like, lol, it was Antifa that led the charge into the Capitol building dressed as Trump supporters. Gary says we're beyond the Constitution. Here's somebody actually being sane and saying that civil war is fucking evil and it's going to kill us all. Oilfield Rando says, realize where you are, you first. His account is filled with calls for civil war. No, we don't need to have a conversation. You killed the guy willing to do that. So Boyd Myers wants civil war. Elon Musk, if they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die. A fucking billionaire building rocket ships saw Charlie Kirk get fucking shot. And instead of being like, well, I'm a billionaire. I can have private security for wherever I want to go. I can build rocket ships. I can build businesses. I can help stabilize American culture. He's like, no, I'm going to make it worse. A billionaire, a guy who has infinitely more power, wealth, energy than I do, is saying, no, it's time to fight. By the way, Elon Musk is not going to be wearing body armor. He's not going to be wearing body armor, carrying a rifle, standing side by side with you in a stack, clearing out some Antifa stronghold or whatever the fuck you're fantasizing about. He's not going to be in there. He's going to be with his private security, hanging out in a secured home or a secured facility. He's going to be watching you die on Twitter. State rep calling for civil war. Yeah, Nick Freitas did the same thing. This person actually, in shame, deleted their fucking civil war quote. Good. Let it be remembered that we tried to debate first, and this is what happened. Okay. So Milo Yiannopoulos also continuing to call for civil war. So listen, dude, you can say like, oh, it's just, oh, yeah. Here's Tim Pool, my dear friend, Tim Pool. There is no exit ramp because there was a video of a leftist saying, fuck Charlie Kirk. I'm happy he's dead. I support Charlie Kirk's killer. He did us a favor. I would have killed him myself. And there is no exit ramp. So here's Tim Pool saying, like, Tim Pool has infinitely more influence than me. He could calm this down, relatively speaking, within his own audience. And he could say, you know what? We've been ratcheting it up. We've been talking about civil war. We've been talking about this. We've been talking about that. We've been talking about how crazy politics is. And you know what? I think I'm part of the problem. I think that me constantly getting you guys ready and psyched up for a civil war is part of the problem. So you know what? In respect and love for my dear friend Charlie Kirk, I'm going to go ahead and chill the fuck out. And I'm going to see what we can do to help this nation heal and become a better country. And instead, he's like, there's no exit ramp. So basically what Tim Pool from his from his compound in West Virginia, he wants you to go out and do a terrorist attack that he can then cover for AdSense revenue. So no offense, Tim. You know, I know that we've met in person and you've been incredibly cordial. And I know I've met Phil Labonte and he's been incredibly nice. But fuck you. You're part of the problem, Tim. You are 100% part of the problem. This tweet is part of the problem. So yeah, and Ian Cope Dog. No one talks like that but you. No, I just showed you 3 dozen examples of right wingers braying for civil war that they themselves will not participate in. So Cope Dog, you can go fuck yourself. How about them apples? Wowman542 says there's no incentive to stand for non-crazy standards in politics. I think I already did that. No one says that, but you sane people do. Yeah, okay, you were just wrong. Just proved you wrong. Death Lily says, Valor Media isn't being shown to me when you go live anymore, just so you know. Okay, well, I'm live 9:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, except for Tuesdays where I'm live on Counterpoints. So 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. EST, Monday through Friday. I'm live on Valor Media Network Monday through Friday, except for Tuesday. And on Tuesday, I'm live on Counterpoints. So unless I'm dead, in the hospital, dying, or in, traveling, then that's where I'll be. So if it's 9:45 a.m. and you want to catch the stream, just go to Valor, see if I'm live. Go to Counterpoint, see if I'm live. Crawling Chaos says, oh, and the right-wing TV pundits calling for war against them. Lovely times. I know. Evan says, I disagree, Connor. While there's plenty of room for the left to call out the communists and the insane people, the unequal game played by conservatives is on them. Biden, Kamala tried and were kicked out. Sure. Have you been on Twitter in? Yeah. Conservatism says, Kirk also said he doesn't want to talk about Epstein anymore, said he was going to trust his friends in the administration. Lots of reasons people didn't like him. I agree. It could be a groiper. It could be an accelerationist. It could be an accelerationist groiper. And I'm just saying this as a possibility, not a probability. If I was a betting man, I would put 3-to-1 odds that this was a leftist who believed that Charlie Kirk was a Nazi, who was normalizing rhetoric for Trump to be a fascist dictator of the United States, and he shot him and he killed him. That's 3-to-1 odds. That's what I think it is. I will save the 1 out of 4 chance that it's a right-wing accelerationist who wanted to frame the left wing and shot Charlie and left evidence stating that it was like, if they have the engraved bullets or whatever, then it's, it could be a right-wing false flag, whatever, like groiper accelerationist. However, I'm not going to say what it is until I know what it is. I know there's this weird concept, like we can all speculate about things, and I have no problem speculating, but I'm going off of probability. And I'm not going to pretend that the groiper accelerationist is more likely than just some random left-winger. It's just not. Lethal Lance is true, which is why it's the right are the ones who need to try to lower the temperature. It can't always just be the left. Sure. But we're human beings and we control ourselves. So I don't control you. You don't control me. We control ourselves. All I can tell you is that you shouldn't be escalating things, and I will not be escalating things. N.Cope Dog says the only thing I agree on is no civil war or no war at all for that matter. Good. I'm happy we agree on that. Test Dummy Human says, what happened is fucked up. Glad my country is not so polarized as the US. Things like this spark so much worse. I agree. No, they did white posting. Yeah. Weren't they posting like White Lives Matter banners a few days ago, which was like so fucking cringe. Crawling Chaos says, yes. Twitter Elon going to left is the party of murder. That is stoking the flames hard. Yeah, dude. Right-wingers have such a thirst to kill half the country. It's crazy. Yeah. Doobie says, no, there was no way he was going to survive that, even with like instant medical help. Well, Doobie, that's what I was thinking. That's what I thought instantaneously. As soon as I saw a hit, and we'll do some paints in a second. We'll do some drawings for people who maybe haven't seen what's happening. But to me, it looked like a 3/4 angle from this, like here, came in and hit right here. He gets stun locked. So like instant CNS. So he probably went into shock instantaneously. And then I saw what looked like arterial spray out of his neck. And 10 years ago, I was told by law enforcement that effectively, like, the only way that you can survive an artery hit is if you put a tourniquet on above the artery immediately. Because in 20 seconds, you will exsanguinate, which means that you will lose so much blood that your body can no longer pump blood. And so effectively, the only arterial wounds that you can survive that I know of are in extremities, so arms and legs, but they have to be responded to immediately. And so a neck shot, there's so much sensitive stuff in your neck, and there's so much sensitive stuff in your brain that, like, you would have to have somebody unironically, like, go in there, find both sides of the artery within 20 seconds, pinch both sides of the arterial system, immediately be in surgery, like teleport to a surgical table, and then somehow, despite all of this tissue likely being dead or going to die or necrotize, you would have to instantaneously heal it and bind it together to introduce blood flow back into the system. And so, yeah, I really, until I just described that, I didn't realize how impossible it was. When Josiah was texting, but I always leave room for, like, I'm not a medical expert. I'm not a doctor. I don't have any formal training. I did combat lifesaver in the Marine Corps. I did, which is effectively just an EMT course. So I did an EMT course in the Marine Corps, and then when I went through police boot camp, part of that is emergency first aid. So I did like EMT light for law enforcement, and then I've seen this shit in person and online for decades. So yeah, I really should have told Josiah, like, nah, that motherfucker ain't surviving. But I did want to leave out. I did want to leave some possibility to be wrong. Jonah Zell says if it was a movie or video game, maybe he could survive a bucket of blood coming out of his neck instantly. But alas, true. Nobody said it was a 30-06. Well, I'm saying it's a guess. I think it's a deer cartridge. I don't think it was 5.56. I think it was probably a 30 caliber deer cartridge. Melody says the FBI director saying they had a suspect and having to walk it back was insane. What an arsler. Yep. Crawling Chaos says, I played Sniper Elite. I know everything about this, some Spurg. Well, I mean, that's me too. That's me too. Fast and Bulbous says, I'm a hateful independent, screw political parties. I'm kind of with you there. Hrundo says, Bubba Fudd guns are bad for mass murder, but goddamn, are they good at hitting one thing specifically at a long distance? Yes. Megazero says, Connor, I see you have joined the Chug Jug cult. Welcome. Yes. Connor, no, it's the left that's just hateful. Okay, I hope you're being sarcastic. Let me drink some water. By the way, guys, I know it's a dark day. I know it's super serious, but I hope that I'm giving you good information, and I hope I'm entertaining you to some degree. Just quick shilling, even though we're doing it at effectively Charlie Kirk's funeral. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in the chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And if you like the coverage, come back tomorrow. Tico Suave says, the most annoying thing I'm getting from my independent conservative friends is that both sides are equally violent rhetoric, which has brought this on. I would just concede it for the sake of moving the conversation forward. Because once you have that conversation where you say, yes, the left wing is capable of violence. Yes, the right wing is capable of violence. But now what? When you say now what, you have a binary choice. We either go to 1980s style troubles, terrorism / low grade civil war, or we say a republic is worth saving. Let's try to save the republic. Those are the only two options. I have been, will be, and will always be in. We have a republic worth saving. Let's try to save the republic. But if the Civil War troubles terrorists start basically going back and forth murdering each other, I'm not going to hang out to help. I'm going to go I'm going to sell the house. I'm going to move to a rural area. I'm going to invite as many people as want to come. We're going to hole up, wait for this whole thing to blow over, and then that's it. That's all we're going to do. If there's militias running around in Central Florida murdering men, women, and children, I'm not hanging out for it. You guys can kill each other. I'm not getting into the cycle of violence. I'm not going to die for President pedophile. I'm not going to die for the people who sweep for Bill Clinton. I'm not dying in your civil war. Sorry to say it. I want to save the republic, but I'm not dying for pedophiles. So Webtoon says, based on your law enforcement background, how professional do you think this is? The fact that he just pulled up in seconds, one shot, Kirk, and disappeared and is wild. I think that's actually probably pretty normal, but I agree with you that it's more competent than the average bear. I would expect the average bear to do what the guy from Butler, Pennsylvania did, or the guy from Mar-a-Lago. The guy with Mar-a-Lago who had the SKS and hung out in a bush, and then he got found out before he took the shot. And then the guy from Butler, Pennsylvania, who had an AR-15 and he missed Trump by like a few inches and wasn't able to get successive follow-up shots in order to kill Trump. That's what I would expect out of the average bear. But there's lots of above average bears walking around. You understand that we have like a super vibrant hunting community, right? In the United States, we have a super vibrant gun culture in the United States. You have to understand too that while pro-gun liberals are in the minority, there will be pro-gun liberals who DM me on the regular, seriously, and they're like, hey bro, I'm a military veteran, I really like all the things you're saying, I'm a Democrat but I'm pro-gun, I like self-defense, I don't like gun control, I just like the Democratic Party better than the Republican Party, and I was raised as a Democrat. Dude, I get a message like that probably once a month. So you have to understand that liberals, while mostly pussies, no offense, there are liberals who are fucking hitters. And there are probably leftists, probably less hitters who are leftists. Most of them are probably LARPing dickheads. But just statistically, there has to be one leftist hitter. Nah, bro, is definitely in another country right now. Maybe Canada. I'll go to Tim Hortons. I'll see how the coffee is. Here shot says he. That's transphobic. Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's funny though. Grassroots. I didn't get the stream notifications. Fuck. Yeah, it happens. Just come to Valor Media Network at 9:45. There's a 90% chance I'll be live. Or come to on Tuesdays, come to Counterpoints and at 9:45 and check it, and I'll probably be live. Randy says, what the fuck? I was unaware of this stereotype entirely. I only knew about the swimming thing. Oh yeah, black people can't shoot for shit. And it's not that like black soldiers or Marines can't shoot for shit. It's just that or they can shoot just fine. I'm talking about like inner city gangbangers, right? Like inner city gangbangers, they take an AK pistol and they just go like this in the general direction of their ops and they just blast 30 rounds and then they hit a dog and 2 toddlers. You know what I'm saying? TL1524 says, if you want to see the unhinged around this, watch the Wick panel from last night, especially the last 2.5 hours. It justified it while not being justified, apparently. Maybe that's the content we'll check out. I didn't know if there was any content that we should take a look at it or if I should just continue to engage with chat because I want to talk about whatever details you guys bring up. Christian Blair says, Charlie Kirk was willing to die for his principles to the Second Amendment. That is all the respect I have for him. True. A lot of liberals and progressives are like, check out this quote from Charlie Kirk saying that, you know, death, 20,000 deaths per year is the price we pay in order to be in a free society with guns. Charlie was right. Him getting shot in the fucking neck doesn't change a single gosh darn thing. Charlie was right. 20,000 deaths per year are the price we pay in order to live in a free society with easy access to firearms. He was right. Conservative Husker says, you all are asking this guy as if he knows anything. Dude is dumber than Whoopi. Dude, you guys suck. Like Conservative Husker, do you know how bad you fucking suck? Sorry, I'm gonna blow smoke up my own ass because I'm so sick of these fucking dumbasses coming in for like one insulting quip and then they fucking dip out because they're pussies. I have two parents who are both, I think my mom has an MBA and she has a master's in like English. My dad is a CPA and has worked as a CPA for 40 or 50 years. My older brother is a literal rocket scientist. My younger brother is an accountant. I should have been a lawyer, but I'm too lazy for that shit. I don't want to take the JD. I don't want to start from the bottom. I have a Stanford Binet test from when I was in middle school. Bear in mind, I've probably taken 10 IQ points worth of damage over the past 2 decades. So I'm probably dumber than I used to be. But I have a Stanford Binet test from middle school that has 132 IQ, and I have the paperwork still. And it says that pattern recognition, like there's like one orientation, that pattern recognition, I could not hit the ceiling of pattern recognition, which is why I'm racist and sexist. But I couldn't hit the ceiling on pattern recognition. And so not only that, but I went to French Lycée, which is an incredibly competitive academic environment. I have a 4-year degree. I did 4 years in the military. I did 4 years in law enforcement. There are a bunch of F slurs, homophobic F slurs in this industry who know infinitely less about geopolitics, history, violence, death, destruction, blood, shit, physiology, psychology, name a topic. I probably blow them the fuck out of the water. And you come in here and you say, you're all asking this guy as if he knows anything. Dude is dumber than Whoopi. Put me up against fucking anybody. Put me up against any fucking pundit, any live streamer, anybody. And I'll fucking tell you that like 8 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10, I know more than that motherfucker. The only person that I will defer to are subject matter experts who have worked in the fields for long periods of time. Like I would never tell a mechanical engineer or an electrical engineer what to do or what to think in reference to a topic related to their field. I would be inquisitive because I would defer to their experience and intelligence. But conservative Husker, take a pine cone. Go to your local park. This is my advice to you. Go to your local park, find a pine cone that has fallen onto the ground. Pick up the pine cone and jam it up your fucking ass. Gen X says, I would never do an outdoors event if I was any of you, not a chance. All outdoors events, I'm just going to have an emergency first aid kit and I'm going to be wearing armor. AF Racing says, on one hand, if you keep telling everyone let me show you something else. If Unfuck America, if no liberals will step up and do public events, I guess I have to become King Liberal who's not a pussy and has chud takes and is a little racist and a little sexist, which I guess that's just what I guess that's what the stars have foretold. I'm just destined to be the king of the liberals because all the liberals are fucking pussies. So there's something called soft rifle armor. It just came out. It's so fucking sick. FRAS, flexible rifle armor system. So it looks and feels like soft armor, but it's like level 3 or level 4 rifle rated. It's crazy. Truly flexible rifle armor conforms and feels like soft armor, rated for 223, 556, and 762 by 39. This is AK-47 and AR-15 rounds. So this isn't going to stop 30-06, but it's still better than nothing, right? And it's soft armor. So it's like the body armor that cops wear. And the reason why it's $2,000 is because it's so small and comfortable. Holy shit, I want this so bad. I want this so bad. So I'll do it. I'll go to college campuses, but I'm going to have this on and it's going to be properly fitted underneath my clothing. And then I'm going to have a trauma kit. So a trauma kit is different from a first aid kit. First aid kit has like Band-Aids and all that bullshit. We're going to have a EKG and a trauma kit on standby. And what a trauma kit does is, so Charlie got shot in the neck. He was fucked, right? There's no way he's going to survive that. But with a trauma kits have tourniquets in them. And I would probably just keep the tourniquets on my person. But if you got an arterial hit to the arms or legs, then you would just do that. So if Unfuck America finds that they have no people willing to do public events because of the danger, then I will put on rifle-rated soft armor and trauma kits, and I will go do college events. And if I get shot in the head or shot in the neck, then, you know, I guess it's my time. Guess it would be my time. AF Racing says, on one hand, if you keep telling everyone the president and his movement are fascists, this is the thing that might happen. On the other hand, the president and his movement are behaving exactly like that. It's kind of the catch-22 that we're stuck in, don't you think? Dice5 says, morning, y'all. During your gun mind map, you mentioned Walton Goggins in the gun skit. You didn't mention there's a perfect freeze frame at the end of that clip where he is shot immediately after. Bo Dickerson says, lol, you've been a Democrat for years at this point. Okay, listen. So the Republican Party has Bo Dickerson. You're a reply guy who I really don't like, but that's okay. I'll show you a map here. I made a drawing for you, Bo Dickerson. This drawing is for you. So TPUSA model. Let's go to pictures, I guess. So let's find it. Where's the Republicans betraying all of their principles? Give us a second, fellas. Republicans. Here we go. So, if the Republican Party is no longer interested in reducing federal spending because they always want to cut taxes, if they're not interested in balancing the budget, then fuck them. They shouldn't. I shouldn't vote for Republican anymore. I'm a life centrist, so I guess that could be a Democrat thing. But if the Democrats want to be pro-nuclear family or pro-extended family, honestly, if they want to be pro-achievements in academics and industry, if they want to be anti-promiscuity, and if they want to be call out the far left, and if they want to preserve the Republic while being militarist defenders of the Republic, then yeah, sure, I'll be a Democrat. So if the Democrat wants to adopt the things that I was raised with within the Republican Party that MAGA has betrayed, then sure. Fuck it. It's just a word, right? Words don't mean dick in our fucking current society. They should mean something, but they don't mean shit. So yeah, if the Republicans want to betray every principle that they've ever had, and if Democrats want to move to my political line of thinking, then I guess it's just a label. So fuck it. Luke says, I think MAGA really wants to forget about January 6th until every person who supports January 6th is out of office. It won't be normal. I hope so. I hope you're right. Hope you're right. Excuse me. Hans Mayer says, the shot probably, but the whole operation looks like a deer hunter. I agree. Dems wanted a moment of silence. Boebert wanted open spoken prayer. Okay. Let the conservatives have their fucking prayer. I don't give a shit. I mean, the problem with this thinking is some special ops is that the security wasn't adequate. Defending against snipers at public events is really hard. Ask Trump. Crawling Chaos says, Make America Great Again was coined by Benito Mussolini, and the MAGAs decided to run with that? Well, it's catchy. Cameron Mosley says, all this murder does is radicalize to make things work. True. Grassroots, I caught up with your chat. Doobie did it because Christian timed him out yesterday. These are the real facts. I can tell because I just made it up. Yeah, hopefully it wasn't Doobie. Somebody check Doobie's flight logs. Make sure he wasn't in Utah. Calling Chaos says, the political opponents of Trump should be executed on live TV. Charlie Kirk. Well, I don't know if he ever said that, but I'm sure that he said things that alluded to that. Doobie said, let that be a lesson. Shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I needed that. I needed that. Okay. I'm laughing because I'm assuming Doobie isn't actually the shooter. I'm assuming He's fucking around. I'm assuming he's fucking. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Doobie is the shooter, and maybe we should all be more careful when we fuck with Doobie. But I don't think it's him. It could be him. Oh, Jesus. That was funny. Thank you. I needed that. Eben says, I'm not assuming it's a liberal lefty disaffected vet. Just went home after as he viewed it as a way to fight against Charlie's anti-American rhetoric. Okay. Okay. How many more people have to die for you to understand they are demons? Fuck you, donkey puncher. What? So hold on. If I go on Twitter right now and I say, hey, Trump is killing 14 million people through preventable disease by cutting $10 billion of the federal budget, which is 0.16% of the federal budget, and he's still running a massive deficit, you're going to go, oh, lol, Africans should take care of themselves. But if I'm like, hey, Ukraine is a fledgling liberal democracy who's being invaded by an aggressive neighbor who is an ideological, economic, and military rival to the United States, we should support Ukraine. You should be like, that's their battle. Who gives a shit? Like, dude, fuck you. Like, are you serious? Are you serious? How many more people have to die? One of yours died, okay? But on your side, through incompetence, you killed 14 million. Through incompetence, you've killed hundreds, if not thousands, if not tens of thousands in Ukraine through incompetence. And then also, didn't you kidnap a gay man and send him to a fucking gulag to be sodomized and tortured? And you thought it was funny? You thought Andre Hernandez Romero going to Saqqat to be sodomized and tortured was funny? Didn't your administration drone strike a fucking boat and give no details about who was actually on that boat just last week in the Caribbean? And when anybody was like, hey, this is like a really bad precedent to set, we shouldn't be blowing up random boats in the Caribbean, you go, oh, well, I totally trust Trump to fucking drone strike 11 random Central Americans. Blow it out your fucking ass with your pearl clutching, okay? Literally, the Republicans have been killing. The Republicans are on a fucking nuclear kill streak, and they're mad that the opposing team killed one person. Fuck off. Vince Wilson says, what do you think this means for all these large protests moving forward? No idea. I've got an acreage in BC if you need to escape to Canada. Thank you, Deus Halcyon. I appreciate that. Kay says, y'all can come stay up with me in Canada. I've got some extra space. Oh, we got a couple of Canadians. That's very nice. We got a few Canadians willing to take in the American refugees. Brandon Zero says, I am from the same place as you, dog. Are you going to take a boat for me? Sure. You're saying, am I going to get a boat and then boat you up to Canada if I have to? We'll figure it out. Imagine dying for people like Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I'm not going to. Sorry. We're going to Idaho. We're going to Montana. We're going to somewhere. I painted 40 figures in a log cabin during Civil War II. That's going to be me. If it's like the Trump dictatorship versus leftist, like if it's Trump dictatorship and Trump militia, if it's MAGA militia banging it out with Antifa in the streets with AK-47s and AR-15s, you better believe I'll have nothing to fucking do with it. At least I got a compound to go to DDG. I feel like that doesn't have a compound, lol. No, but fucking Steven's in the city. Whatever 4690 says, it was a trans shooter. Well, we'll get more evidence. Christian Lara says, I make the move. I'm going to take the trip to Los Angeles. No more explanation needed. Okay. You're going to go to one of the most heavily populated cities during a civil war. Good luck with that. Larry Hutch Hutchinson says Commerce had asked for a moment of silence, and a Republican first yelled, this is all Democrats' fault. Then a Democrat yelled back, y'all should pass gun laws then. Woo! Spicy. Christian Lara says, move to the Counterpounds compound. I mean, yep. We'll do a compound. We'll train everybody on guns. We'll start raising our own livestock and our own produce. We'll of course still be near a Walmart so we can shop. But we'll be, 45 minutes to an hour away from a Walmart in a town of 2,000. Si se puede says political violence is one of the things where it's actually bipartisan and all of it needs to stop since none of the cosplayers understand that the Civil War violence would actually look like. Well, I think since yesterday, they know exactly what it's going to look like. It's going to look exactly like that. It's going to look like somebody getting hit in the fucking spine with a bullet and then arterial blood spray shooting out of them. That's what it looks like. Doobie says, the truth is violence isn't really a fringe issue. All sides have been escalating. Can't advocate for Christian nationalism and Cheeto Hitler in the U.S. and expect everyone to be cool about it. He said it. I agree with it. Jonah Zillow says, and I grew up on the old internet where gore vids were easy to stumble upon, so I'm not even squeamish, but still, damn. No, it was hardcore. That was a good one. That was a hardcore video for sure. Grassroots says, I'm grateful the crowd wasn't allowed to stand behind Charlie's tent. Could have been so much worse. Well, yeah, at least another person could have gotten smoked for sure. Whatever 4690 says, gun casing was covered with trans and anti-fascist stuff. Well, maybe it was whatever 4690. Maybe it was a false flag by whatever 4690. Starhawk says Trump shooter donated to Dems. Both sides can claim it wasn't their guy. We still just don't really know. Yeah, I'll wait. I'll wait. 556 says the FBI recovered a bolt-action rifle found in the woods alongside the shooter's escape. I think we talked about that. I don't think it's confirmed, but I'm not going to be surprised if we get details like that as the hours go on. Fanatic Monkey says, I do acknowledge that lefties are violent too. It's just seemingly more often that the right. I think the right engages in less violence than the left, but I think they engage in more grievous acts of violence. And what I mean by that is we have the Summer of Love, right? We have the 2020 BLM riots. And so there was more property damage and more people hurt, injured, beaten, stabbed, shot, whatever, during that summer than probably any individual act of right-wing violence. But when right-wingers are violent, like let's say the Christchurch shooting, they go hard, you know, smoked fucking 50 people. So that's the dynamic that I've observed over the past few decades. Crawling Chaos says Trump stated the fucking violent left and the big media followed. And Elon, that's why I brought it up, because fuck those Nazi clowns. Sure. Right wing's bad. What do you want me to say? I'm relying on vibes too, King. I think Trump hired a pro or sent SEAL Team 6 to distract from Epstein. God. Listen, I'm not saying that's true. I doubt that's true. I'm putting it at 99-1. That's not true. But could you imagine being a Christian conservative who sold your fucking soul in order to elect a fucking pedophile, sex trafficking piece of shit who gutted and destroyed the Republican Party, and then you get killed as a part of a false flag operation? That would be one of the greatest ironies in all of American history. I think you should leave with Tim. Yeah, I think you should leave with Tim Robinson. God, it's so good. God, I love that show. What a good show. Kay said, I've said that since the left lost cancel culture, that vigilante violence would go up and it might be happening. I hate it, but I think it's the loss of cancel culture impacted them to take stronger acts. Maybe. Uriel says, I think it's not a left-wing, right-wing thing. It's a mental health in a society that is devoid of compassion and humanity. However, whenever a bill comes for mental health, we never talk about it. Well, I mean, I agree with that. Like, Republicans are like, it's mental health, it's mental health, it's mental health. And then we don't do shit about mental health. Can I do that? Can I be like, I'm a Republican Democrat. I'm a Republican from 2015 who thinks that the right wing has lost their fucking minds. And so as a result, the Democratic Party is a better vehicle for the policies needed to heal this nation than the Republican Party, which makes me grievously sad. Is that a line I can use? I'm a Republican Democrat? Because I know it's not technically contradictory, because like democracy, republicanism is a form of democracy. It's just representative democracy and the rule of law. So can I do that? Is that allowed? Can I be a classical Republican? You know, there's like classical liberals. Can I be a classical Republican? You know, when Dave Rubin was like, it turns out that conserving liberalism is a conservative idea, or it's like preserving liberalism is a conservative idea. He had that tagline from like 17 or 18. Can I be like, conserving the republic is a liberal idea? That's funny. That's funny. Maybe that's the you understand that I don't want to do that because it's so fucking cringe to do the why I left the left, but I'm doing like why I left the right. And then just like stealing all their taglines and doing a fucking mirror of it. But, you know, maybe that's what's necessary. I don't know. We'll see. Let me think about it. Cicero says, all I know is that I haven't heard any radical moderate violence. Well, that's us. We're the violent radical moderates. Good Grief Griff says, the danger in this media environment with making conjectures about motives without even having someone in custody is conditioning people to do the opposite of adjusting our preconceived assumptions. Well, I agree with that 100%. Fashion 40 says, why do you keep saying that people are saying leftists are not capable of violence? No fucking buddy is saying that. Yeah, well, I'm saying that when people are saying like, well, it was probably a right winger. That's what I'm saying. Lethal Lance says, no, it was a 270 win Chad. I would not be surprised. 270 Win Mag is, or Win Chad is 270 Winchester. Let me show you that real quick. Deer cartridges are really interesting because there's a variety of bullet philosophies. I'm going to show you this because it's actually quite important. So what happened in World War II? What is it, like 30-06? 30-06 versus 8mm Mauser. So during World War II, a lot of guns were chambered in this style of round. This is a deer cartridge, by the way. 30-06 and 8mm Mauser. And what this is a shitload of powder with a pretty big ball that will fuck shit up. Okay, and this is the Soviet round, 7.62 by 54R and the Italian 6.5 by 52. So all of these things are a shitload of powder with a pretty big ball. You can fuck up a bear. You can fuck up a deer. You can obviously fuck up a human. But what 5.56 caliber comparison. But what the Soviets and the United States realized after World War II is that you actually don't need that much to kill a man. And the more bullets you can carry into battle, the more likely you are to succeed in a firefight. Because not every single one of your shots are going to be hits. As a matter of fact, a majority of your shots are going to be like suppressive fire while you're maneuvering in a conflicted environment. So what they did is they gave their soldiers smaller bullets that are still capable of killing people, but smaller bullets. 5.56 versus 30-06. So look at the size comparison. So if you look at this, this is 270. Somebody was saying that this is the bullet. No, shut up. This is a meme. But here's 30-06 versus 5.56. So this is what's used by the AR-15. This is what's used by, or the AK-47 uses 7.62 by 39. So it's a fatter, stubbier cartridge. But if you look at this, 22, 30 caliber carbine, 300 blackout, 7.62 by 39. This is the Russian cartridge. Here's the 5.56 cartridge. This is the American AR-15 M4 cartridge, 7.62 by 51. This is what a majority of our snipers used for a long time. But then we have 30-06. Look at all this powder, bro. Look at how much powder this has. And then I have to assume 270. Somebody said it was 270 Winchester. I don't know if that's confirmed. But 270 Winchester versus 5.56. Look at this. This is 5.56. This is what's used in AR-15s, which, by the way, could have done the damage that did happen to Charlie Kirk. However, it would have had to have been a perfect shot. And I would have expected, not that you can, like, audio is different on audio recordings, but I would have expected more of a snap than a boom. 5.56, in my experience, sounds more like a snap than a boom. But anyways, the 5.56 versus 270 Winchester. Look at all this powder. Look at this ball compared to 5.56. This will fuck you up. Fuck you up. So anyways, quick shill. We got 200 people. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage in chat. Comments if you got comments. Questions if you got questions. And if you like the coverage, come back tomorrow. Counterpoints, would you be, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Counterpoints, would you be willing to look into 09A? It's a group that's been behind 3 of the mass shootings in the last 2 years. It's very wild. No. I mean, I will eventually, but just not right now. Sam says, oh, wait, you're a normal guy? Yes. John Kennedy says, it's difficult to say all sides have the propensity for violence when the left has for the past 10 years or so been comfortable with demonizing people from a position of unearned moral superiority. I agree that they do not have earned moral superiority, but I would say that if you don't understand MAGA to be flirting with fascism, I think you're blind. Herkimer says, is your wife's family liberal? No, they're extremely conservative. Doobie says, all relationships have issues. Got to keep working on it. If I can get my wife and my mother through a family event without an argument or tears, I'm happy. Well, and that's kind of the way that I looked at it. It was kind of, it was a rough day. It was a super heated argument, but you know, we got through it and we didn't find resolution, but we found some level of peace. And also, this is the first fight that we've ever had. Not me and my wife. My wife and I, we fight, but with my extended family. This is the first fight I've ever had with my extended family. And my dad and mom both had really brutal fights with her extended family. And they're happy. They're married. They're still together after all these years. And it was super toxic, but they pushed through it. They worked on it. They communicated with people. They did this, that, the other. And then they stuck with the family members who they could work with, and they didn't stick with the families they couldn't work with, and they did what they could. And I also saw how the relationships that didn't work out actually were quite toxic and kind of broke them a little bit. And I don't have that with my extended family. I have infinitely better relationships with my extended family. Christian Lair says, yeah, you're not finding that rifle from KAC as a civilian anytime soon. Or if you do, it's 10 grand or 20 grand. That rifle more than a DMR rifle. Sure. I'm not a perfect person. There are many things I wish I didn't do. I'm not a perfect person. For those of you who don't know that, that's like a 2000s emo song. What a classic. Bill T says, using they or them for either side of the aisle is crazy. This was a single shooter with his or her own motivation. Condemning an entire population based on a single person's action is wrong. I agree with that, Bill T. Sorry if I said anything different. Melody says, lol, bro was lazy, so stuck with the bolt. Well, listen. Yeah, yes. And he's black, which is funny. But no, that's kind of mean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to my black audience. I'm sorry. I'm being mean. But the Reaper, he was like, yeah, I didn't want to do all the fucking maintenance. And with a bolt, since it's a bolt, there's so many less moving parts. And when you're moving around, all those parts are closed. So it's infinitely more difficult for the mud and the dust and all that bullshit to get into the gun. So it's less maintenance. It's perfectly accurate. It's more reliable. You'll have a slower fire rate than a semi-auto. But if you're only taking out one target, it's great. Simo Haya used the bolt action. Got you. Christian Blair has confirmed that it was an M700. True. I've got a Remington 700, amazing rifle. And that's what I'm saying. You can pick up a Remington 700 for $500. Beef Supreme says, damn, I miss Chester. I grew up with Lincoln Park. Love them. Yeah. Fashion 40, thank you for the $5. Barely can afford it, but here's me showing my good faith. My question was genuine. I wasn't trying to stoke the flames, girl. Shut up. Fashion 40, I know you're a good egg. I'm sorry if I yell at you. To a majority of my chat, okay? We have 200 people because there's something hot happening now in politics that's batshit, and people want to see commentary on it. And we're really just engaging with chat because you guys and I are going back and forth on the details of the shooting. Whereas, like, we can't just like watch the shooting, right? Because it's gross. Excuse me. But I love my chat. I have a, normal days I'm 100 to 150. Today we're at 200 because there's a hot political event. But I have a disproportionate, intelligent, and generous chat. And so even if I'm yelling at you, even if I disagree, know that on some level, if we've had positive interactions in the past, there's probably some part of me that still loves you, even when I'm yelling at you. Eben says, I would just get a base Remington 700. Me too. Crawling Chaos says, did South Park ever do Satan in Bed with Charlie Kirk? I don't know. I think Comedy Central said that they pulled the episode. The AR of bolt action platforms. True. Remington 700 is a basic bitch weapon. AF Racing says, don't sweat it. This is a shitty medium for nuanced conversation. Twitter is for sure. I actually like streaming. I think streaming's pretty good. Careful with YouTube bots, brother. Yeah, if I get one guide, it is what it is. Come from X, lots of lefties gloating about Kirk. Yeah, I'm sure far lefties are saying, yeah, he's a fascist. Who gives a shit? Death Lily says 200 yards is not far for a bolt action, aren't hard to train with. I agree. If you have fundamental marksmanship skills and you have a bolt action rifle with a deer cartridge that shoots straight, that is not a hard shot. Cosrichay says, can you give me a reason why gun control is R-slurred when any mentally ill person can get a gun and ruin a country? We don't have guns here, and I understand the arguments of fear from dictatorship. Wait, aren't you in Iran? Or are you Iranian and you live in a European country? Tell me what country you're from, and then I'll answer your question. Fashion 40 says, I saw the video right when it got announced. It was insane. Yeah, Steven sent me the close-up. I sent him the far away one, and he sent me the close-up. And when I saw the close-up, I was like, that dude's done. Lethal Lance says, which is closer and closer to reality these days? I think that's a follow-up to a previous comment, but I don't see it. Helldivers 2 got a new war bond based on Dune. Very Sardaukar. I love the Sardaukar. Doobie at trial. Your Honor, I was unjustly banned from Counterpoints' chat. Starhawks for 2. If you like this seriously, check out Wardruna. No, interesting. For the Sardaukar, that's cool. 200 yards with the bolt action is not hard, generally speaking. However, a cold shot is always tricky, especially with an unfamiliar target. Weird lighting, elevation, etc. Could shoot is a test about 2 weeks. Well, I almost guarantee you that person was going for a headshot and they missed and got their neck. But that neck shot was accurate enough that it didn't matter. So the beard means Connor is a Space Wolf fan right now? I could be. I like Space Wolves. I just think that, their reputation as furries is deserved. Andy B says, I can't really shake a small sense of dread that things are going to get far worse before they get better. Well, we'll do what we need to do. Randy says, is Herrera still running for Congress? Yes. You read the comments in the wrong order. That's fine. Well, QC John says, good morning, Grill Hottest. Whether you like him or hate him, I wish people wouldn't forget that he was a completely innocent wife and kids that just saw their father. Yeah, I think somebody said they were there. Somebody said they were there. I could not imagine somebody said he had a 12-year-old. I don't know if he was 12, but I could not imagine my kid watching me take one to the jugular. That's messed up. Yep. Lethal Lance says, sucks that 90% of the gun tubers I watched back in the day when I was a principled libertarian ended up just being pro-authoritarian Trump dick suckers. Yep. Lots of people accuse me of going with the wind. I'm not going with the wind. The wind for my political ilk was to become a Trump dick sucker. That's what it was. I've experienced endless amounts of pressure to become a Trump dick sucker. But I didn't, because I actually believe the things that I say I believe. Larry Hutch Hutchinson says, Valor. The chance the shooter gets away is extremely high due to the fact they have no video evidence, physical evidence, or anything to link someone. If the person leaves the country, they're gone. I know, but they're probably going to self-snitch. Tony Cunnings renewed their membership. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate you. Haterade says, did they catch the guy yet? I'm honestly shocked. I'm not mad or sad or happy. Well, half of homicides don't get solved. JD Larondo says, did they really show a video of the shooting close up? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Conservative liberalism says, I'm proud of you for not calling Milo an F-slur. Listen, he deserves it, man. And by the way, I know I have homosexual and bisexual viewers, bro. Like I know that I have homosexual and bisexual viewers, and sometimes I use gay as a pejorative, and I know that's probably a little uncomfortable. You're like, ugh, ew, gross. But like, you have to understand that I'm not calling Milo Yiannopoulos. I didn't call him an F-slur. But if I had called him an F-slur, it would have very little to do with the fact that he has had homosexual sex in his life. That's not the reason why I'm calling him an F-slur. It would be because of his behavior where I think he's being a bitch, right? The Crawling Chaos says, Goebbels did not kill anyone either. He was Hitler's propaganda minister. Crawling Chaos. So I understand that a lot of people are going to be like, oh, you're making Nazi comparisons. But yeah, like I think that's one of the things that people don't understand is if you constantly advocate for violence in your political rhetoric and then you get shot, lots of people aren't going to feel bad, even if you individually never pulled the trigger. Shawnee3213 says, when you think people can't stoop any lower and then they do, well, I'll tell a story since we have 200 people here. Again, quick shill. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Come here tomorrow if you enjoy the coverage. So I should probably take that off screen. So my experience was that I enlisted in the Marine Corps in 2006, and I went to the Al Anbar province of Iraq. Al Anbar was the Sunni Triangle where a lot of the insurgents currently resided. I got there during the surge, and so effectively as I arrived, violence went down substantively, but there's still violence. And one of the things that happened, I think while I was in country, was somebody went into a disabled hospital. So a hospital for disabled people. They kidnapped several people who had Down syndrome at gunpoint. They put suicide vests on the mentally disabled people, pushed them into a market of other Iraqis, and detonated the suicide vests. I can still look up the news story. The news story is still available. If anybody doubts this story, literally Google 2008 Pet Bazaar mentally disabled suicide bombing. Google that. You'll find the article about the story. And so for me, your bar of human behavior is probably here, like somewhere in here, right? My bar of human behavior is down all the way here. I know that human beings are capable of kidnapping mentally disabled people in order to conduct a suicide attack, in order to kill civilians. There was no military target. So for me, getting, I hate to say this, but somebody getting shot is kind of like, it's relatively tame. I don't want it to happen. I don't want it to happen to more people. I hate the Civil War propagandists, but my people cheering on somebody getting shot is well within the realm of human possibility. Uriel says, the issue is that there are multiple factors or groups that could have been responsible, except for maybe the center right. Yeah, pretty much. Marisaya says, Milo claims he's ex-gay. You're allowed to call him an F-slur. Hans Mayer says, do you really think that someone who never shot a human could execute this operation so smoothly? Yeah. I think anybody who's taken deer or taken pig, they could do it. Any hunter could do this. You have to understand that, like, the difference. I've pointed my gun at somebody. I pointed my gun at a few people. Just thinking back on those moments. Ultimately, it's a reflex thing. It's a training thing. So if somebody is used to, this is my thing. If somebody is used to taking pig or taking deer, where they see something in their scope, they know how the bullet, relatively speaking, is going to travel from a trajectory standpoint. They shoot it. They see the creature bleed out. They walk up to it. They butcher it and they eat it. I'm not even saying this is bad. I'm okay with hunting. But if you are ready to do that and willing and able to do that, then a human is just another target. That's why some of our best marksmen, I'm pretty sure if you go back to Carlos Hathcock, the Marine Corps sniper, I'm pretty sure if you go to the Finnish sniper, I'm pretty sure if you go to the real sniper for the Soviets from Enemy at the Gates, all of those guys were hunters as kids. They were raised as hunters. They were marksmen as children, which is why when they got put into war, all they did is they practiced the skills that they learned since youth. Yeah, Lethal Lance says, trying to violently overthrow an election was the high road. I know. What a bunch of cope. Doobie says, Milo posted that sword while laid out in bed with a small dog and a morning mimosa. I know. That's what's so funny. Cicero says, Kevin Sorbo, so much. Whatever producer got him jobs in the 90s. I know. Kevin Sorbo should not be famous. He's actually genuinely dumb. Steven and Hutch are the only sane ones. Kind of. Fun Dark says, bros, we're doing Dale reps for Charlie. Gazbaz says, I don't know if I've seen him play Poe. Not much energy. Gotcha. Starting a civil war over another man is the gayest shit I've ever heard. Agreed. Crawling Chaos says, some of you will die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Elon Trump. Yes. Elon's going to be in his bunker with the nerds he plays video games with for him. Yep. John says, you see Asmongold go after Dem twins saying some crazy shit? No, but I'm not surprised. Crawling Chaos says, those bitches calling for a civil war have no idea how ugly that shit is. Well, they do now. Dank Brandon says, I'm going to go in my fortress mode after this. This will be my last public comment. I'm going to prepare for what comes next. I've been waiting for some event to happen that Trump will declare Democrats domestic terrorists. Well, I think you're early, but that's fine. Better to be early than dead. Dice says, oh, come on, Connor. Charlie Kirk just vanished. His audience is looking for someone. What's Tim Pool going to do after that? Fill the void. Okay. And sorry, like Dice 5. I don't know if you're just being descriptive. You might just being descriptive. But fuck that. You see one of your coworkers get fucking smoked. And so you're like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to profit from his death by calling for civil war on his behalf. That's fucked up. Andre Arca says, thanks for being a voice of reason. I'll admit all the news has been getting to the better of me. Thanks for pulling me out of it. You're welcome. You're welcome. The only reason why I'm able to do this, by the way, is because I did 4 years in law enforcement and 4 years in the Marine Corps. So I've, it's like the farmers. It's like the farmers commercial where they're like, you know, we do a lot of fucked up shit because we've seen a lot of fucked up shit. That's me with murder. Okay. The only reason why I'm able to be sane when political pundits are getting murdered on live streams is because I've seen this shit. I've seen it before. You know, I had somebody smoked right in front of me. It was fucked up. Christian Blair says, bro, if it's a groiper or right winger, I will laugh my ass off and cry at the same time, knowing it won't matter because MAGA won't give a fuck. Yeah. Machiavellian says, I'm sick with a cold. Can the collapse of the Republic please wait? Right. Get some 420 says, so like always, we're expected to just take it on the chin and let leftists terrorize the country. Get some 420. Riddle me this. What do you want to do? Tell me, brother. Tell me. Conservative media pundit just got smoked. You're saying that you don't want to lie down and take it. You live in a free country with your fellow American citizens. You have access to firearms. You can technically do whatever you want to do. So riddle me this, get some 420. You have access to intermediate military grade semi-automatic firearms. You have access to the bolt action weapons that were used against Charlie Kirk. What do you want to do and who do you want to do it to? I've already asked a conservative who expressed a similar sentiment to you. I already asked them what they want to do and they did not answer. So I'm behind in chat. It's 11:30. Oh shit, I'm super far behind in chat. So I don't know if I'll see your answer, but what do you want to do? Tell me. Tell me. I would love to hear what you want to do. Justin Fincher says, the liberals deserve the whirlwind for this. Damn Destiny, damn the left, no more apologies. Okay, you too, Justin Fincher. The liberals deserve the whirlwind for this. Damn Destiny, damn the left, no more apologies. Okay, Justin Fincher, I'm assuming that you're in the United States. I'm assuming that you have access to firearms. What firearms are you going to procure? And what are you going to do with them? Get some 420 and Justin Fincher, you fucking, in my opinion, I'm trying not to be too rude, but you're civil war LARPing children. You don't know what you're asking for. And the fact that you saw somebody's fucking jugular get exploded on television and you're like, yeah, we should do more of that. I think you're dumb. But since you're dumb and on the internet, being dumb isn't a crime. So tell me, what do you want to do? You're an American citizen. You have access to firearms. You think the country's going to hell in a handbasket. You want to do something. What are you going to do? I expect to see answers in my chat by the time I get done with stream. Shawnee says, Trump is calling to ban Muslims from entering America. Okay. Uriel says, it wasn't on Twitter where they're being deleted, but on Reddit. Okay. eDreamcast, this pissing contest on who's more violent is pissing me off. MAGA aren't innocent. Agreed. Lethal Lance is probably 60-40, lefty versus Groiper. I don't know. Christian Blair says, a private military MAGA hate preacher murdered congressional Dems, and they try to say he was connected to Waltz. I know. Omri Gunny says, hi, Connor. Sent you an email a few hours ago. Got to know if you saw it. I haven't seen it. Sorry. Busy days. Emmanuel Rondon, it says, it seems like most of these assassins don't have a cohesive political alignment. Well, a lot of them are schizophrenics. I agree with that. Beavis Supreme says, no, bro, it's deeper than that. I see problems in my community and people could care less. I'm not running to the other side. I'm just looking to walk a better path. Well, good. You're in the right place. KO Dave says, rip Charlie Kirk. I'm afraid for your country, Connor. I wish you well. Thank you, KO Dave. I appreciate you. He'd have to be a video game protagonist to survive that, basically. Agreed. Dreamcast is disappointing that also Drew is doing the convenient leftist violence shtick. I'm a Zionist. Do you have any idea how simple it would be for me to do the same shit? Absolutely. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't that Drew is like, the leftists want to kill you and kill your family. They want to kill your family just for expressing your ideas. That's my Australian accent. Andy B says the one relief for him is that he was at most conscious for 3 seconds before he passed out. He lost about 4 pints of blood in 3 seconds. Oh, yeah. If he wasn't out to instantaneously, he was out almost instantaneously. Absolutely. AF Racing says the cavitation from around that size spinning through the flesh at 1,500 feet per second would create a softball-sized cavity that was not survivable, even if it happened with a surgery team next to him. That's the other thing. So you guys have to understand. I got to show you this. Excuse me. This is. Let's go to Grantham. I'm sure he has one. Grantham. Let's find something big. He should have something caliber. Let's look for. We thought it was like a M21 sniper rifle. This is 308. So this would be a deer cartridge. So let me see wherever he does a ballistic gelatin test. Generally speaking, he does do ballistic gelatin. And I love ballistic gelatin as an indicator of wounds. Really? No ballistic gel? You almost always do ballistic gel. Why didn't you do ballistic gel? Normally it's during the slow-mos. We understand it's accurate, brother. Why don't you show what a 308 round does to flesh? All right, that's stupid. He should have a 308. Elephant gun versus human. That's not really what I'm looking for, but I guess we could do that. He's got a ballistic gelatin torso, so that's close enough. We could do that. Or the Scar Sniper, the Mark 20. Let's see if there's a ballistic gelatin on this one, because I think this would be more analogous. And then if it's not, we'll go check the elephant gun, because I can make the same point. I can make the same point. Damn, no ballistic gel. All right. I thought he was a huge fan of ballistic gel. That's kind of messed up. But that's okay. That's okay. We'll just look at the elephant gun. I guarantee you for this one, he's going to have somewhere in here the torso actually getting smoked. Oh, ballistic gel right here, right here, right here. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, guys. So this is 5.56. This is 308. This is 500 nitro or something, or 700 nitro. It's probably some big ass round. But watch what happens. Oh, 458 Win Mag. Nice. Yeah, that's going to be probably not equivalent, but it's going to be nasty. So watch this. All right, come on, brother. Let's go. Ballistic gel. Yes. All right, so watch this. We're going to go slow, and I'm going to pause. So ballistic gelatin is supposed to replicate human flesh approximately. Boom. Right here, right here, right here. Okay, so look at this. I'm going to do... Look at this expansion from the round, okay? All of this tissue is destroyed, okay? And this is something that AF Racing is bringing up that I didn't think about when I was talking to Josiah, but it's so obvious, but I just think I was in shock. If this was the equivalent of human skin, this is getting blasted off in this direction. If this is the equivalent of human flesh, then everything that you see in this wound channel is going to necrotize. It's going to bruise. It's going to die. It's going to slough off. So if you get hit in an arm and with a round similar to this, then you could survive because you don't need your arm. You could just amputate the arm because it necrotizes. But if you get hit in the neck with something with this big of a wound channel, which, by the way, this isn't equivalent. This is probably more powerful than what Charlie Kirk was hit with. But the idea still stays the same. Everything within that wound channel and expansion cavity is going to necrotize. So the artery and the flesh around the artery was going to necrotize. So even if he was immediately within surgery, and necrotize just means the cells are going to die, right? So, anyways, the point is that Charlie was fucked. That's the point. It is a relatively fast way to go. He was probably unconscious, he might have been conscious for like a second after he got hit, but it was probably so painful that he had no idea what was going on, and then he lost conscious immediately. So that was probably a pretty fast death. As far as ways to go in a civil war, that was actually not that bad. Andy B says it could have happened in a prepared OR and they could not have saved him. I agree. It was stupid of me to even entertain the thought. But oftentimes in chaotic scenarios, you never want to say 100% this is going to happen because there's always a chance that you're wrong. Andre says, I believe they did find the firearm and casing. It was a bolt-action Mauser 30-06. Somebody else said 270 Winchester, but those rounds are close enough that it doesn't really matter. People get knocked out from the legs to the neck all the time. Sure. Whatever 4690 says, when you tell everyone the government is fascist from even news programs, expect violence. Sure. But if the government's actually fascist, then what do you want to do? You want to not say that they're fascist because you don't want people to die. You just want to allow them to be fascist. I don't think that works. Brandon Zero says it's been reported that the cartilage has some trans Antifa cartridge. No joke. It was actually reported, I think, by the NYT. Okay. Yeah. So then I would put that at 9-1, 99-1, that it was a leftist. But then I would also hold out the possibility that it could be a Groyper false flag. I put that at 99-1. It's a leftist. Andy B says, I watched the far away video a few times trying to get my best guess, but seeing that close video was enough to know it was over. Oh, yeah. Yep. Machiavellian says, who's going to tell these guys that they're civil war? They'd be Parkins of the group. Yeah, absolutely. Conservative liberalism says, describing me right now, I'm the left-leaning pro-gun lib. Okay, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that, man. Maybe I'll say, hey, I'm a Republican conservative. I'm a Republican. I'm a Republican liberal. Preserving the republic is now a liberal value, and then I'll lay out all my hawkish, pro-gun, mildly socially conservative stuff, and we'll just take it from there. I don't know. I don't know what else to do. I'm a Republican from 2014. Okay, so I don't know. I don't know what else to say. The Republican Party's lost its fucking mind, and the violence is escalating. So I don't know what to do. Grassroots says the coffee at Tim Hortons sucks. All right. Whoops. All right. Afro J says the timing is crazy. We first have Russia flying drones into a NATO allied country, and now Charlie Kirk being murdered. I couldn't believe to see it this morning. The world is going crazy. Yeah, and Trump is still a pedophile. Mark Sullivan, Yo Connor, be safe over there, bud. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. We need likers in chat. True. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I do see more super chats coming through. I do parasocially love you, and thank you for being here. Michael M says, reminds me of my Black Marine coworker who went 2 for 100 skeet shooting. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Jonazilla says, I haven't watched TJ Kirk in a long time, but I checked out a stream yesterday and he came in cheering and invited people to try and shoot him at his upcoming meeting. Okay. Well, there you go. There you go. There you go. I'll trade you TJ for Charlie, okay? So if the right wing needs violence and TJ Kirk is laughing and making fun of Charlie Kirk and his dead family, and he's inviting people to publicly assassinate him at his next meeting, conservatives, I'll trade you Charlie Kirk for TJ Kirk. You know, do whatever you want to do, okay? Do whatever you want to do. I don't recommend murder because you'll go to prison, but, you know, do whatever you want to do. Randy says, wait, isn't racism just pattern recognition applied inappropriately? Good grief, Griff says Connor is literally taking psychic damage. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm probably dumber than I used to be. It's for sure. Okay, then explain what adenovirus is. No, I won't. Connor showed up to debate in a juggernaut suit. True. I'm sure you can get a screenshot of the Discord. It would prove you're not being honest. About what? What are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? I don't know what you're talking about with honesty. It helps that Connor can basically conceal carry throughout the U.S. as a former cop. I think you're technically supposed to be retired, but yeah, I haven't had any problems. Silver says, how does it disperse the force? What, 270 or 30-6? Probably. How does it disperse the force? Ceramic plates. So it's basically dragon scale. For those of you who don't know, in the thousands, there was this armor that came out that everybody was really excited about called dragon scale because it was ceramic discs effectively in a sheet that was in the armor, and it had infinitely better protection than sappy plates. However, it was heavy, it was unwieldy, and the glue that held it all together failed a heat test. And so the military never adopted it because it was heavy, expensive, and failed a heat test. I thought about buying some, to be honest. But FRAS is an updated dragon scale. So it's a light, thin dragon scale. Michael M says, if Connor and Destiny do an outdoor event, they need to show up in red army of 2 video game armor. Yeah. Why don't we show up in like steel plate knight armor? Beef Supreme says, shit, bro, I'm losing faith in this community too. In what, Beef Supreme? What are you talking about? What's your problem? Guy asked a hypothetical about killing me and you just made shit up? What are you talking about? What happened to Beef Supreme? Okay. If there's some schizo in the Discord, tag a mod. I haven't been policing the Discord. I've been letting you guys do whatever the fuck you want to do with the Discord. So if somebody's like threatening to murder you in the Discord, then obviously tag a mod. Jesus. Anyways, so basically Mithril, it's pretty dope. Not gonna lie. I had to answer a phone call at work. Sorry. Michael M says, if Connor and Destiny go to an outdoor event, yeah, we should wear like full plate armor. Kay says, yes, there are bullet-safe scarves. I found one online. Yeah, but up to what caliber? Left DGG because of the firefighter shot, and now this community is full of people mocking Charlie. I'm not mocking Charlie. Andy B says, we used to pack tourniquets in shoulder and thigh pouches and one strap exposed. We were route clearance through, so amputations were more likely. Yep. It's good for extremities. Tourniquets are good for extremities. Beef Supreme says, fucking stupid as fuck here. Jesus, why are you crashing out? I wish someone would hate so much that they started. Do I need to go into fucking Discord? Beef Supreme, where are you at? At everyone, don't threaten Beef Supreme or even play around with that, or mods should ban you. And also keep I don't know what you're saying. They're mocking his death. I don't know if I give a shit about that. I don't think I care about that, but I'll do that at least. I said, everyone, don't threaten Beef Supreme or even play around with that, or mods should ban you. Boom. There you go. I don't think anybody should be talking about stochastic violence or violent hypotheticals with other Discord members. I don't think I'm going to police jokes. The Hassan Piker joke was unironically funny. So Beef Supreme, I'm sorry if that rubs you the wrong way, but it is what it is. I wish someone would hate me so much that they started drawing shit for me. True. Wildman542 says, would be barred at every federal DC event in the moment he opened his mouth in guns and gun control. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Because then I can keep my Republican and my Democratic bona fides. So I can say, hey, I'll vote Democrat, but if you guys keep going after guns, I'll... Oh, this is a good chat. Fashion 40 says, new idea for Counterpoint's political channel. I've made a drawing for you. It can all be mind maps, and we can just change the Discord name to that as well. I got a drawing for that. Why do you hate promiscuity? Because you need to grow up, find your partner, have children. If you want to be promiscuous from, I don't know, like 18 to 25, then sure, have fun, be young, date multiple people, whatever. As long as you're wearing a condom and you got consent and all that kind of bullshit, you do you. I think it's bad, but you do you, right? But once you hit 25, stop. Don't do what Steven does. Steven does what he can do because he's a fucking millionaire. That's why Steven can do what he does. You're not a fucking millionaire, okay? You're not a millionaire. You're not as funny. You're not as charismatic. You're not as cool. You're not as this. You don't know as many Instagram whores. So stop banging whores. Grow up. Go find your wife. Go have kids. Oh, Joker voice. If I'm banned from Counterpoints' chat, people will die. I'm a man of my word. That's Doobie. Oh, man. That's funny. Lethal Lance says, I swear half of the right is composed of individuals. Sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied. Individuals suffering from a type of Christian psychosis episode where they believe they're fighting against literal demons. Yeah, I've seen that tweet. Gen X says, Connor, they were killing Americans too. Healthcare and food access cut off, killing the elderly and children. Yup. Beef Supreme, it's scary to think about where political violence will be when my daughter is my age. Agreed. AKA Badasui says, we only got 4 days of Redbeard. No, I will do Redbeard. I just don't think it's appropriate. So I don't think it's appropriate today. We're actually, while we are having fun, and I'm still making money, still getting super chats. I parasocially love you for your donations. I promise I'll get to them eventually. We are talking about a man getting murdered. Okay. So ultimately, I don't think this is a particularly big meme day. I don't think we should be memeing that much. Jas86 says, also don't forget the classics of Timothy McVeigh and the numerous school shooters, mass shooters inspired by the Turner Diaries. Yep. Charlie Kirk was the Sanguinius of our time. Do not compare Charlie Kirk to Sanguinius. I will ban you, Bullmedius. Jesus Christ. I know that's sarcastic / funny, but don't do Sanguinius dirty like that. Christian Blair says, if shit hits the fan, you want to make a stop at a particular condo in LA before hitting the compound. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Just catch an Uber out into Orange County and I'll pick you up. Just no polycules and I'm in. Yeah, we'll segregate the people. Any like lefties or liberals or free love people who want to do polycules, you're going to be segregated away from everybody else, okay? We'll have like the normal compound with heterosexual couples and single guys and single girls, and we'll hang out on this side of the compound. And then the polycule people, you can have like a quarter of the compound, but you're going to be segregated in your own space. You're not really like, we'll hang out, we'll have dinner and shit, but if you keep trying to like recruit people to bang, then we're obviously going to talk shit to you. Bull Media Steel Dragon says, Connor Compound is a new Epstein Island. Nope. Nope. We're not going to diddle kids. Anonymous Chatter says, Compound Points 25 wasn't on my bingo card, but I'll bring my arsenal and I'll cook a mean stew. Excellent. I'll die on this hill. Not really. Yeah, I'll die on a different hill. Beef Supreme says, I'm just caring less about the voices saying, but he said, and yeah, what about this? Fucking gross. Sure. Organized Cause says, but can you say every BLM writer is a BLM supporter or even a leftist? No, but it's a left-wing movement. I don't really care. Don't really care for all these splitting hairs. Dice5 says, if Connor's a Republican Democrat, I'm a Democratic Republican. Perfect. Perfect. I'm good with that. Bullmedius says atheist Christian. I mean, I feel like it's contradictory to some degree, but yeah. Hill Williams says, a new center pragmatist called the Grass Touchers. I mean, I would. I just don't think it's going to catch on meme-wise. Conservatism says you can be a Democratic Republican who happens to be a classical liberal. I'll be a Republican Democrat who happens to be a classical liberal. It all goes back to Burke versus Payne. True. Say you're a hard R Democrat. Nice. Haterade says, you're an old school Democratic Republican like the Founding Fathers. True. True. Judeo-Christian values. Indeed. You said that sarcastically, but I agree. I don't want to kill Jews. Macadano says, do people think the base is more supportive of Charlie Kirk than the destabilization his assassination would cause? I don't know how to answer that question. I don't think I fully understand it. Oscar Nasty says this stuff's so crazy, smart, given to some time to develop as a story. Yeah, of course. 220 viewers like the stream. Indeed, we're stabilizing around 200, but that's perfectly fine. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat, super chats with your friends. I get it's basically like a chat engagement stream this time, but we're still talking about Charlie Kirk, obviously. Organized Cost says, at a healthy distance of 500 meters, what is it, 300 yards American? Yeah. That's not a hard shot, especially with like a deer cartridge. You think Kirk's death will lead to civil war? Because I don't foresee that happening on any level. Me either. But I think we could be heading towards the troubles. I think that. Oh, thank you, baby. I think that what could happen is we could have characters like Steven. Steven could get killed. TJ Kirk could get killed. Candace Owens could get killed. All the alt media and media pundits who cheer on different sides could be targets of violence and terroristic violence and assassination. So yeah, there's not. Yeah, I agree that there's not going to be delineated two sides fighting each other. And I also think that even Antifa militias and MAGA militias beefing in the streets is kind of a fantasy. I think that's true. But I'm telling you, if it happens, I'm not picking a side. I'm gonna let them kill each other. I'll let them kill each other and I'll come clean up the mess. Sorry. My wife brought me a breakfast sandwich. And even though it's gross to eat on stream, I'm hungry, so I instinctively ate it. Yep. Andy B says the point of 5.56 was it was the smallest bullet that could reliably drop a person. I don't know if that was in the original design intent of the cartridge, but I do agree that that's actually what it is. It is the small bullet that will really drop a human being. Conservatism says hunting cartridges follow the game too. Does Utah even have whitetail? I think it's all mule deer and elk out there, so 30-06 is common as fuck. They aren't taking down little game in the Rockies. Yep. Biz D says, do you think a single space marine could overthrow the government? No. I think that like that whole thing where it's like a company of space marines could take over a solar system. I think it's bullshit. I think that with enough las cannons, enough meltas, enough tanks, enough airstrikes, you can kill a marine. So I think it's imperial propaganda, and I'm an imperial, but I think it's imperial propaganda. How many light years is Connor behind chat? I'm 45 minutes behind. AK Badasui says FN57 is an interesting round. It is. It's incredibly light, but it's also very lethal. It basically performs like a 6.5 Creedmoor, but is half the price. Based. That is based. Whatever says people get angry and blow off steam in a civil war is unlikely, but things might get charged. Oh, yeah. I think it's going to be more like the Irish Troubles. We'll just have like terrorist attacks and assassinations every now and then. Dreamcast says, a literal rabbi said that Kirk was the Abraham of our generation. People need to watch The Heathens, the movie. What the fuck is wrong with people? Yeah, I agree. The whole religious thing is stupid. Officer Nasty says, did we get any more updates on the FBI? Some people are saying that they recovered a firearm along the likely escape path. And somebody said it was a 270 Winchester, and somebody said it was 30-06. I don't know what it is. 30-06 makes sense to me. 270 Winchester makes sense to me. And they're close enough in cartridges that I don't think it's that big of a deal. Belladine says, I don't want you to die, but why would you leave us if a civil war breaks out? What about America? I don't think the participants in America who would fight in a civil war are representative of America. I don't think the far left Antifa, revolutionary Marxist dickheads with AK-47s, I don't think they're representative of an America that I want to take over. And I don't think the fascist MAGA right-wing militias are going to, be who I want to be in power either. And so I'm not dying for either one of those sides. We will go do our own thing. And then when they're done killing each other, we'll come back. So I'm not dying for Trump, and I'm not dying for Bill Clinton, and I'm not dying for Hassan Piker. I'll tell you that. Pause. I need a few bites, man. I'm so hungry. Yeah. Yep. Stephen Miller, Chief of Staff of the White House, says there's an ideology that has steadily been growing in this country which hates everything that is good, righteous, and beautiful, and celebrates everything that is warped, twisted, and depraved. It's an ideology at war with family and nature. It is envious and malicious. When was this posted? This was posted 10 a.m. September 11th, 2025. So he posted this an hour and a half ago. There's an ideology that has steadily been growing in this country which hates everything that is good, righteous, and beautiful, and celebrates everything that is warped, twisted, and depraved. It's an ideology at war with family and nature. It is envious, malicious, and soulless. It is an ideology that looks upon the perfect family with bitter rage while embracing the serial criminal with tender warmth. Its adherents organize constantly to tear down and destroy every mark of grace and beauty while lifting up everything monstrous and foul. It's an ideology that leads always inevitably and willfully to violence. Violence against those who uphold order, who uphold faith, who uphold family, and who uphold all that is noble and virtuous in this world. It's an ideology whose one unifying thread is insatiable thirst for destruction. We see the workings of this ideology in every posting online cheering the evil assassination that cruelly robbed this nation of one of its greatest men. Posting from those in positions of institutional authority, educators, healthcare workers, therapists, government employees, reveling in the vile and sinister with the most chilling glee. The fate of millions depends upon the defeat of this wicked ideology. The fate of our children, our society, our civilization hinges on it. Now we devote ourselves with love and unyielding determination to finish the indispensable work to which Charlie bravely devoted his life and gave his last measure of devotion. I'm actually okay with that because he's not calling for civil war. That was an okay statement. It still inflames the ideological, what would you call it? Schism. It still inflames the ideological schism that's present in the United States of America, but at least he didn't call for civil war. At least we didn't cross that Rubicon. Andy B says you got to take out a second mortgage if you want to shoot FN. There's a tale from Eastern Europe where a guy getting mugged, mag dumped, and it cost him more than all the money in his wallet. That sounds accurate. Gen X for $20 says, I got him. Thank you. Organized Kaz says, which isn't even good math anyways. Holy hell, I just got up. Interesting. All right. Let me eat this. Justin says, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Fighting over what? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm perfectly comfortable being open. There are some things that I'm going to keep to myself. KO Day says, I don't want you to leave the right. I want you and other conservatives like you to start a new conservative political party. The Republican Party is lost. I mean, I agree with that. But is that possible? I'm supposed to talk to North about that. It's all good. Justin says, Charlie Kirk was a Christian, a husband, and a father. Even though your politics deferred, he was an American patriot. Sure. So, yeah, I think the meanest thing that I'll say about Charlie Kirk today is that he was callous about the suffering and death of others. That's about it. But guess what? I'm callous about his death, so I guess we're even. AK Batasui says, I told Connor he can yell at me now. He just misreads my comments. It happens. Anonymous chatter for $20 says, insert unicorn flatulence. Thank you. Biz D says, 3000 IQ, one might say. I do have one of the best chats here. Fransworth says, morning chat and Connor, quite the series of events that have occurred, huh? True. Gen X says, wrong again. Justin, the flag means absolutely nothing without the Constitution. Well, I'm with you there. Subri Keller says, oh my God, South Park chickened out. I think Comedy Central chickened out. I don't know Matt Stone and Trey Parker to ever back down from a controversy. Subri Keller says, South Park aired an episode with Muhammad in it, but they chickened out here. It's Comedy Central. It's not Matt Stone and Trey Parker. Matt Stone and Trey Parker, they don't care about controversy, or at least they didn't a decade ago, I'll tell you that. Sacred Snow for $5 says, I meant to be careful with the YouTube censorship bot. Sensitive topic for them. Just something to keep in mind when Googling. Yeah, sure. Thank you for the $5, King. I appreciate you. AF Racing says, oh no, chat getting one guy by a dude who blocked me. You guys are fighting a ghost from my perspective. Oh, H-Lock says, my 20-year-old son was 60 feet away from the stage. He goes to UVU. Jesus. All right. Well, I hope he's okay. You know, when I was a wee lad, when I was probably 7 or 8, my parents took me to Normandy, which is where American troops landed during World War II, and there was a microfiche. So it's like old film that you can flip through, and instead of like seeing like a blown up picture, you basically have the originals, and you can flip through the originals, and there's light on the background, so you can see the pictures. And the pictures that I saw, man, I saw people missing part of their skulls. I saw people missing their jaws. I saw like medical interventions. I saw surgeries. I saw all that kind of shit. Probably when I was 7 or 8. And that was one of the first times that I kind of realized how fucked up the world was. And then I would say, obviously, I saw all the gore that everybody saw in teenagers when you visited gore sites. I obviously saw 9/11 2001 as a 14-year-old, 15-year-old, somewhere in there. I saw a lot of fucked up shit as a teenager, mostly through digital media and through news and all that kind of stuff. But I still saw it. And I think that when you see it in person, it's very surreal. Because you almost can't believe that the things that you see in action films, the things that you see in horror films, the things that you see on the news are happening in real life. And not only is it happening in real life, you need to respond. You need to run away. You need to get into a fight. You need to do this. You need to do that. Right? So yeah. Beef Supreme says, sad, our flag does have meaning. Connor is a vet. Maybe he can tell us some views on how the flag is important. Nah, I'm good. I'll get pissed off if I start talking about American symbols, just because I feel like they've been so perverted over the past decade. Patriarch gifted 5 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. Scrolling. Patriarch also renewed their membership. Thank you. The close-up video that was maybe, I don't know, 10 to 15 feet away with a front view left no doubt he was gonzo immediately. I should have realized that, but I forgot about wound cavitation and necrotization. What violent rhetoric did Kirk push? I'm so happy you asked. I'm so happy you asked. I keep getting likes because people are going through Charlie Kirk's old tweets and they're liking something that I posted with Charlie months ago. I got like 50 new likes on an old post. Why can't I find it? I think it's getting lost in the noise. But we could just go through Charlie Kirk's Twitter history real quick. We can just do that. Well, let's do that. We're all on Twitter, aren't we? Charlie Kirk 11, following. Though I'll describe the one that I did, though. So the one that I did was he, after J.D. Vance browbeat Zelensky and said, "Did you even say thank you?" Which is such a lame thing to do. Charlie Kirk was like, "Yeah, and you're responsible for 1 million deaths in Ukraine." And I was like, "You monstrous dog shit fucking human being, you callous piece of shit. We have a free market that wants to come to the European Union and adopt liberal democracy and republicanism. They're being invaded, and you're making morally equivalent the dead caused by the invasion and the dead of the Russians, and you're laying them all at the feet of Volodymyr Zelensky." Like, you can say that that's not like endorsing violence, but what an inhuman, lizard brain, unsympathetic, stupid fucking tweet. And all it does is it emboldens Russians to kill Ukrainians. Okay? So we don't have to live this way. The death of Britain, common surely proof, blah, 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 blah. This is the Ukrainian girl getting stabbed. I don't know what he said about it, but Charlie Kirk says, if we want things to change, it's 100% necessary to politicize the senseless murder of Irina Zelenska because it was politics that allowed a savage monster with 14 priors to be free on the streets to kill her. Guess what? I agree with Charlie. I agree with Charlie here, but that is violence. Saying that you want the state to enact policies in which you incarcerate human beings, that's violence. Here's the murder of the girl. Here's the murder of the girl. Here's the murder of the girl. Fires back in Vance Jones. The attacker says, I got that white girl. I mean, he's right. It's okay to, I'm not saying it's bad to call out Irina Sotska's murder. But obviously you're talking about violent shit. So maybe I'm not going to find it because his thing is so choked with Irina Zotska. But I almost guarantee you that if I find the drone strike footage for the boat, he's not going to give two shits. If I find him talking about Andre Hernandez being tortured and sodomized in Sakat, he's not going to give two shits. If we're talking about like random Hispanics getting deported, he's not going to give two shits that they're being incarcerated. Oh, here's him saying, in order, and by the way, I might agree with this, in order to prevent random women from getting stabbed, white men need to be able to choke out people randomly on the subway. Now, I agree with that, but let's be real. This dude died, so obviously it's violent rhetoric. He can be correct while still constantly talking about violence and power. Politics is ultimately power. It's who has power, how they wield it, and why. That's politics. So, anyways, not really finding anything that I think is like too egregious. That, by the way, I never expected to find something that was so egregious that would warrant his death. But I would say that simping for the Trump administration and sweeping for Trump as a fucking pedophilic humanitarian fucking disaster, it makes Charlie Kirk at least a fucking asshole. Obviously doesn't deserve to get murdered for being an asshole. Is Pope glass bulletproof or bullet resistant? Well, technically everything's bullet resistant, but I think it can withstand up to a 50 cal. Damn, and I thought donkey barn IEDs were crazy. Yep. Henry Wilkins says, 70, declined a state voter who has not voted in years now. VV and 20 Leo. I avoid most people these days and lucky I can. I eat from 700, 30-6 for 45 years. Know nothing of Kirk by choice. Interesting. But I guarantee you that motherfucker can shoot. Macadino says, lol, I've heard of the same opinion regarding the center left. In reference to what? Officer Nasty says, what do you think regarding creators who are pushing to raise the temperature? Would you want to debate those people or think it hurts the platform? I'm talking to Andrew Wilson tomorrow night. So we'll be talking about this specifically. Sorry for eating. I'm so hungry and I'm trying to get it done. Justin says, yeah, Sam Hyde was going off yesterday, but he's angry. All right-wingers are. It's crazy because we haven't caught the shooter. Okay, well, calling for a fascist government, you're proving, assuming that the shooter is an anti-fascist trans person, calling for a fascist dictatorship in the wake of Charlie Kirk getting shot is just proving that person's point. Hay says, high-powered bolt-action rifle from the scene. The suspect is college age. The FBI has a palm print of the suspect from Krasenstein. I don't trust anything. Krasenstein was like, he was getting all sorts of shit wrong yesterday. Well, there's somebody joking about their death. Wait, what was Hutch's take? I missed it. No idea. I saw Andrew Tate's tweet, but is he even American? What civil war? Do you hear your accent? What was Tate calling for civil war? What a fucking idiot. Vince Wilson says, I think the grotesque nature really messed up with people who are not used to it, and the right is directing this emotion in a form of anger and LARPing. Yeah, probably because they don't want to feel fear. What a very common psychological trick is when you feel fear, is channel that fear into anger. And that's, you're like, oh, why are cops beating the shit out of random people in ways that aren't appropriate? And it's because they're afraid, but they've channeled their fear into anger. Officer Nasty said NSC's response was solid. Same with Unfuck America. Not going to lie, didn't like Destiny's. What did Hutch say? No idea. Connor asking tough guys to Fed post on Twitter and in his chat endlessly is amusing to me. Well, if you fucking stop talking about it, be about it, all right? Tell us what's up. Tell us what's up. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Grassroots with 20 gifted memberships. Holy shit. Thank you again, King. You're the backbone of the channel. I am the brain. You are the backbone. Seriously, thank you. Thank you a lot. It means a lot. Thank you, brother. Larry says, the spooky thing is the misinfo that's already being spread that won't be corrected if the suspect gets away. It could actually be the spark of some dark political bills being passed. Oh, yeah, for sure. S says, thank you for the membership, whoever you are. Thank Grassroots Hegemon. Marco Sullivan says, show, question mark. Whenever you guys write something, you need to be more specific, brother. Justin says, Wall Street Journal reports ammunition engraved with transgender and anti-fascist ideology was found inside the rifle. Authorities believe he was used in Charlie Kirk's shooting. Interesting. AK Badasui says, here's goes Connor showing up for pew-pews again. True. Justin says, so Fanibba's saying gripers, you're wrong. Well, Justin, the whole nature of a false flag is that you would make it look like your ideological enemy. I'm not saying, I said 99-1, it's a leftist. But I still hold out that it could be some right-wing dissident accelerationist freak. I think it's possible. It's not probable. Officer Nasty says, I thought YouTube is super anal about guns and shootings and stuff. I wouldn't show a lot on screen. It is for live streams because it'll mistake you shooting on, or it'll mistake the video for you shooting it, and then they'll take down the VOD thinking that you shot on video. Don't think you can show guns on screen at any time on YouTube now. What? That's bullshit. Connor, I personally don't take offense to using the word gay because I know you don't have ill, hateful intent. My issues are with far-rightoids that want to take my rights away. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Tezzy. I don't hate you because you're gay. I will find other reasons to hate people besides their sexual orientation. Do you think there were people celebrating the same way when JFK got shot? Maybe. Maybe some anti-papists. Some people who hate Catholics. Maybe. Yeah. Grassroots says, I cut a deer's head off with a 44 Win Mag. I believe it. Yep. Sarah, not to mention the cavitation cooks meat. Exactly. Exactly. All of that is necrotic. It's all those cells are going to die. Kirk walked around like he wasn't creating radicals for his political views, which were toxic and wrong. Is anyone surprised that he received the same treatment? It's still not right. At least you saved it with the still not right. But yeah, I agree with you. The rhetoric these days in politics is blood, 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 blood. eDreamcast says, can we like disassociate about what happened? Watch a debate and pretend that airplanes in the night sky are shooting stars. I could really use a rish right now. Nope. We're going to stare into the abyss. We can move on to a debate shortly, but I'm still 40 minutes behind. So if you guys have, TJ Kirk is the amazing atheist, yes. Bush was a puppet monkey. Trump is Antichrist material. Au revoir says. Fung Dark says, was just thinking about TJ Kirk randomly the other day. Yeah, if you guys have content suggestions, go ahead and type it in the chat. I'll keep catching up with chat for now, but I will scroll to the bottom and see what content suggestions you have. It can be Charlie Kirk related. It doesn't have to be Charlie Kirk related. We could try to make another segment. This could just be like responding to chat about Charlie Kirk, and then we could watch somebody else's content and then kind of break it down. But I want recommendations. I don't want dog shit content. I can do better coverage than most of these motherfuckers. As a matter of fact, me engaging with chat, I can. I know that I can do that. I know that my engagement with chat is more substantive than a shitload of other people's content. Well, QC says, Connor, do you have to go back further than 2014? Because even in 2012 elections, Mitt Romney was labeled a Nazi that wanted to put black people back in chains and take away welfare. Yeah, that was crazy. Look how far we've come. adenovirus is a cold. Yeah, but I don't understand how colds work. I'm not a virologist. I think viruses enter your cells and then they fuck your cells up somehow. I have no idea. I have no idea how viruses work. I know they get in your body and they fuck you up. Oh, wow. 45 says the two senators' wife and husband shot to death didn't get any comments from Trump. That garbage man. That was politically motivated and most are right-wing nuts. Well, and that's one of the things, guys. There was 2 Democrats murdered last month, and it barely made a blip on the news. Charlie Kirk's exploding jugular is going to be the discourse for the next, 2 weeks at minimum. So, with that being said, it's obviously not a difference in category. Those were political assassinations, but this one was more public, and it was more online, and it was an alternative media figure who was popular with the MAGA base and with the Trump admin. So he's going to be held up as a martyr for the next year. People are going to be like, remember Charlie Kirk. There's going to be a right-wing mass shooter who massacres a bunch of Muslim adoptive babies. And they're going to be like, yeah, what about Charlie Kirk though? Gray Jedi says, how is that someone that said the deaths of innocent people are okay, so we can have freedom is okay, while his fans that agree want to be outraged? What? How is that someone that said the deaths of innocent people are okay, so we can have freedom is okay, while his fans that agree want to be outraged? Well, you can still be outraged by murder. You can describe... No, there's no disconnect, Gray Jedi. There's no disconnect. Murder is still bad. Civilians owning firearms is a necessary part of maintaining liberty. We will suffer unnecessary deaths as the result of civilian ownerships of firearms. None of these statements are contradictory. Fimecats has ever tried to wear armor. I got to the bottom layer and the cod piece and the top thigh thing to sever my testicles, so I cried and didn't continue to put the armor on. I've never worn knight armor. General says, so you left DGG because of edgy jokes. Why were you there in the first place? Sorry, Beef Supreme. He's kind of got you there. Yeah. Well, Dylan Thomas says almost 200 viewers. Nice. Well, it's because somebody got murdered. Subry Keller says, yo, gun bags are no longer green and cylindrical. That's crazy. I do not appreciate the change. I missed the old green bags with the red cross on them. Nope. Oh, wow. 45 says, we mocked Kirk in real life, and now that he's dead, we are supposed to canonize him. He's still a piece of shit. I'm of the edgy opinion that dying does not make you a better person. Connor has read troll comments twice just to get pissed off again. Based. Exactly. Someone dying doesn't give them invincibility to mockery. Agreed. Discord was pretty mean, me included, but we don't fuck around about apologizing for murder. Yes, murder is bad. Making jokes about somebody getting killed, I'm not going to freak out about that. We do that all the time. I do that. It's probably a bad habit, but I still do it. Okay. I'm going to scroll to the bottom in order to try to get the... Okay, actually, let's do this, just because I'm not going to be able to catch up with everything. I'm literally 45 minutes behind. I'm going to read all of my super chats and donations. I am going to ask you to put content suggestions and any super important comment or question that you had into the chat right now. Time on deck is 12:15. Okay, so that's kind of where I'm going to be reading from. So, Grassroots Hegemon kicked us off today with a $20 super chat, saying Doobie did it because Christian timed him out yesterday. These are the real facts, and I can tell you because I just made them up. Doobie said, learn your fucking lesson, and I am scared of Doobie now. Fashion 40 for $5 says, barely can afford this, but here's me showing my good faith. My question was genuine. I wasn't trying to stoke the flames. Girl, shallah. Fashion 40, I parasocially love you. I know that you're a good egg. Don't worry about it. Even if I get angry at you. I got angry at Cacode like twice. Cacode triggered the fuck out of me, and I still recognize him as a chatter enough that I'm never going to ban him, you know? So, yeah, don't feel bad about it, and you don't need to super chat. If you got bills to pay, focus on your bills. Starhawk says, if you like to seriously check Start Out War Drana, which I'm assuming is in reference to the Sardaukar music video, so there's something that sounds really good. Tony Cohen's renewed their membership. Gen X gave $20 and said, I got him. Anonymous Chatter gave $20 and said, insert unicorn flatulence. Thank you. Sacred Snow says $5. I meant to be careful with the YouTube censorship bots. Sensitive topic for them. Just something to keep in mind while Googling. I agree. Patriarch gave us 5 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, Patriarch. I parasocially love you. And then also gifted another membership towards the Pope Glass Fund. Thank you. Grassroots gave 20 memberships, which is absolutely fucking insane, but I parasocially love him and thank him for it. Justin for 5 says, Matthew Dowd was fired from MSNBC for saying Kirk shooter was a Trump supporter shooting in celebration. Lol. Yeah, well, fuck him. That was a stupid thing to say. Grassroots Chetchamon for $20 says, for those that share Discord, dark jokes, fine. Even some performative cruelty, fine. But it has to be matched with the understanding that a wife and her child sleep in an empty bed and thousands have been traumatized. Agreed. Whatever 46.90 for £2 says, enjoy the 2. I am done being censored by Christian. Okay. Just Carpet gifted a Valor Media membership. Thank you kindly. Vokes became a new member. Thank you kindly. Unork gave $2. Says, content, take Knights Radiant quiz. I'll donate $20. Knights Radiant quiz. All right, I'll take a look at it. Silver says public mass shooting behavior. Yeah, so Silver wanted me to go over this real quick, and I think it's something that we should do. I'm kind of wonky and tired, but I'll do my best. So, what do you guys? I'll pull it up. Why not? Twitter. I'll pull up the really, really far away video and I'll leave it. Yeah. Some Weller says, Charlie Kirk was a nice version. Today we learned that using words doesn't work. So what? I'm going to quote tweet this fucking douchebag. So what are you going to use? Be specific. These fucking losers. These random $50,000, like these fucking dickheads who make 50 grand a year, pay their fucking bills. And by the way, I'm not saying you're a loser for making a middling income. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying these fucking midwit dickheads, welder, truckers, who I love, by the way, plumbers. There's just all these guys who are like in the construction trades who are like, I'm going to kill everyone. It's time for blood. Civil war now. And it's like, fuck you, you 50-year-old fat fuck. Number one, you couldn't run 3 miles if you wanted to. Number two, what are you advocating for? What should I do? Let's say that I was infuriated by Charlie Kirk's murder and I have a gun. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to find my local Democrat and attack them with a firearm? You know? What the fuck am I supposed to do based off of these tweets? They're the most cringe fucking thing on the planet. And by the way, half of these guys never fucking served. They never served in the military. They never served in law enforcement. They had the opportunity to commit violence as young men, and they never took the opportunity to do so. Then they got 40 or 50, and they got a little insecure about the fact that they never did anything hardcore in their lives besides work. Like their jobs could be hardcore. I'll give them that. But then they think because they have a hardcore job that like they need to be hardcore in everything else. So who are you going to shoot? Some welder. Who's your target? What weapon will you be using? How will it be justified? Explain it to me. Because when you're on Twitter saying words don't work, what are you saying? You fucking loser. All right. Charlie Kirk video. So I'm going to find the not close-up one. The super far away one. Let's see. Here we go. This is probably for what Silver is describing. So this is the aftermath. We don't need to see Charlie, but look at this, okay? This is something that Silver brought up to me in a DM, and some people are running, some people are lackadaisically walking away, some people are screaming, all that kind of stuff. And what I'm telling you is when you go to a large event, this can happen in any place where you have shitloads of people congregated. That is a target for a mass shooting. Okay, I'm just telling you. Rock concert, school play, movie theater, college protest, anything like that. It is practically begging for somebody with a car to ram their vehicle into the crowd and start attacking everybody with a car, or it's begging for somebody to get a firearm and blast as many people as possible, right? And so while this wasn't a mass shooting, it easily could have been. And so the point is, what do you do? And so the answer to that is run, hide, fight. Okay? So running should be obvious. If you're standing in a big crowd, shoulder to shoulder, et cetera, you need to ask yourself the question, if this breaks bad, where do I go? Okay. Then hide. Let's say that you're in this scenario and there's an option, walking down the middle of this thoroughfare or walking down a breezeway that has these like cement columns and it also has these glass windows that might be able to obscure you from a potential shooter. You need to travel in the areas that are least visible. Okay. And if you really need to, then you need to find a place to lock up until the incident is over. Okay. So find a place to hide if you can't run away. Running is probably the best option. Hiding is the next best option. The last option that you should consider is fight. Now, in this scenario where a sniper has a, 200-yard, open position, good line of sight, all that kind of stuff, is you carrying a pistol gonna really change anything if you don't know where the sniper is? Absolutely not. And you trying to hunt down the sniper, running around with a pistol in civilian clothes is just as likely to get you shot as it is anything else. So if you have a concealed pistol and it starts popping off and you know where it's coming from and you can take out the threat, take out the threat. If you don't know where the bad guy is, then leave your pistol concealed. That way the cops don't shoot you and get the fuck out of there. And then fight. Let's say that you're concealed carrying, you're at the grocery store, some dickhead walks in, starts shooting everybody. You're in the bathroom with your family or something. You lock the bathroom door, and then the guy starts kicking in the door or whatever. Well, guess what? At that point, it's time to fight. So if you have a gun and it's not the cop, it's the shooter on the other side of the door, mag dump them through the door. Okay. If you think the bullets will make it through the door, if it's not like a steel door or whatever, then mag dump them through the door. If you don't have a gun, then grab an improvised weapon, a soap dispenser, a toilet seat lid, a paper towel dispenser. Grab something with which you can beat the fuck out of him as soon as he comes in the door and effectively have somebody ready by the door. Let's say that he's carrying a long arm, he's carrying a shotgun or a rifle. Be ready to have somebody attack the gun and try to grab the gun away from the shooter, but then have somebody else who's ready to bash his fucking skull in and plan that. You don't need to have this deep of a conversation with your wife or your partner or whatever right now. But if you're in this kind of situation, you need to think like that. Let's say you're in a bathroom, you're barricaded, and somebody's breaking in and they're trying to kill you and you're defending other people. You need to be ready to grab the weapon. Somebody needs to be ready to grab the weapon and somebody needs to be ready to bash his fucking skull in. One of the things that made me so sad about the Pulse nightclub is that I think 50 people died in the Pulse nightclub shooting. In the bathroom, there were 20 people who were held hostage with the shooter. Okay. And there were 20 people who were in the bathroom with him for like 4 to 6 hours. In that confined of a space, and those people are dead now, by the way. Okay. In that confined of a space, if all 20 of them said, fuck this guy, charge him, and then somebody runs at him first, yeah, you're probably going to get shot. You're probably going to get killed. But if all 20 of you decide at the same time, fuck this guy, we're going to kill him, you will win. You will be able to overpower him. You will be able to beat his ass. So, and if you're ever in that kind of situation where you have 20 people in a confined space being held hostage by one guy, fight. You don't want to just sit there waiting to die. Be the person with balls. You're probably dead anyways. Make a fucking move. Okay. And the reason why Silver brought that up is because he felt like almost everybody in the video had horrible run, hide, fight instincts. And I agreed with him. So anyways, what do you got? What are you guys suggesting for content? Somebody said Destiny. Somebody said something else. So got another super chat. Test Dummy Human for 200 secs says, got to go. Just dropping off the last part of my monthly part to the grill fund. Thank you, King. I parasocially love you. Okay. When you're done. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, can't do that. So thank you. Got to go. Just dropping off the last part of the monthly fund. I got to go to the grill fund, or I have to the grill fund. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Okay, so Silver kicked this off. This is 12:15 p.m., so I'm reading everything else. Ian Dreamcast says, review Destiny. Au revoir says, if he died in a war, then we can say he served his country, but he did a disservice to our country. As Americans, people don't want to bring kids. Thank you for being a vet with a voice of reason today. My MAGA Marine coworkers are very aggressive today, but they've never figured out I'm a liberal, so I should be safe. I think you're safe anyways. But realistically, like, you might not want to ask this question. You might not be comfortable asking this question, but if they're like, yeah, civil war now, it's like, okay, I'm sorry. Who are you going to attack? Who are you going to shoot? Liberals. And it's like, you're a fucking idiot. E Dreamcast says, let's watch a debate. Forget what happened. Nope. Woe says the way of kings. True. Gray Jedi says, all I'm trying to say was that people like Kirk claim we can't do anything to address the gun problem. We can like guns while understanding we need to do more to prevent gun deaths. Well, I'm with you there. Thraxi Moondar says, imagine being so gay, you're upset with who got shot instead of the event itself. What? I can't imagine feeling this way about a stranger, and he is mostly a stranger to these morons. Imagine being so gay that you're upset with who got shot instead of the event itself. I can't imagine feeling this way about a stranger, and he is mostly a stranger to these morons. Thraxi Moondar, I don't agree with you at all. Most of the people in my chat, or anybody who's talking shit about Charlie Kirk, they probably know exactly who he is. And they know exactly what he's all about. So I don't agree. Thraxamundar says, Connor got it being based. Gotta love it. Keep pushing back against the psychos, but even Fox is pushing this message. Okay, hold on. Let's try to clarify this, all right? Joking about his death is cruel and gross and fucked up, and we shouldn't do it. But I've joked about people I didn't like dying, so who am I to judge, right? Actually cheering on his death is fucking vile and disgusting, and nobody should be cheering that on because it's normalizing political violence that's going to affect everybody, not just conservatives, but also progressives, also liberals, also leftists, also center-right people, which Charlie Kirk technically was, and also dissident right people. Every public political commentator is now wondering if they're going to say something that's going to piss off a schizo enough that they're going to get fucking sniped and killed at public events. So, with that being said, Charlie Kirk, I already went over it earlier before. He's unempathetic and he's callous to the plight of Africans, Ukrainians, and Central Americans, but that doesn't warrant his murder, obviously. Yeah. John Kennedy says, as a former cop, soldier, private security, and current firearms instructor, I'm super confident that you have to be a whack job to shoot somebody, not just a pissed off Twitter shit talker. Sure, I agree. Coster Chase says, I hope you put Andrew in his place. Andrew is a good debater, but for me, authenticity and good faith is the deciding factor for who I listen to over all your leagues above Andrew Wilson. Thank you. I appreciate that, Kazra. Open carry campus, no one is armed. That's crazy. All right. Clipped out of context based. That's a paddling. True. Ricochet's a factor too. I agree. Try to get inside if you can get inside. Close the distance. If you know who the target is and you have a weapon capable of taking him out, sure. But if you see the shooter and you're 75 yards away and you have a pistol and he has a rifle, you're going to have to make a decision over whether or not you want to get closer to danger or whether or not it's better to run away. Hans Meyer says, it would fuck me up to live in constant fear of mass shootings. I'm no American. That's why I can't understand the psychotic need for weapons, but everyone to his own. But I'm happy that I've never seen that. Well, you know, I'm assuming you're from the Commonwealth, and the Commonwealth and Europe destroyed like a third of the planet a couple of generations ago. So we would rather have low scale violence at all times rather than let the entire world go to hell in a handbasket and have to murder everyone. Wildman 542 says, Abin Preach made a video debunking the idea that the main thing stopping people from having kids is money. They make the case that the issue is our individualist culture. I mean, I agree with that. That's just statistically borne out. Haruhi Suzimaya says Xander Hall. That's a name I haven't heard in a bit. What did he do? Did he say murder is bad, but this is based? What did he say? The Knights Radiant quiz would be a fun, lighthearted way to end stream. Maybe we'll do it at the end. Fun's light. Well, the Sun Radiant Knights quiz. What did you say? The Knights Radiant quiz. Knights Radiant quiz. Official Knights Radiant order quiz. Oh, okay. The fate of Rushar hangs in the balance, and once again, Radiant Spren seek to bond with humankind. The Knights Radiant must stand again. Move the sliders towards the attributes you most identify with, and the quiz will sort you in the order of Knights Radiant. I don't know what the Knights Radiant is, but I'll do this real quick. Little lighthearted change of pace for a second. Hard on sleeve versus poker face. I would actually say I'm literally in the middle, because I think you guys know that I'm pretty earnest and I try to share my emotions a lot of the time, but I can also be quite dry and stoic. So I actually think I'm right in the middle. Confident needs insurance. I think I'm like 90% confident. Cautious, daring. I'd say I'm 70% daring. Library versus dojo. I'm like 80%. I'm like 90% dojo. Wolf pack versus lone wolf. I like a wolf pack. Peacemaker, firebrand. I'd say I'm more of a peacemaker. I'll put it at like 80. Spiritual, skeptical. Hella spiritual. Leader, facilitator. I think I'm both. Guard dog, alley cat, guard dog. Compassionate, dispassionate, passionate. Heart, head, I'm both. Flamboyant, reserved, I'm both. Letter of the law, spirit of the law. I'm spirit of the law all the way. Free-spirited, disciplined. Weirdly enough, I'm actually like disciplined by choice. I'm free-spirited by nature. Obedient, rebellious. I would say that I'm obedient up till rebellion is necessary. Creative versus conventional. I think I'm more conventional, but that's okay. Dependable, flexible. I'm more dependable. Down to earth, head in the clouds. I'm both. Thinks outside the box, colors inside the lines. I'm both. Tense. I'm very tense. Decisive versus indecisive. I'm very decisive. Likes change, likes stability. I like more stability than I like change. Planner, spontaneous, planner. Ends justify the means, honorable actions. I'm split. Playful, serious. I'm split. Tells the truth, bends the truth, tells the truth. Likes to take things apart. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Ain't broke, don't fix it. Hotel, camping. Fencing, boxing, both. Artistic, scientific, artistic, a little bit. Book smart, street smart. I'm more book smart than I am street smart, but I'm plenty street smart. Paladin, rogue, paladin. Competitive, casual, right in the middle. Transparency, need to know, transparency. All right, I am a windrunner. Speak again the ancient oaths, life before death, strength before weakness, journey before destination. You are a windrunner, which gives you access to the surges of adhesion and gravitation. Adhesion allows you to bind things together. Gravitation allows you to change the direction and strength of an object's gravitational attraction, including that of yourself, which essentially gives you the power of flight. Based. Windrunners are primarily scouts, though they often work as special forces groups, able to deliver teams of radiance behind enemy lines or secrets they believe in. Windrunners tend to be the most like conventional soldiers, believing in structures of command, team dynamics, and the importance of a squad of brothers and sisters. They tend to have larger numbers of squires than the orders that focus on more order or mastering their weapons. Interesting. I have no idea what this is, but cool. Dragon Steel? Is this a fantasy tabletop game? That's cool. Well, thank you, Unork. Thank you for the super chat, and I hope that was a change of pace where talking about death, murder, and disease wasn't horrible. Yes. Fung Dark says 20 people. That dude would have been pulp. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Don't wait to get murdered. And likely get done by SWAT. Yep. Evan says, bro, it's still fucking surreal that Kirk is gone. Didn't like the guy, but holy shit. True. That's unhinged. Those people definitely really liked him and shit. Sure. Voided Parrot says, read the NYT update. It says nothing about the shooter being trans or being affiliated with Antifa. I'm sure it doesn't. Damn, that was a spicy meatball. Sure. Christian Blair says, please, right-wingers, learn the fucking difference between those two things. True. Officer Nasty says, okay, definitely don't scroll Twitter if you don't want to see them normalizing violence. Oh, yeah, it's horrible today. It's horrible. Paz Zero says, Russia and China are loving all this. Why can't extremists see that we're being played? Because they're idiots. Melody says, Connor, check the WIC panel about Kirk. Sounded interesting. Yes. I think we should do that because that's probably going to be the most schizophrenic because it's going to be like 7 people trying to see. They're going to be trying to argue their points. Numinax says, Connor, you see what's going on in Nepal? Pretty wild. Yeah, revolution. Revolution's cool. Xander Hall would definitely have the based but bad. That's what I would think. Groiper hit white male suspect. Well, not yet. Damn, Connor, that's for the Discord alert, not to threaten me. I feel like a baby now, lol. It happens. It happens. You've been around long enough. I don't want people fucking bullying you. Obama says your comrades are celebrating. Are they? Or are they making cruel jokes that you don't like? What are the right wingers doing? Are the right wingers praying for civil war right now? That's what I see. SGM says, Connor, what do you think we need to do from here? Hoping on tuning down the rhetoric doesn't seem like the message is getting through. I mean, I'm just going to scream until I'm blue in the face. That's all I can do. All I can do is try to scream rationality back into the human population. I don't know if it's going to work. Bama says your buddies love this, you sick fuck. Well, you clearly haven't watched the 2 fucking past hours of content. So Bama, this is for you. Eat a dick. Anyways, do you guys want to? Okay, so Destiny or Wick panel? Veterans of chat, tell me. Destiny coverage or Wick panel? Wick panel would be more schizophrenic, but there's probably going to be worse argumentation in there, but it's going to be more representative of a bunch of different attitudes, whereas Destiny is just going to be coverage of the event, and we've technically already covered the event. Wick. Okay, we're doing Wick. All right. The Driftless Iowan says, new subscriber sounds rational. Well, I can be rude and abrasive and a little bit spurgy, and I can crash out, but I don't want to see my country fall into civil war. So I think somebody said the Wick panel, the last 2.5 hours was the, like, where it turned very spicy. Charlie Kirk shot in the neck at debate event. Panel later at 6 p.m. I'm going to fast forward to the last 2.5 hours. So at a 7.5 hour stream, 2.5 hours should be 5 hours. So I'll go there.
Well, commentary. What is the most recent thing Trump has said about Nick Fuentes? And I'm pretty positive it's not going to be how.
Okay. All right. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, never Trump Republican. Maybe I'm a Republican Democrat now. I have no idea. But anyways, we are going to be breaking down a Wick panel where they're talking about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We shall be pausing intermittently and commenting on these fine folk.
Nick Fuentes was allowed to stay. Nick Fuentes, sorry, go ahead.
No, he still got in. It doesn't matter how he got in. He got there and he had dinner with the president.
I'll be the first to say there was that time period after the 2020 election where Trump was just wilding out in many different ways. One of these ways was, as we're mentioning here, but my understanding, we can look and see what his most recent commentary, what is the most recent thing Trump has said about Nick Fuentes? And I'm pretty positive it's not going to be how great of a guy he is. And evidenced by the fact, I mean, has he been to the White House? Has he had any involvement whatsoever with Trump since
Joe
that
Biden
dinner?
say that?
Biz D says, isn't it a little weird that Fuentes hasn't said anything yet? He did. He had this really like tearful, sad tweet about the assassination where he was like, I can't believe this. It's so surreal. It's so crazy. And I wasn't the only person to kind of talk shit to him in quote tweets or replies. And, you know, basically I was like, you're a part of this, bro. You're a part of this. How did you think you were going to dispossess Jews from power? You were obviously going to detain them, segregate them, incarcerate them. That's how you were going to depose Jews from power. How are you going to segregate blacks? Obviously, you were going to segregate blacks using law enforcement and using the military, if necessary, to resegregate the races. So if that's your line of argumentation, why wouldn't violence be on the table? Why is one guy getting shot in the neck the thing that makes you freak out? What's up? Beautiful. Thank you, baby. I love you. Yeah, so Nick Fuentes actually did do a thing. The left is killing people and cheering it on, and Connor wants to talk about what is the right doing, crashing out much. Paul Watson, you fucking dipshit. Weren't you? I almost guarantee you. So you have Trump getting shot in the ear as your profile picture. Do you give a shit that the Trump administration is estimated to be killing 14 million people through preventable disease through destroying PEPFAR and USAID? Do you care that the Trump administration kidnapped and deported people to a gulag in Central America where they were sodomized and tortured? And one of them was, in particular, was a super innocent guy named Andre Hernandez Romero. Did you care about the fact that Trump just drone striked a civilian vessel in the Caribbean, that they have not released the information on how they know that it's a narco terrorist? Have you been crying or playing any sad fiddles for the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people who are being hunted down around our country, detained and deported and sent to like any of that shit? No, you don't give a fuck about violence. You just care about the violence that's on your side. That's the only thing you want to endlessly kill, maim, and torture other people, but one of your people gets shot and you fucking cry. Shut up. Your crocodile tears don't work on me, friend.
Hassan was this great guy. Did that happen ever? Or...
Yeah, to be clear, the DNC kicked out Hassan. Like the Democrat National Convention kicked Hassan out as well.
Well, they also kicked Nick Fuentes out of Mar-a-Lago because he was hanging, not because he was a bad guy, but because he was hanging out with Kanye.
That's true.
Just some crazy comparison between Hassan and...
Well, that's because Hassan spends his entire platform bashing the Democrats and saying don't vote for Democrats. Like,
I mean,
it's not...
yeah, but
okay.
But to act like he's getting all of these puff pieces from like CNN and like all of these like huge, like as like a, you know, like the mainstream media promotes him and holds him up on this pedestal, it just isn't the same. So that's just why Nick Fuentes was brought up. But yeah.
Who do you think leads policy discussion among Democrats versus Republicans more?
Oh yeah, see, and that's mad funny too, because people are pointing out there was a video of Hassan Piker seeing Charlie get smoked because he was supposed to do a debate with him soon. And Hassan talks about terrorism and political violence all the fucking time, and he looked shook. And so yeah, I think we have every right. If Nick Fuentes comes out and says, oh, you know, violence bad, this is so scary, this is so crazy, I don't like this, I just don't know where we are as a country. Like, I welcome him having that commentary, but at the same time, I think he needs to be fucking bullied and said, you're a part of this, you fucking idiot. You've been cheering this on for years, and now you see a spout of blood and you cry? Fuck you. And I think we should be saying the same thing to Hassan Piker. Let the streets run red with capitalist blood. America deserves 9/11. Israel is a Nazi, authoritarian apartheid state, and anybody who supports Nazism shouldn't be a dog catcher in any city inside the United States. Oh, those two Jews got smoked in DC or whatever. Oh, you know, who knows? This isn't a false flag, but man, it looks like a false flag. Fuck Hassan Piker. He sees one spout of blood and he crumbles. This is how you know these people are pussies who don't know what they're talking about. Yeah. Dashing Rogue for 5. Thank you. Says, Charlie Kirk left behind a single mother and 2 kids who saw it happen. We need people running for office rather than activists. Yeah, I guess.
Hassan with Democrats or Nick Fuentes with Republicans?
Gosh, I don't think any of them, right? I don't think either of them really have.
Yeah.
Like, neither. Can I pick C out of you both?
Like,
I mean,
don't know.
so do the left not right now caught in a bind where the Democrats have to both appease the Hassan types to maintain that voting base as well as appease the mainline Democrats? I mean, when Trump was elected, wasn't there literally like this issue because the Democrats?
Yeah, kind of. So you don't need to appeal to Hassan, but you need to appeal to people who identify 10% of the party identifies as socialists. I guarantee you 98% of them are like sock Dems or Scandinavian model socialists, but that's okay. They're still idiots, but that's okay because they're calling themselves socialists. But then another 10% identify as extremely liberal. And what I assume I mean by that is that they're progressive. And so because people don't know what words mean anymore. And so 20% of the Democratic Party would probably be amenable to Hassan Piker or would watch him without much objection until he starts talking about terrorism. And then when he starts talking about terrorism, they might be like, oh, well, I don't like it, but I see what he's saying. You know, like that. That's the problem that the left is dealing with 100%.
Democrats were complaining about Hassan types not voting for them, and so they lost votes that maybe could have tipped the scales and made it so Trump won. But, well, they didn't vote for Kamala because she didn't give them
policy
everything that they
concessions
wanted on
have they made?
Paul Watson says, just whataboutism. Thanks for showing you don't care that the left wants people killed. Connor cares more about random potential deaths. You are a cuck. Paul Watson, you're a fucking dumbass. Don't worry. I'm going to make a drawing for you. This is going to be the Paul Watson's a fucking dumbass. I'm going to title it the Paul Watson is a dumbass drawing. Paul Watson is a dumbass drawing. Okay. And then we're going to put real shit. And we're going to put I sleep. Okay? Because this is you. Because you're such a fucking idiot. Like, you should not be engaged with politics, brother. You should be engaged with miniature vehicles. You should be playing with toy cars, not politics. Okay, so real shit. Trump, I'll put it. Trump almost gets assassinated. Charlie Kirk gets shot in the jugular. Okay? So this is real shit. This is what you care about. Okay? Because you're a fucking idiot. And you can't care about multiple things at once. Because you're a fucking 80 IQ dipshit who should have nothing to do with politics. Okay, here's I sleep. Okay, this is you. Let's go ahead and make it huge because we're going to have a lot to put in here. So let's just presume that you're like the vast majority of conservatives and hold the vast majority of conservative opinions, okay? So we have the Katie Hochul kidnapping plot. We have the what is it? Paul Pelosi hammer attack. We have 2 Democratic state reps getting murdered along with their families. We have what's another good right-wing example of violence? Oh, we have drone striking civilian vessels in the Caribbean without due process. We have detaining, deporting without due process innocent people to a Central American gulag where they are tortured and sodomized. We have, what else do we have? What's another interesting one? Oh, we have 3 million dead from HIV AIDS to cut almost none of the federal budget. None of the federal budget. We have an additional 11 million dead from dengue, cholera, malaria. I don't know what else is in Africa, but preventable disease. You have Trump trying to overthrow the Republic in 2020. You have Trump and his sycophants joking about running a third term. You have Trump saying the Constitution should be suspended in 2022 over unproven electoral fraud. What else should I add? What else should I add for all the things that you fucking ignore? That yeah, I forgot to mention. He's a fucking pedophile. Forgot that. Current leader of the Republican Party is a pedophile who likely raped 14 to 17-year-old girls who were sex trafficked by his best friend of several decades. So this is you. This is you. Trump almost got assassinated. Half of this shit Oh, hold on. I forgot about Ukraine. I forgot about Ukraine. Oh. Slashed aid to Ukraine, resulting in thousands, if not tens of thousands, of innocent Ukrainian deaths that were preventable. So you will laugh and guffaw whenever Katie Hochul almost gets kidnapped, when Paul Pelosi gets hit with a fucking hammer, when 2 Democrats, I think it's 4 people total, get shot, and I think 2 or 3 of them were killed. Drone striking civilian vessels in the Caribbean, detaining, deporting with due process innocent people to a Central American gulag where they are tortured and sodomized. 3 million dead from HIV/AIDS cuts, with which does almost nothing to the federal budget. 11 million dead from dengue, cholera, malaria, preventable disease. Trump trying to overthrow the Republic in 2020. Trump and his sycophants joking about running a 3rd term. Trump saying the Constitution should be suspended in 2022 over unproven electoral fraud. Current leader of the Republican Party is a fucking pedophile who raped 14 to 17-year-old girls who were sex trafficked by his best friend of several decades, and slashing aid to Ukraine, resulting in thousands, if not tens of thousands, of innocent Ukrainian deaths that were preventable. Is this the summary? Is this you? Is this who you are? Is this what you care about? Because if you are, this is why you're a fucking dumbass. This is why you're a fucking idiot, and you shouldn't even bother talking about politics, because you're too stupid to understand that multiple horrible things are happening in the world at once. And you guys have either cheered this on or laughed at this as it's been happening. But because it's an abstraction, because you can't see it with your own eyeballs, because you can't see it on a video, it's not real to you because you're a fucking idiot and a child. You're a dumbass. You should not be involved in politics. You should leave politics to somebody who's smarter than you. That's why we're in a representative democracy. That's why we're in a representative democracy. That's why we're in a republic, because you are too stupid to understand what's going on in the world. And your moral outrage is so paper thin, so unbelievably vapid, so unbelievably cruel and stupid that the fact that you have the same vote as me repulses me. You're fucking disgusting. Anyways, let's save this as the Paul Watson is a dumbass. Paul Watson is a dumbass. Congratulations, brother. You're immortal on my stream.
But how were they? But how was the and how were the liberals bowing down and, you know, doing whatever they could to get the Hassan types in their crowd if you're saying that they didn't vote for Democrats and so they didn't do enough time with them? So you're saying 2 different things in one sentence.
Why are you trying to make concessions to someone whose entire platform is going scorched earth against your entire organization?
I'm not making concessions. I'm saying
not you. I'm talking about the Democratic. Yeah, why would the Democratic Party or prominent figures be making concessions to? That's my point. That's my point. They're not, because that's his entire platform.
Yeah, Deej seems to think that they are, and that somehow Hassan is more of an influence on the Democratic Party than Nick Fuentes is on the Republican Party.
Not the mainline DNC, but there are ancillary news organizations that are propping Hassan up because they think that he can convince Generation Z males to vote Democrat.
True. This is true. So the liberals might want to distance themselves from Hassan, but unironically, there are organizations that often will work with Hassan Piker just because he has so much cultural relevance.
Joe Rogan of the left.
GQ?
Yeah.
How many times have we heard that term?
Void Apparent says, I haven't slept in 48 hours and I'm downing an energy drink right now to stay awake. No, put the energy drink away and go to sleep.
Joe Rogan of the
GQ?
left.
You know what we need? We need a TYT of the left, okay? We need the Young Turks of the left. That's what we need. $10 from Per Thompson to say the quote-unquote regular right is now completely illiberal, like Prime Kai, and will agree with anything their God Emperor says. Trump is ruling by fiat and is ignoring Congress completely. Thank you.
So, Deej. So,
and $10 more.
Sorry.
$10 more.
Okay.
Prime wishes he could do the same, forcing Medicare for all or whatever things he thinks is quote-unquote right. Horseshoe theory come to reality. Thank you for the further $10.
Luke for $5 says, nothing is going back to normal as long as January 6th supporters remain in our government. Only reason January 6th wasn't more red is because of brave police. I agree with you.
I'm
So
sorry, super quick. I'll be at this 10 seconds long and then ask a question. I just looked up what was the general Republican response to Trump's dinner with Nick Fuentes, and it was Mitch McConnell denouncing it and Kevin McCarthy denouncing it, as well as pretty much every other Republican that was asked. So just as a FYI, how much sway and influence Nick Fuentes might have with the Republicans.
No one said he had a
Jeez.
crazy amount of influence, but the comparison was to Hassan, and Hassan has more. So
It was brought up as Nick Fuentes literally had dinner with the president.
he did.
So that's
Well, because
how we got on the topic.
Because we're talking about mainstream media doing puff pieces on Hassan, like he's someone that the mainstream media is like propping up as the voice of the people.
I guess call me when Nick Fuentes is streaming Among Us with Mike Johnson.
Deej. So
With the president. How is that not more than having Among Us with AOC? What the?
The president has dinner with a lot of people, and it doesn't necessarily signify political alignment.
Plus, I just read out the Senate leader.
Oh, Fatsimo says the Michigan governor kidnapping plot had more informants than it had suspects. Oh no, that makes it good that 3 or 4 people decided to kidnap a fucking Democratic governor. I guess that means it's okay then. The fact that cops were able to foil the plots means that there was nothing wrong with it. You won.
And the House leader both explicitly condemned that dinner. So if you want to talk about the Republican Party,
hey, Deej.
I explicitly condemn Hassan. Right?
Oh my God, they said like
Yeah,
10
we're
seconds.
condemning Hassan too.
Yeah.
We're not pretending and living in fairyland like it doesn't matter who the president.
Oh, we forgot Gaza. Doobie's right. Holy shit. I forgot. This just shows how much of a fucking Philo-Semite Israel shill I am. I forgot about the fucking Gazan massacre. Here's another reason why he's a fucking idiot. Israel killed, confirmed, 60,000 people, 40,000 of whom are civilians and are allegedly, I'm still a Zio shill, currently starving 2 million people with projected deaths from disease and malnutrition, including pregnant mothers and infants, are at 200,000. This is a 2-month-old estimate. It could be much worse. And Trump is endorsing it. There. Here's another reason why I don't give a fuck about your crocodile tears, Paul Watson. Here's another reason. I at least say Israel has a right to exist, and I don't give a shit that 20,000 fucking militants got smoked, and I think terrorism is bad, and it's one of the most counterproductive things that you can do. However, I do think it's fucked up that 40,000 civilians have been killed, even if it's not necessarily preventable in urban warfare. But I do think that starving 2 million people as leverage is beyond fucked up. And I think that 200,000 people, including pregnant women, miscarrying because they're so calorie starved that they can't carry their pregnancies to term, and women and children and men starving to death, estimated to be around 200,000 people. That's why when Charlie Kirk says, oh, Israel's in the right, we defend Israel, we love Israel, this, that, the other. Yeah, he's endorsing this, you dipshit. Words mean things. These are not abstractions. These are real people who have died, you fucking moron. What a dipshit.
He has dinner with. That's just dumb.
Deej. So I will agree on one point. You said when I came in.
Oh, no. Nice. Paul Watson, FBI entrapment, crazy. FBI entrapment. So even though there were 3 or 4 Republicans who wanted to kidnap a Democrat, it's all FBI. Got you. Crazy Paul Pelosi lover. So it's Paul Pelosi's fault that he got hit in the fucking head with a hammer because it was his gay lover. Tim Waltz supporter, which is bullshit because the roommate said that he was a Trump guy. Cartel strikes deporting gang members, which we don't know. And then also deporting gang members. Andre Hernandez Romero was not a gang member. He was a Venezuelan hairdresser who was tortured and sodomized. So fuck you. potential deaths, aka lies. So yeah, you're too dumb for politics. Democrats did steal an election. Third terms are jokes. Tweet Epstein lies. Oh, you're actually too stupid. Don't worry, I'll ban you myself. You're too stupid for politics. You should not be in my chat. You are genuinely too stupid for politics. Oh, crypto scam. Yeah, I mean, that's not violence, but yeah, of course. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. A horse, of course. Oh, closing hospitals. That's another classic one. Oh, yes. Sorry, this one's important. This already almost killed someone. There was a rural hospital that got closed, and as the doctors were doing a press conference for closing the rural hospital because they rely on significant federal subsidy to operate, somebody like a choking child drove up. Closing rural hospitals / kicking 10 million people off healthcare, causing preventable death. Yeah, this is you. This is you because you're too stupid for politics. Don't worry, guys. I already banned them. You don't need to.
And I didn't necessarily give a remedy, right, for the issue at hand. And that would have, at the very least, added to how useful the discussion is. And I would agree with you there. Right? I'll absolutely give you that.
Well, hold on. No, the problem wasn't that you didn't provide a remedy, right?
Well,
Like,
Doobie, I don't like democracy. Democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other ones. I genuinely hate democracy. I just think it's the best system that we currently have.
if you
Heard
had
that
said
before.
everything you did, but then provided a remedy, it still would have been just as bad in the minds of the
Oh, okay, so
people
then we could have
who feel
ignored your
like-
previous comments. No problem then. All right, then I'll ignore those previous comments. And in which way? But the remedy that I would provide would be the exact remedy that if this had been someone else who had been assassinated, right, and Charlie Kirk was commenting on it, it'd be the remedy that he was shut down because he didn't want to discuss that. It was his job as a propagandist to end those conversations. So my remedy would be, gun control. We want more gun control in this nation, right? There are disturbed individuals who have access to weapons, right?
I would be curious as to what policy Prime Kai thinks would have affected this specific incident. I know that he's probably trying to prevent deaths in the aggregate, but I guarantee you that this assassination would have been possible with a bolt-action rifle. So if it wasn't a bolt-action rifle, I'd be surprised.
They took a shot at Trump. I condemn taking a shot at Trump just as much, right? I'd also talk about how awful Trump is, right? Fascist. But I would say that we don't want these individuals to easily get their hands on those guns. I don't want.
Yeah. Sorry, Doobie. See, this is you guys keep dogging on Doobie, man. You keep saying Doobie's a piece of shit, but then you say stuff like this, right? Yeah, Pac-Man to anyone calling Trump a Nazi fascist who intends to destroy the country. The major issue is that Trump is a proto-fascist undermining our country. Well said, Doobie.
Mass shootings to be happening. I want, like, in the wake of the lady who got stabbed, unfortunately. I don't want disturbed individuals walking around our streets instead of demagoguing against how homeless people are dangerous or whatever. Right? I'd say we should have mental health care in this country. Reagan closed.
But I'm reading chat more than I'm paying attention to Prime Kai. I'm not going to lie. Fung Dark says you forgot the only important issue in the galaxy.
our healthcare facilities way back when. And now instead, those people were just put out in the streets without any help, right? All the things that Charlie Kirk was against, I would apply to the situation so that there's no more Charlie Kirks in the future.
I'm glad you bring that up, Prime, because
Sure.
I actually wanted to make a comment on something that you had said, which was a false equivalency, by the way. Yes, Charlie Kirk has said when these things happen, essentially, no, gun control is not the solution. You know, he has
He's right.
also said
Everybody keeps saying that, like Charlie's saying that there's a certain amount of acceptable death in order to maintain the civilian right to keep and bear arms. He was right. He just got shot. It happens.
That we can't talk about like gun control or how to prevent this while
How about we talk about people control?
the bodies are still warm or whatever, right? He has said that. Has he ever said, well, those school kids were fashion?
Ooh, good point. Harui Suzumiya says, hold on, Haruhi, I'm assuming you're Japanese. Haruhi Suzumiya says Tucker Carlson is probably mortified. Dude, Tucker Carlson is not doing a public event that is outside for the rest of his life.
I believe, and I don't.
No, you fucking idiots. So Connor's justifying the murder. The left is discussing they're celebrating the murder. No, I'm not justifying the murder. I don't think the murder is correct. Okay? I don't think the murder was correct at all. I think it's immoral to murder your political opponents within a Republican democracy. But if you can look at this and just be like, oh, I have no idea. Why are people so mad? I'm so cute. I'm so uwu. I'm so small. Why would you attack a small guy on his birthday? How dare you? Then you're fucking coping. You're fucking coping. You want me to fucking, you don't, I can say, earnestly, I can say, murder was never the solution to these problems because effectively now our politics are worse. So murder was never the solution to these problems. But you have to understand that even if these numbers are off by 90%, the Trump admin killed 1.5 million people through incompetence. He tried to overthrow our republic. He's joking about running a third term, and Bannon sincerely wants him to run a third term. In 2022, he said the Constitution should be suspended over unproven electoral fraud. He sex trafficked 14 to 17-year-old girls. He slashed aid to Ukraine, resulting in thousands or tens of thousands of preventable deaths. He's endorsing, at minimum, an ethnic cleansing, if not a genocide as we speak. And then you guys come back and you're like, oh, I so small, though. I so small. I do nothing. Why? Why you attack? Why you so angry? I don't know why it became Japanese, but the point is, like, fuck you. Fuck you is what I have to say. You want me to cry because Charlie Kirk got shot. Meanwhile, whenever we talk about any of these things, you guys just laugh. You laugh at this. You laugh at 3 million dead Africans. You laugh at 11 from AIDS. You laugh at 11 million dead Africans from preventable disease. You laugh at tens of thousands of Ukrainians getting killed. You laugh at poor rural people getting kicked off of healthcare and then dying from preventable disease. You laugh when people get drone striked in the Caribbean without due process. So why the fuck, if you're laughing at, what is it, like 14,200,000 people getting killed and probably another few 100,000 people getting tortured or murdered, why the fuck would I give you any crocodile tears? Why would I give a fuck about your opinion? You have no gauge of reality. You cannot understand reality in a complex manner.
I don't have an encyclopedic understanding of all the things Charlie Kirk said. So if I'm wrong,
Why not?
I do apologize.
Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, why not? I don't have to listen to the words of Charlie Kirk. But I believe he's attacked the ones from, it wasn't Sandy Hook, the Florida high school. There's been so many
Parkland shooters.
The Florida high school one that happened a few years ago. Like David Hogg was from that one.
Parkland.
Parkland.
Kirkland. Was it Kirkland?
Parkland.
Parkland.
Nick,
Yes, thank you.
Nick Wright Kraut, and what was this? I don't remember, but yeah.
David Hogg does.
I believe he attacked the Parkland kids who were advocating for gun reform in that moment, right? So that's my understanding. Again, if I'm wrong, I do apologize.
I mean, like if we're talking about, like after the event occurs a year later and there are kids that are doing political advocacy and
they were attacked soon afterwards. Lots of them were doing political advocacy a lot sooner than that. People very soon after, like kids were speaking out. That's how they got famous. In that moment, the country was watching them. That's when they started doing political activism. They didn't wait.
Is there an equivalent where Charlie Kirk was saying it's horrible that those kids got shot? We should denounce political violence in this country,
but that wasn't political violence. That was just a mass shooting.
Have you listened to those kids' rhetoric? They said dangerous things. They're dangerous people.
He attacked them for their political beliefs when they were advocating for their dead. I'm sorry, it wasn't equivalent.
Ryan says, Connor now banning people because he's a baby. Nice. Go fuck yourself too. My chat. Fucking retards. You guys are so dumb, man. You're so dumb. Like, genuinely pisses me off. I bring up 14 million dead, and you're like, but Charlie got shot. And it's like, yes, Charlie got shot. It's fucked up. I don't want a civil war. But now you're cheering on a civil war right now, and you won't admit that you did anything fucked up that might have pissed off a lot of people. I can say that murdering Charlie was fucking wrong. I can say that. I can say it's evil. It's bad. It makes our society a worse society. 100%. 10 toes down. Y'all can't say the same. Y'all can't look at the drawing that I made Paul Watson and say, oh yeah, maybe 14 million people projected to be killed through preventable disease is bad. Maybe electing a pedophile was bad. Maybe drone striking civilians without due process is bad. Maybe torturing and sodomizing Central American migrants in gulags in El Salvador is bad. It would be amazing to have any conservative, instead of pearl clutching about how we're being mean to them. And I don't even consider you guys conservatives. I don't consider MAGA conservative at all. It would be nice to have any MAGA person be like, you know what? Yeah, it's kind of fucked up. I still think that, I still think Trump's the better guy compared to Kamala for XYZ ABC reason. But yeah, this shit's fucked up. I don't think I've heard that once from a single MAGA supporter. They can never admit that their side did anything wrong.
Situation that this matches exactly what happened at that point in time, right? We can't draw all those parallels. I'm saying that in that moment, you're asking how has he reacted in the past. My understanding, again, if I'm wrong, and I do apologize. My understanding is that in that moment he did attack these people because they were calling for a gun reform. Again, I apologize if I'm wrong.
But then the inverse is, yeah. But then the same point that Prime you came in here to make, which was, yes, we condemn violence. It's bad that he was killed, but we need to be able to have a conversation about who he was as a person. The inverse has to apply then to it's bad that these kids were killed, and now some of them are speaking out. But let's have a conversation. Let's talk about why their policy suggestions are stupid, because now they're stepping into the political debate arena. They don't just get infinite immunity because they were part of a tragedy like that. There has to, the same way you came in saying there has to be.
SGM says, what do I specifically hate about democracy? I hate that morons get a franchise. I hate that morons get to vote. That's what I hate about it. I hate that people like Paul Watson and people like Ryan, who are so unbelievably fucking ignorant and stupid and ideologically inconsistent and tribal and biased. I hate that they get a say in how our society is governed. They are not morally, ideologically, intellectually, or physically equipped to be a citizen of the United States. If I had the ability to bar people from voting because they're too stupid to vote, I would bar them from voting. And by the way, it wouldn't be ideological. I would ban all of the left-wing idiots, and I would ban all of the right-wing idiots, and I would ban all of the centrist idiots. Name me a political commentator. I'll tell you whether or not they get to keep a vote. Weirdly enough, Nick Fuentes is smart enough. He gets to keep his vote. Adam Friended, too dumb, should not get a right to vote.
The ability to have discussion.
You can actually respond to political, if in that same moment, right? And this obviously didn't happen, so this is fantasy, right? In that same moment, if one of the parents came out,
True Zealot says that list is hella disingenuous. Tell me what I missed.
And we found out the shooter was trans, right? And said that in that moment, crying over her dead child, actually killed child, that trans people are dangerous, right? No, in that moment, yeah, I can condemn that rhetoric, even if their child was killed. Say, hey, that can be destructive. So no, I'm saying yes, we don't give political immunity. That we should discuss these things in the moment. That's my only point.
Prime, would
Yeah,
you
but you're
be
Wowman 542 says, laugh my ass off at Connor failing to pronounce Haruhi Suzumiya like a boomer. Listen, I went to Okinawa and I have some anti-Japanese racism. They're lucky I didn't use a slur.
condemning Charlie Kirk
like,
apparently for doing that.
let's
No,
say,
he asked me to give me an example, and I gave him an example.
No, hold on. Is there like an example of like a school shooting where a trans student is like brutally murdered by somebody and they get away? We don't know who murdered them. We don't know the motive, but a trans kid was brutally murdered. Do you think it would be okay to say, well, obviously political violence is bad. It's tragic that that trans kid died, but transism in America is dangerous. The ideology that that kid represents is dangerous.
Hold on, I got an example of this. They weren't killed, but they killed themselves. They jumped off a bridge. They made a post about it before they did it, right? And a lot of people said a lot of bullshit. And a lot of the people who were talking about it say, obviously, I condemn their bullshit. But we do have to talk about how trans ideology is affecting the youth and things like that. So that absolutely has happened on the right. That is something they've done over and over again.
But
we heard
that
Fox News talk about trans
trans
shooters in the
like
30-second clip we saw.
that's
today.
So, but I mean, it's similar, but not quite the same with the suicide, because the
hold
discussion
on.
was around how transgender individuals have an extremely high suicide rate, and we should try to not promote that. It wasn't.
It was in
well,
response
this
to
kid
people
might
saying,
have-
do a backflip. That was in response to people saying, do a backflip to that post.
But also, too, are we
But that-
talking about these are serious political commentators that are memeing and joking on that? Or are we talking about just the Twitter verse?
Okay, the Twitterverse informs
they're
these
about.
things, right? The biggest lie we tell on both sides is, oh, that's just some rando on Twitter.
Hayil, good to see you, brother. It's been a while. They scream and holler when a Ukrainian woman gets stabbed on a bus. They cheer and laugh when Ukrainian women, children, and elderly are being deported by Trump and or are getting smoked by Russians. Yeah, absolutely.
These are a groundswell of people, right? It's not just one, it's not just two, it's not just 10. It's hundreds and thousands of them, right, that are doing this. And yes, it is big mainstream Republican or right-leaning, at least, influencers, pundits, etc., who make.
Yeah, 14 million aren't dead. No shit, Fatsimo. Do you know how time works? Okay, listen, you respond in good faith, so I'm not going to ban you or anything, but like, do you know how time works? Because what we do with projections is we estimate based off of variables what the future is going to be like. And as we do things, we realize that our projections aren't always correct, but we can update our information and make them more accurate in line with reality as time goes on. So you understand that very abruptly, we ended AIDS and mosquito prevention in Africa. Okay, you understand that, right? And you understand that tens of thousands of people have already died as a result of that. And if it's allowed to continue, which it's going to be allowed to continue, it's going to be millions of people. You understand that, right? I hope you understand how time works. Otherwise, I'm not sure how you function.
Make these types of excuses for this terrible behavior, where they will say, obviously, I condemn this. It's not okay. It's not okay they do it, right? But we do have to have a talk about how trans ideology is hurting our children.
Or if we want an even
Yeah, but
better
that,
one-to-one,
that
any
still
other
isn't the same
political
thing
event, like
as
Jan 6 or
them
anything
specifically
else.
saying this person deserves.
Conservative liberalism says, I get that you don't like drone striking without any transparency, but what if it's a small drone? No. If you want to change drug interdiction to the point that we are just killing cocaine and fentanyl smugglers, then you need to have some kind of congressional oversight on the intel that is developed for kill orders. Killing drug traffickers is crazy. Now, could it be the right policy? I don't know. But I don't trust the Trump admin to just randomly smoke civilian boats in the Caribbean. I'll tell you that.
It is enough in
It's terrible
kind
that they killed
to make.
themselves.
Is it
but
that you're making distinctions without differences here?
I think that there is a difference because you're not saying that the actions someone took to harm another person are directly are a expected response to the rhetoric that person says.
And because too, with the suicide example, it's a completely contained example of a self-inflicted outcome. Basically, what we're talking about here with Charlie Kirk is this is not something he did to himself, but people are trying to say basically that he did do it to himself because of his rhetoric, because of being a fascist, being a Zionist, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I
So-
want to
so-
get
so
the.
it's
I
not
wanna-
entirely analogous. How about something like Jan 6, where the excuses are, oh, well, yeah, it's bad, but what did they expect? They stole the election. Is that
Nobody's
that's more
defending
analogous, isn't
January
it?
Yeah,
6th.
you're
True Zealot says, this is the second time you said it. Your list is disingenuous beyond all reason. Brother, what should I add? Tell me. Otherwise, I just don't think you. I think you got a fistful of nothing.
not going to find anyone here saying that.
Okay, but that's still the Republican, generally, that's still the Republican ideas about around Jan 6.
Even then, I don't know.
Who was
You don't
murdered
know?
premeditation January 6th?
Tally came up.
This
if you
is
have
the
it.
problem here. Well, I mean,
Oh yeah, I
he
forgot you're a
was
Republican.
yeah, okay. I'm literally not a Republican, but I think Charlie Kirk was clearly a good man, and this is a horrible.
I do not think Charlie Kirk was a good man. I think he was a good man in the respect that he had a wife, he had kids, he provided for them, he paid his taxes, he participated in politics. But the way that Charlie Kirk viewed the world, I think, is a toxic dumpster shit fire.
Horrible tragedy, a despicable act of violence that no one should be celebrating. And yes, we can also acknowledge that it is disgusting when people rush to politicize other tragedies. There is something different between someone taking their life and talking about mental illness or talking about gun control and someone
True Zealot, he's talking about political violence specifically in the US. Connor goes off on a list of just randomly bad policy positions. No, this is violence. What do you think political violence is? True Zealot, you might have an outdated perspective of politics. Okay? Politics. Definition. Let's go ahead and look it up. The activities associated with governance of a country or other areas, specifically the debate or conflict among individuals or parties, or having or hoping to achieve power. Specifically, it is who has power, how they wield it, and why. You're making some kind of differentiation that, while convenient to you, is not sane. You are able to dismiss, okay, Katie Hochul kidnapping plot, that's 100% right-wing. Paul Pelosi hammer attack is a schizophrenic, but right-wingers were celebrating it. 2 Democratic state reps get murdered. The roommate to the murderer said that they were a Trump person. And then you're saying the rest of these. So, okay, so these, you got between 2 and, I don't know how many people were killed here. You got 2 and 4 people killed. You got 1 person grievously injured, and you have 1 person planned to be kidnapped. And then you got Trump almost getting assassinated and Charlie Kirk gets shot in the jugular. That's actually pretty close to parallel. So if you just want to cut out this list on the top half, go ahead. But politics is about who wields power, why, and how. And if you're going to say that's what's motivating political violence against the right is not all of these things down below, you're fucking coping. You think you can drone strike civilian vessels in the Caribbean without people getting pissed? You think you can deport without due process innocent people to Central America where they're tortured and sodomized and nobody's going to get mad? You think that you can kill 14 million people through fucking incompetence and nobody's going to get mad? You think that you can try to overthrow the Republic of the United States, which, by the way, this one should get thrown up here. This is absolutely political violence and one of the most serious threats to our country within like 130 fucking years. So, you think you can try to overthrow the Republic of the United States and people aren't going to get mad? You think that you can say that this Constitution of the United States should be suspended in 2022 and never prove your electoral fraud and not get mad? You think that you can do all these things and people aren't going to wish harm or death upon you when you gleefully kill 14,200,000 fucking people and you injure and torture tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands more? You think people aren't going to want to kill you? Are you crazy? What the fuck are you talking about, man? This is politics, baby. Politics is power. Politics is who wields power, why, and how. This is why people hate MAGA. Right here. Yes, there's some things about rival political violence. But this is why everybody who's not MAGA hates MAGA. It's why I hate MAGA.
Planning a premeditated murder against someone on the basis of their political beliefs. There's no reason to rationalize this. This is
Police officers
so
died because of their injuries
horrible.
from Gen 6, right?
Okay, were they specifically targeted and murdered in cold blood?
Yeah,
because
they
of their
said in
political
January
ideology?
6th.
They were
No. And
yeah, they were
the
attacked
January
because
6th
they were
rioters
trying
were
to
like,
stop people
hey,
from going
kill
in.
the cops, attack the cops. We have video of them literally saying, attack and kill the cops.
Does this make you feel better? Like, I'm just wondering what bringing up that was tragic too. That's horrible.
You just
It's
got here.
terrible
We
that
were having a
police
whole
officers
Don't move past
conversation
that,
about
honey. Don't move past that.
criminality.
Like, you
They
specifically
weren't
said it didn't happen.
they were not specifically
They
targeted
specifically talked about
and
targeting the
murdered
cops that
in
were right
cold
there.
blood on
Attack
the
the
basis
cops.
of their political beliefs.
because they were
Oh, no.
Yeah, even if they didn't kill the cops, or even if the January 6ers didn't kill anyone, like people died of heart attacks and some cops committed suicide afterwards, they tried to overthrow the country of the fucking United States. How is that not the most serious shit on the fucking planet?
Oh, okay. Oh, now
stopping
we
them
have to put
from
on the
stopping-
basis of the political belief. So add another, move the goalpost
Of
again,
course,
right?
yes, of
Add
course,
another
that fucking
requirement.
matters when we're talking
Can I
about
ask
political
why?
violence. Yes.
Just
No,
look,
hold on.
why?
First, you asked for premeditated murder. I told you, hey, the
I
people in
want
the class
cameras.
specifically
Premeditated
called
murder,
for
Prime.
the death of the
I'm
cops,
not sure if you know
right?
what premeditated.
That's
I
the
want-
death of the one. When you say let's kill the cops and then the cops end up dead, would that be premeditated or not? Right? But I say, hey, we decided to kill the cops and the cops end up dead. Is that the definition? Maybe I'm missing it. Try me.
Okay,
You don't need a lot
cameras.
of time for it to be premeditated.
We
but-
want
that's not how it
cameras,
works.
gang. You from Prime. Prime, you should know this. Cameras help the algorithm. Tally, camera.
My nipples.
Put a shirt
can't.
on, motherfucker. Okay?
I'm up right now.
And
You
if I
put a
may
shirt
just
on too,
quickly,
Tally. right? Yeah.
while we're figuring out our cameras here, I just did a quick, consulted the good old ChatGPT, asked how many Republicans support January 6th. Economist YouGov poll March 2023 said 27% strongly or somewhat approved of Capitol rioters' action. So you're talking about 3/4
When he
who
voted for Donald Trump.
Well,
Wait, Gen Z attorney, did you vote for Trump?
I did, yeah.
Do you support Gen 6?
No, of course not.
Wait, why did you vote for Trump?
So we can have this debate. I think it would.
Yeah, it's like so fucking irrelevant.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
you would think so.
no. My
I mean, it
only
literally
point
is
is,
irrelevant.
I'm happy to go down the path. It's just going to
Well,
take.
because it seemed to
quite
me
a.
that Gen Z attorney disavowed a lot of political violence. However, he voted for the guy who supported Gen 6.
Skip to 535. That's where it gets spicy.
Someone should go and bail out this guy out, the guy who attacked Paul Pelosi. Bail him out and then go
Also
ask
that
him
he
some
was
questions.
His gay lover spreading that misinformation as well.
Oh, did he say? Oh, was he part of the gay lover thing? He might
Yeah,
have
he was
been.
also saying that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Exactly.
So that it wasn't actually a real attack, or it wasn't like a real right winger who did it. I don't know if the guy was right wing, but he was like schizophrenic or whatever the fuck. Right? In any
That's why I'm
case,
so confused why this keeps being brought.
Raizel was say Charlie Kirk a better man than Destiny. If we're talking about personal versus professional, I think I could disassociate that. I would say that Charlie Kirk was a good man on a personal level and did a lot of the hallmarks of which we laud men in masculine achievement on a personal level. I think Steven's personal life does have a lot of things that you should criticize. Absolutely. Politely, tactfully, as a friend. So I could agree to that. I would say politically or professionally, though, I think Charlie Kirk's an infinitely bigger piece of shit.
Brought up as an example of politically targeted violence.
Fatsimo says, don't agree with my politics. Death is justified. That's right, Fatsimo. Jihadists and I have a political disagreement. You're Fatsimo, you have like the takes of a fucking toddler, okay? If a jihadist wants to take over my country, enslave the women, murder the men who resist them, and institute an Islamic caliphate, should I be able to kill them? The answer is yes. I was a Marine. I was taught to kill jihadists. They said, if you see a jihadist, you shoot him. Shoot him in the chest. Shoot him in the face. Shoot him until he's dead. That's what the United States government told me. Okay? Then, I also swore an oath to defend and uphold the Constitution and the Republic of the United States. So on the far left, there's communist revolutionary dickheads who want to LARP and overthrow the government of the United States. And if it came to armed violence, I would kill them as well. And then same thing with fascists. If fascists, let's say that Trump comes out and he's like, I'm a fascist. I'm going to kill all the Jews. It's going to be awesome. Let's do it. And then all the Republicans are like, yeah, let's kill all the Jews. Realistically, let's be real. It'll be like Puerto Ricans or something. It'll be something else. They're like, let's kill all the Puerto Ricans. Then I'm going to secure my family and I'm going to get them to a safe place. But if I think that there's a big enough coalition of people who want to save the Republic of the United States, I would view it as my duty to kill fascists. So yes, who wields power, how, and why is absolutely important and worth killing and dying over, as evidenced by all of history. The only reason why you can have political violence is never justified. The only reason why you can say that is because we live in a liberal democratic system where we can vote. But once people no longer have power to influence politics, you better fucking believe that violence is on the table. So again, thank you for your middling IQ, elementary school comment, Fatsimo.
Can anyone explain that?
Kirk defended that guy.
They claim
he
wasn't,
specifically
and then
targeted.
they're
No, he came
defending-
for Nancy Pelosi. He specifically came there to attack Nancy Pelosi. That was his plan. And then Paul Pelosi happened to be the one there.
Right,
But
but
anyways,
This is documented that this guy.
yeah, he
Because
went there
you
to
just made the case that he was schizophrenic and just went crazy. So that's what I'm just trying to figure out. Maybe y'all have information I
But
don't
look
have.
at the way that the right is engaging with it, though, because if the right is, if Donald Trump Jr. and lawmakers.
I do. Somebody says I put Katie Hochul, but somebody asked if it's Gretchen Whitmer. Probably.
And Charlie
Listen, they're both middle-aged white ladies. What do you want me to do?
Kirk are going to be making comments about Paul Pelosi, they're making it political, regardless of the intentions of the guy that came there to shoot. No,
But we're still putting the cart before the horse, because my point earlier was, yes, we can talk about and debate about the proper response, and I agree. Look, y'all are not going to find disagreement with me in saying these are crass, bad taste jokes. My focus is not the aftermath. My focus is what is the conduct that's feeding into that causes it to happen in the first place.
True Zealot just put something in my chat. So mind-bendingly fucking stupid that I'm actually having difficulty. We've had conversations in the past that were good faith, so I'm going to try to keep a certain level of calm as I address his statement. COVID was projected to kill hundreds of millions. Okay. So let's go ahead and do a calculator. And let's do how many people on Earth are over the age of 60? 1.4 billion people. What is the lethality of COVID by age group? So it's 63 plus or 60 plus. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, age stratified fatality rate. Let's find fatality rate. So 60 to 69. Box plot infection fatality rate estimates across countries per each age specified. Note the 25th percentile of 0 to 19 and 20 to 29 age bins don't show. Okay. So this puts the fatality range of 6. I think I've seen it as high as 5%, but I could just roll with 1% if you want. Let's just roll with 1%. So what was it? It was like 1.5 billion, 1.4 billion, something like that. So 1,400,000 million billion. Is that correct? No, I think that's trillion. Let me do that again. 1,400,000 million. Okay, so 1,000 million billion, 1.4 billion. Okay, so this is 1.4 billion times 0.01 is 14 million people. And this is just the old people with an ideal fatality rate. This isn't even talking about people who are 80 plus, because I'm pretty sure their mortality rate isn't even higher. This isn't even talking about anybody under the age of 60 who was injured or killed because they had like a 0.05, 0.01% chance of fucking dying from COVID, right? And we lost 1.1 million people in the United States with lockdowns. So do you think if we just ignored COVID, if we didn't develop any vaccines, and if we just let people do whatever the fuck they wanted to do you think that number would have been higher or lower, True Zealot? Because I'm pretty sure lockdowns and vaccinations statistically almost guaranteed saved lives. How many people died from COVID worldwide? 21 million. So we lost 21 million people. Over 7 million COVID, but an actual number maybe 3 times higher. So the estimates from the Center for Infectious Disease is 21 million people worldwide, and that was with lockdowns and vaccinations. So yeah, I bet that if we hadn't done any lockdowns or any vaccinations, this easily could have broached 100 million. 100%. So thanks for something right and stupid on my chat so I could get angry at you.
Because when we're talking about why Charlie Kirk gets shot, why Trump gets shot at, we're not focused as much on the response as isn't our whole conversation here like how do we avoid this happening again, which is going towards what's causing this, not what the reaction
de-escalation.
is.
Just real quick, $5.
$5 is in chat.
They didn't overthrow the government. Yeah, they tried to, Fatima, just in case you weren't paying attention.
I'll give him in a second. $5 from Deej Nuts to say, for your info, Wick, I want to make it clear I did not mean you in my statement about justifying the murder, just Prime. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, Genty, attorney. First of all, I want to come at you with positive energy. I think you've been trying to engage in this in a really healthy way.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Shout out to you. I've never met you before, but I like you so far. But let's talk about again, what I'm trying to say is we should be able to discuss a person's political actions and their commentary and all that stuff, even just after a tragedy. But a lot of pushback has been like, well, okay, the rhetoric you're using, right, talking about these things, will increase violence. Okay, so let's talk about before they die, right? Now, I understand since you voted for him.
TS Phantom says, Connor, just ignore the trolls. If they are unable to fathom an actual conservative putting their foot down to critique atrocious behavior from their own side, they're already ideologically lost. Nope. Part of the content is talking shit to shitheads.
I'm sure you won't agree with me, but I also think Trump is a fascist. I think he's a real fascist. I think one of the reasons I think Charlie Kirk is a fascist is his deep support for Trump and excusing all the horrible things he does, demagoguing from. But anyway, whatever. But
Hans Mayer says, Connor, if Trump calls for the military to secure power for himself, do you believe that the American military will comply? No, I don't. Quick shill. You guys have been super generous today. We got crazy amounts of donations. So I'm sorry, Charlie. I'm sorry that you died. And then my chat rewarded me for covering your death. I don't know how I feel about that, but thank you for the super chats, Charlie. And thank you to my actual chat for giving my super chats. But the enlistment oath of the U.S. military. So Hans Mayer, this is the enlistment oath that we all take whenever we enlist or become officers. I think the officer one is a little bit different, but the vibes are the same. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to the regulations of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, so help me God. The reason why this is so important for people who actually take their oaths seriously is that before you say that you will follow the orders of the President of the United States and the officers appointed over you, you swear allegiance to the Constitution and the Republic of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, first. Then, as an addendum to you being charged with following the orders of the officers and of the President of the United States, is according to the regulations of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. We are held as United States warriors, airmen, soldiers, Marines, guardsmen, etc. We are held to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So if we are given an unlawful order, like murdering civilians, or if we're giving an unlawful order, like depose Congress, then you are dissolving the oath that all military members swear. And then at that point, it just becomes how many people are ready to die for Donald Trump versus how many people are ready to die for the Constitution and the Republic of the United States. Now, I think the number of Trump loyalists in the military is probably scarily high, especially in the Army. I think it's probably scarily high in the Army. But if it was like a 60-40 split, there's still a 40% split of the country that is more loyal to the Republic than to Donald Trump. And I don't think the Trump loyalists would shoot the constitutional loyalists in order to try to in order to make Donald Trump dictator for life. And if they did, then it would be time for civil war. True Zealot says, I know you know these things, hence disingenuous. Nope. Jack Darko says, true. All middle-aged white ladies look the same. True. Gen X $5 says, Hutch said cops responding to an incident at DNC right now. Yeah, well, I blame Phil Labonte. I blame Tim Pool. I blame Orrin McIntyre. I blame all the people over the past 24 hours who have effectively said, oh, you killed the guy who likes to debate? Well, you're not going to like it so much when we kill you. And it's like, oh, okay. Okay. Well, one of your audience members is going to see those tweets and they're going to conduct a terrorist attack. So yeah, I believe. Yep. It's Gaza protesters, not MAGA related. Well, I think we'll still be waiting over the next couple of days for a MAGA assassination or MAGA terrorist attack response to the Charlie Kirk assassination. Yeah. All right. Anyways.
Again, I don't agree with that. However, if people on the left talk about Trump as being a horrible authoritarian, right? They don't even use the word fascist. Horrible authoritarian as cracking down our civil liberty.
All right. West Coast Girl is saying that we can't move on until we fix our mind map. Let's fix it. We're being racist to white women and the white women won't have it. Leave it to white women to make it all about themselves. Recent, Paul Watson is a dumbass. It's not Katie Hochul. I was just being racist against white women. It's Gretchen Whitmer. Listen, it's not my fault that they're both middle-aged white women, getting tired. All right, Gretchen. I'll put Whitmer. Whitmer kidnapping plot. There, boom. It's fixed. I hope you're happy. All right. I'm going to use the restroom because I need to. I parasocially love you. Thank you to the 200 plus people who have watched me today and have continued to watch me throughout my coverage, even though I'm mostly engaging with chat and half-ass watching this content. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And if you had a good time today, come back tomorrow. We do content 9:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. I'll be live tomorrow for a show as well. Monday through Friday, I'm live on Valor Media Network, the channel that you're watching me on right now. On Tuesdays, I'm live on Counterpoints Politics. I'll be right back. I parasocially love you. 1 second.
Right, as a threat to democracy. Is that not allowed? Because someone somewhere could say, oh, a threat to our democracy, which the liberal media has been saying for years, right? A threat to our democracy, hey, we should take care of him. Should we also not be able to talk about that before the tragedy?
No, actually, I'll agree with you as far as no. I think a lot of this should be open to criticism and open for debate. I think the issue is when we're seeing use of these terms like fascist, racist, like they just become so devalued and being applied to so many situations where they just don't apply, that's what's creating the spinning up that when there is actual genuine criticism, that's now it's getting lumped into, or you might actually have a legitimate critique to say that might be a fascistic thing, like for him to do something unilaterally by EO. Where he's got no.
This is why I push the word fascistic aside, because I know you're going to disagree with that. Like let's move that away. Let's say we just call him authoritarian, right? Which he is. Let's say that he's lawless, which he is. Let's say that he's a threat to democracy, which the liberal media has been saying for years. They've been saying that, right? I think there could be people who say like, well, if he's a threat to democracy, a threat to the country, well, I should do something about that, right?
Mhm.
So those words that criticism never be out there. I mean, we can't let authoritarian take over the country, can we?
Well, that's why I think everyone, if we want to talk about what we do moving forward, is being a lot more careful, a lot more particular in making these pointed critiques. I'm surely y'all can agree with me. I hope that terms like racist, sexist, fascist get thrown around a little loosely.
I don't. Hold on. I think we should have
I
seen
don't
that a
agree.
lot.
I don't
Well, they
agree.
do on
The
their side.
reason
Where are they
why-
going to be at?
Okay,
I'm
we're
gonna
having
jump in
20
here. The
different people
reason
talking.
why-
Hold on, just real quick. We're gonna Peaches and Ash. Peaches and Ash. Go ahead.
I think that the word fascist and other words like it do get thrown around a lot to the point that it gets tired, and I absolutely agree with you. But I think that would also speak to the idea of like calling somebody a fascist isn't as much of a cry to violence that we've been making it on the panel today. No, especially when we're going to be comparing it to jokes that
Yeah, it doesn't mean
lawmakers
anything
make
anymore,
about
right?
violence
Yeah.
against
so
law.
it
doesn't
anything
mean
anymore,
anything,
so it's
and it
fine.
causes violence at the same time. That's kind
Yeah.
of
Hey,
well,
Ash.
oh, sorry.
So jumping in here, they're using it for friend-enemy distinction. So yes, it doesn't really mean anything insofar as are you applying the specific definition historically that matches up with the fascist. All right, Charlie Kirk goes on and cries about transports 24/7. Okay, does that make him a fascist? No, but does calling him a fascist call for violence? Yes, because you've been calling for violence against people you identify as fascists for the past 10 years at the very least. The punch a Nazi thing, how long was that going on for? Nobody was at home thinking, well, I'm not a Nazi, I'm safe. They're thinking, if I get called a Nazi, then that's just putting a target on my back. So the problem here is that you're looking for any excuse you can use to just update your friend-enemy distinctions and advocate for it. When Prime Kais went back and said, well, it sucks that he got shot, but remember this guy was a fascist, what he's saying is it was good.
I would love it if Republicans ever thought about their rhetoric at any time an attack on a left-wing politician happened. I would love it if that happened.
Okay, that might be
We
good.
don't live in that world, though.
But just to be clear, that
Oliver in the Twist says there are no constitutional loyalists in this era. Okay, well, if Antifa militias start battling Trump militias, MAGA militias in the streets, I'm not taking part in that violence. I'll let them kill each other because, frankly, I think they're both pieces of shit and probably deserve to smoke each other. And then what I would say is if that Trump tries to usurp the Constitution of the United States and the military enables him to do it, I'll leave the fucking country. I will. Like, if there's enough people to fight who want to fight, I'll join the people who are fighting for the Republic of the United States. If the liberals are too big of pussies, if the people who don't vote are too big of pussies, if there's so many Republicans, literally the name of the word is Republican. I can think of no greater sin than a Republican betraying their republic to reinstall a monarch. So, if the quote unquote Republicans are secret monarchs and there's enough people to fight them, I'll fight them as well. If there's not enough if there's not enough people, then I said what I needed to say. It's a republic if we can keep it. That's what Benjamin Franklin said, and he was right. It's a republic if we can keep it.
It might be good, but just to be clear, what happened on this panel was calling for more violence.
I
No, it
mean,
wasn't.
the
Nobody
problem
called for
is
more
like I
violence.
don't
Yes, it
know.
was.
Didn't
Calling him a
happen.
fascist.
Did not
It's
happen.
okay
Yeah.
to be a fascist.
I did
He was
not
a
say that.
fascist. People like him are fascists. So shoot
Yeah,
them.
people who believe
Okay, but if they're political corporatists and flexible authoritarians, then they're just fascists.
in authoritarian take over the government and like people who believe in using the judiciary
Was that
against people
Charlie
the way
Kirk?
he does. Yes, and I mean people who do
Okay,
like
so you
they
approve of
are
shooting him.
fascistic.
No. Shooting should be an absolute last resort, even with fascists within a liberal society. Sabian Green says the issue with the military isn't who is loyal to Trump, but who is willing to be the first one to disobey an illegal order. Humans are herd animals, and the first legal orders won't be big ones, or illegal orders won't be big ones. Yeah, probably. Like it'll be like secure the Capitol. It won't be like shoot Mike Pence, right?
But
So
See
you
how
approve
or,
of
so
shooting him.
sorry, if we
Did you say that?
identify a problem and identify like a belief that somebody has and what that belief is necessarily, just because we go A to B to C to D means that we can't say it because we're obviously saying that this person should be killed. Like, because here's the thing, I mean, when we talk about what Republicans are doing every day on Fox News, it's like Democrats are destroying the country. They're going to come for your children. They're going to hurt your kids. They're going to hurt that. Do you think that the people don't believe that motherfuckers who are going to like come take your kids or like come like mutilate their whatevers should be hurt or killed? I mean, like, what, we can't say anything then? Because like clearly we
kill
can't be the only
babies.
ones to step back.
Democrats kill babies.
Before
man.
you respond to that, $10 from Mr. Everything to say, for a Gen Z lawyer, would you say the same thing about the word communism, socialism, or any other word thrown at the left?
Well, I'll just correct it by saying it's Gen Z attorney, not Gen Z lawyer. So get it together.
Get it right.
Unbelievable. Also, I know it's a mouthful. I said it earlier. You could.
Sorry, AK Batasui, you said something that frustrates me. Calling cartel terrorists civilians is kind of a stretch. Number one, how do you know that they're members of the cartel? Number two, if they're members of the cartel, then how are they terrorists? Has Tren de Aragua attacked the United States? Now, trust me, I'm all about sending special forces into Central and South America in order to aid local governments to take out organized, violent, criminal cartel gangs. I'm all about that shit. But how do you know that those motherfuckers on the boat were members of the cartel? And number two, how are they terrorists? Explain it to me. What terrorism have they engaged in? Because if it's terrorism against the government of Venezuela, don't we hate Venezuela? Why would I give a fuck? You tell me.
Scotty, whatever y'all want, that's fine too. To answer the question though, I guess I would have to look at the outcomes are really what matter the most to me here, because where are we seeing the, I guess, widespread, or I guess any actionable takes that people are saying on the name of communism? I'm going after this person because they're a communist.
People call Democrats baby killers, and then people go and attack abortion clinics.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah. I'll concede that. Look, I'm willing to concede any specific acts of violence. It'd be ridiculous not to. But my point would be, where is we seeing this as a broad trend?
The act of terrorism.
Hold on. AKA Batasui. No, I disagree with you. I actually think that you have your order of operations incorrect. It's not calling them Nazis that's a problem. It's the part where they say we can delete Nazis. Oh, okay. No. Actually, I agree with you. I think that fascists within a liberal system have every right to exist as ideologues who can articulate a worldview that they think the world would be a better place if the world followed their ideology. However, I do think I want to keep it all legal. So actually, you know what? I'm with you, because I don't think you should be able to extra legally kill Nazis just because they're Nazis. I think you should kill Nazis when they start doing violent shit to impose their ideology. So actually, you know what? I take it back. I agree with you.
A broad trend.
America has been by right wingers.
A, as a broad trend. B, as a broad defense of the broad trend. That's what I'm looking for, and that's
Is
what
it
I'm
a
not
broad
seeing.
trend
Do we-
that
Usually by
people
Hold
get
white
on.
killed on the
supremacists.
right
Just
for
real
being
quick.
called fascists?
Do we think, and this was just brought to my attention, do we think that it's okay that Trump is having the flags fly at half-mast for Charlie Kirk, but he refused to do that when a Minnesota legislator died? As
Joke.
tradition would demand.
I think
Yeah, I
it's
would
pretty
I
fucking
disagree with
ridiculous.
that.
Yeah.
And I mean,
would-
how he said that he doesn't even need to call walls because it's a waste of time. Yet we're supposed to
Yep.
go all the way on our side to be like, "Oh my god, it was such
Charlie
a tragedy."
Kirk,
When he couldn't even make a phone
was a
call, my
father.
dude.
Yeah, this is where we're talking about like human decency, where if conservatives want to come out and say like, well, this would be the decent thing to do. It's like, okay, well, you've been visibly indecent for a decade. So you're asking for a kind of human kindness that you have not extended to anybody else except for people within your tribe.
But see,
You're
I'm
right.
gonna
You're
push.
right.
I'm pushing
If
back.
there's terrible behavior in this country, we should just match it because that is
So
exactly the way to
let
get
me
past
and let me push
No,
back
I-
on that
Who
specifically.
said
Obviously
that?
not.
Who
Hold on,
are
hold
we?
on.
That's the
Let me
problem, is
let me
you're not
talk
just
about the.
matching it. You're also just
Nobody
shooting
said
people.
that.
Let me
The
talk about
escalation
the
is
Tim
shooting
laws.
people and calling for more people to be
Okay,
shot.
so
Tammy K says drugs from South America have killed way more Americans than any terrorist. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to show you something, Tommy K. Look at this, because you guys just love saying stupid shit today. You really do. Person doing fentanyl. Let's see if we got an image of that. Okay. Here's somebody smoking fent. Here's somebody smoking, inhaling. Looks like you inhale it, I guess, okay? So I guess you inhale fent. I'm not a fent guy. I'm a caffeine guy. So terrorist shooting someone in the face. Terrorist shooting someone. So do you think there's a qualitative difference? This is like a stock photo of a gun being wielded at civilians. I'm not going to find something intentionally violent, but do you think that there's a difference between Americans shooting and snorting drugs into their own system that they know that's bad for them versus a terrorist shooting someone in the fucking face? Do you think there's a qualitative difference between these two things? I would argue that there is. And if you don't think that there's a qualitative difference, I think you're an idiot.
So if Trump were to make a phone call to
That
Tim
was
Walz
rumored.
and say, "I'm sorry for your loss," would everyone here be like, "That's an awesome thing to do"? No one here would be saying, "Oh, he's just doing that for the
I would
cameras."
give
That's all
him credit
performative."
for that.
No, I would give
Good
him
thing to
credit
do,
for that.
Yeah.
Of course.
You're all
Yeah,
saying it'd be a
my-
good thing to. So no one here would think it's just simply performative and
Some
and he's just
performances
doing it?
matter, right?
think
Some
it-
of
yeah,
these
I think it's okay
performances,
if it's
especially, hold on,
performative.
just real quick, this is important, and then I got a super chat, and I'll let you guys go. But some performatives, even if they don't really actually mean it in their heart of hearts, still matter, especially when you're a public figure, especially when you're the president of the United States. There is a reason we have certain performances, as you want to call them, and certain norms that we follow,
Like
even if
visiting
we
the
don't
site of
really want
disaster.
to. $5 from Combat Seawolf to say the word fascist gets thrown around too much to the point of everything. Every time they say that word, it's pretty much projection on their end. Thank you for the $5. But yeah, performances matter. And it might be just performative, but I think that it still is something that we should.
To back you up, Wick, right? To back you up on that, it was East Palestine, the site of that crap.
Kill me. Wise Ferret says small government and individual liberty is the opposite of government authority and equality. Fascists hate MAGA because MAGA wants freedom of speech, religion, gun ownership, and privacy. That's cute. That's funny. That's funny. So MAGA wants freedom of speech, but a healthy chunk of except for when it comes to BDS laws, except when it comes to immigrants critical of the state of Israel, except when it comes to immigrants who are critical of the United States. And by the way, I agree with that. I think if you're critical of the United States, then you can fuck right off. Well, maybe not critical of the United States. You can be critical of the United States. You shouldn't be an enemy of the United States. So immigrants don't get free speech. Got it. Then religion. Yeah, if you're Christian. Gun ownership, based, and privacy. I don't even know where you pulled that out of your ass, Wise Ferret. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Crash, the train crash that happened a few years ago with the chemical spill, right? Trump came to the site, right? To that site. He came, and there was that scene where he was like, I believe he was in McDonald's, if I'm not mistaken, and he was like handing out food, right? I don't think that Trump, because he's a horrible person, I don't think he's a fuck about those people. I don't think he gives a fuck about the East Palestinians.
True Zealot, I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself. How about that? How about that? There you go. You're not a part of my community anymore. How about that shit? I talk to dozens of fucking people, hundreds of people, maybe thousands of people about every fucking topic possible. I interact with my chat more than any other fucking streamer on the planet. And you have the fucking balls to say disingenuous, you won't deal with it. I'm pretty sure I went on a 10-minute fucking rant about how this was comparable to this, but these things might not be comparable in that they're quote unquote political violence, but they are still violence that's the result of politics. And so as a result, people are going to hate you if you're a member of MAGA. So if you missed my 10-minute rant, True Zealot, directly addressing what you said, that's not my fault. Your fault. It's your fault. And if you're going to keep saying, "Oh, he's disingenuous. He's disingenuous. He's disingenuous. He didn't respond to what I said." But number one, I responded to what I saw, and number two, you don't re-articulate. You don't re-articulate what you said. Then fuck you. You don't have to be a part of my community. I don't need you. I don't want you. You think I'm lying? I'm not lying. I'm telling you exactly what I'm thinking almost all of the time. I talk to dozens, hundreds, thousands of people all the time. But because I'm not specifically addressing some chat that you threw in a chat of 200 people, I'm lying to you? You can fuck off. You can fuck right off.
Or any Palestinians, for that matter. However, right, that performance was politically valuable, right? It was politically valuable to him, and it was politically valuable to the country. To show.
Wise Ferret says, we know it's a cartel boat because it's in our waters illegally trying to sneak large packages on a small boat. It wasn't even in our waters, you idiot. I think it was 2,700 miles south. Where was the boat that Trump blew up? Okay. Let's see if it's in the news stories. The deadly U.S. military strike in the Caribbean this week on a boat allegedly carrying drugs from Venezuela is the latest measure from President Trump taking a combat to threat that he sees from Trenda Aragua gang. The White House has offered few details on Tuesday's attack and insists the 11 people on board, which is already weird, were members of the gang. The criminal organization, which traces its roots to Venezuelan prison, is not known for having a big role in global drug trafficking, but for its involvement in contract killings, extortions, and human smuggling. Oh, sweet. So it sounds like human smuggling. We might have just blown up 8 random Venezuelans because there were 11 on the boat. So let's say 3 of them were human smugglers. Let's say that we just smoked 8 random Venezuelan civilians. That's cool. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth warned Wednesday that the United States will keep assets positioned in the Caribbean and strike anyone trafficking in those waters who we know is a designated narco-terrorist. U.S. officials have yet to explain how the military determined that those aboard the vessel were Trenda Aragua members. The strike represents a paradigm shift in how the U.S. is willing to combat crime. All right, so I'm pretty sure the boat strike was immediately off of the Venezuelan coast. It was like when they left Venezuelan waters into international waters. I'm pretty sure it wasn't off of our coast. If it was running in international waters from overseas and it was near Florida, weirdly enough, I would think that that was more justifiable. Blow up something, Graham told Trump. The brazen military strike on a suspected drug smuggling speedboat carrying 11 people from Venezuela this month is just what the South Carolina senator had in mind, but has cleaved fresh divisions. Yeah, I don't know. Why would 11 people be on a drug ferrying boat? Wouldn't you want a small amount of people and a maximum amount of cargo? That's weird to me. That's weird to me right off the gate. And I did see somebody say that it was 2,700 miles or something like that, which might be too far. So that's probably an incorrect tweet, to truth be told. But yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And until the Trump admin releases more details, I'm not going to trust you.
Show that someone cared. Biden didn't show up, right? Biden showed up like months later, if I remember correctly, months later, and people didn't think it was genuine at that time. I criticized Biden there because it seemed like he didn't give a fuck, right? But for Trump, right, and especially with his affect, because he's really good at this, right? For his affect, he made people think that he really care about those people who are affected by a massive failure of government, failure of our corporate regulations, right? He was there to say that was wrong, right? But he was lying about that. But yeah, performances matter.
Right.
I don't think, no, my point was not, I never made the point performances don't matter. I'm just saying if Trump were to do something that was, y'all are saying it's bad he didn't do it. I'm just was testing to see if everyone.
Tamike says, you can take Fent in multiple ways. Flooding a nation with addictive poison is terrorism. You're an idiot. You think that shooting somebody in the face and Americans consuming hard drugs is the same thing? That's genuinely stupid. It's a stupid thing. I don't know why you would say it. I don't know why you would say it. I'm too tired to be angry at you.
Here saying that y'all would actually take that as genuine and take that as credible and not just spin it off as...
Well, the point that I'm saying is that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's genuine or not, right? That the performance itself can matter. Well, I don't think I think a lot of presidents don't give a crap about like all the disaster zones they have to visit or whatever, or all like the condolences they have to send out, right? It's just like, I got to do this, but it's important that you do this.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just Deej said something. Sorry, I'll let you speak real quick. Deej said something earlier that I think you zip you asked him a question and he gave you an answer you weren't expecting, and so you just said, "Well, okay, well you're lying." Then that's kind of what I was getting at. That's all.
Wait, what was the question again?
I forget what exactly it was, but he gave you an answer that was more of a concession.
Something was dishonest. I know. I remember. I don't
I
remember.
want to give the mic to Ash, and then I want to give the mic to Doobie, and then Katya. So that's all.
You Doobie first.
Hey, Doobie first.
I gotta wrap something.
Excuse me. Officer Nasty says, Connor, did you see the DNC is currently being surrounded by police? Seemingly an attack is taking place. Somebody was saying that it was a Gazan protest. That's what I heard in chat earlier. So.
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
President Doobie.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Doobie.
Doobie, are you muted, buddy?
Uh-oh. Got a frog in his throat.
No.
Right. Oh, no.
Let's
give it to Katya. Let's give it to Katya.
Before you join, you have to leave and go.
Yeah.
I cut off Katya. I'd like.
Wait, Tommy K. Seriously, bro. I'm sorry. You're like too dumb for me to be mean to. So if it was smuggling drugs and humans, do you think that so you have, let's say that there's 11 people on the boat, and let's say that it's filled with drugs, and there's 8 people who are trying to escape a failed communist state by smuggling into America and seeking political asylum. Do you A, board their, shoot out their engines, board their boat, detain and investigate, or B, blow them up?
Yeah, let's give it to Katya while Doobie fixes his shit. Go ahead.
Oh, so based. Void of Parrot says deprogram has just been banned and Hassan is seething. That's so awesome. On deprogram, they were unironically just advocating for revolutionary, terroristic Marxist-Leninism. I'm so happy it got banned. That's awesome.
Yeah, all I was going to say, I mean, even if people would say it's performative, I feel like there's a difference between, even performing the performative action than going out of your way to say that even doing it is a waste of your time. I feel like that's kind of a different thing to just refuse to make a single phone call in a time like that and then demand sympathy at this point. It just seems a bit crazy. And I mean, most Democrats are giving that sympathy absolutely in a way that they just don't. It's like, we talk about both stooping to a level, but where do we go from here, right?
All right, I think I'm good. The whole thing, as far as I can see it, is Prime and other people are making parallel arguments to me. I actually didn't hear that much that was egregious, and the conservative guy here or whatever was perfectly reasonable. Whenever they brought up something that were like, "Hey, didn't conservatives do this bad thing?" He was like, "Yeah, they did that bad thing. That's messed up. I don't like that. That's not cool." And then the whole argument. I'm sure it could get spicier later on, but I don't think I necessarily care. Yeah, killing Charlie Kirk, not justified, evil, counterproductive, stupid. Assassinating your people in a free society with elections is dumb as shit, and it invites more and more political violence. I think the country is in a holding pattern, waiting to see what happens after the murder of Charlie Kirk to see if there's reprisal attacks, reprisal terrorist attacks. And so as a result, we're just going to be in that holding pattern until everybody gets the balls to actually start doing politics again. Conservative liberalism says enabling is terrorism. The party of responsibility and discipline needs to scapegoat someone else for its drug problems. It makes sense. Yeah, drone striking drug traffickers. Amazing. It was in the Southern Caribbean Sea where we already had built a large presence before they try to sneak past. Okay, so in international waters, you blew up a random speedboat, and we don't know what it is because you blew it up. That's cool. Jack Darko says, I don't know what you mean. If the Cherokee had fentanyl, they could have won. I needed that. Tom McKay says, you don't think the cartels shoot people? You think hundreds of thousands of people killed in the U.S. and South and Central America and poison the U.S.? Tomika, I'm just going to be real. You're too stupid for politics. There are plenty of people in the United States who die as a result of gang violence every single year. The gangs are not terrorists. You're like a useful idiot. I'm just going to be real. You're a useful idiot for people more powerful than you. Doobie sent me a message. Before I forget, I'm free to do the stream tomorrow if you'd like. I'll be free after 10 a.m. Okay. I'll respond to Doobie momentarily. But anyways, yeah, we don't designate gangs terrorist organizations because in the United States, in case you weren't paying attention for the past 2 decades, we can extrajudicially kill terrorists, even American terrorists. It's a higher degree of threat than gangsters, you idiot. Sorry for being so mean, but today is a spicy day. Wise Ferret says, do you think all human smuggling involves innocent people? They're smuggling cartel members into the country to maintain the network they built getting dismantled. No, you're assuming that. You're assuming that, and you don't know that, and you're not asking for evidence from the government because you're a lemming. You're not a ferret, Wise Ferret, and you're not even wise. You are a unwise lemming. I recommend you change your name. You said, cartels are fueling tons of death. Sorry, it doesn't fit your narrative. It fits my narrative just fine. Law enforcement should incarcerate gang members and confiscate contraband drugs. And if the gang members resist violently, they should be killed. That's the solution to gang violence. Tallybot says, wait, keep playing to see Doobie compare Kirk to Goebbels. Nah, I'm good. I'll address it, though. So if Doobie's about to make a point that I actually saw on Twitter the other day, is that Goebbels never technically killed anyone. And so the point being made is that a propagandist can be an effective part of a murderous political machine while not technically killing anyone. And I agree with that. I think it's true. So I don't think Kirk is Goebbels. I don't think MAGA is as bad as Nazi Germany of the 1930s and 40s. But I think some of them are proto-fascist and that they're political corporatists and flexible authoritarians, but they're too stupid to understand that concept. And then some of them are actual fascists, where they have read Gentile and they've read Curtis Yarvin, and they think that what's needed in order to secure American society is a new enlightened monarchy. Yeah. So propagandists aren't necessarily like propagandists. It's the same thing with Anwar al-Awlaki, who was the American citizen who was killed by the United States in a drone strike in Yemen, I think. He never, to my knowledge, he never picked up a gun and killed anyone. He was just a propagandist for the terrorist organization Al-Qaeda. Doobie says Goebbels is a good comparison to Kirk, to be honest, but I could have swapped in any evil nutbag throughout history and made the same point. The point wasn't that Kirk equals a Nazi. Yeah. It's just that you can be an evil propagandist. Like people have pointed this out about Alexander Dugin. Alexander Dugin is a pro-Russian propagandist who hasn't killed anyone, but he normalizes pro-Russian sentiment that allows them to slaughter Ukrainians. He's obviously still a piece of shit. Grass, so I'm gonna thank everybody who did super chats. We did have an above average profitable day. I'm sorry that it came at the expense of Charlie Kirk's life. I actually am. You know, it kind of sucks to have a good stream and shitloads of cash come in just because somebody else got smoked. But I hope you enjoyed the conversation and the coverage. Grassroots, Fashion 40, Starhawks, Tony Conan's, Gen X, Anonymous Chatter, Sacred Snow, Patriarch with tons of memberships, Grassroots with tons of memberships, Justin, Grassroots again, Whatever 4690, Just Carpet, Vokes, Unork, Silver, Test Dummy Human, Unork again, Biz D, The Dashing Rogue, Luke, and Gen X. Thank you for your super chats and your memberships. And I parasocially love you. I am tired. Yes, I am leaving. I'm sorry that I'm leaving, but I'm about to hit 5 hours. I'm tired. I'm grumpy, and you know that's what you're gonna. Anything that I say after this point is gonna be a repeat of what I've already said. I'm sure we'll be covering something similar tomorrow. What? Before I forget, I'm free to do the stream stuff tomorrow. Yeah, Doobie, we can talk tomorrow. For sure. I'm down. Sorry, Cacode. You're going to have to go find another liberal. Is the beard dye already fading? No, I'll do beard dye tomorrow. I just didn't wear beard dye today because I didn't want to be memeing about my beard while Charlie Kirk's dead. I genuinely feel, I do feel bad. I think he was a propagandist. I think he propped up a evil part of politics that is shredding the social fabric of the United States of America. That being said, it's an ideological difference that could have been fought out within the marketplace of ideas. I think him getting murdered makes the marketplace of ideas even more dangerous. And so as a result, people are scared to do what Charlie did, which was to have public debates. And if we're scared to have public debates on pain of death, that's a dark place for our republic to be. So Tommy Ka May says, don't resort to name calling, makes you sound ignorant. Well, I'll make it easy for you. There you go. Now we don't have to worry about it. You can go enjoy somebody else's entertaining chat. Red beard after Charlie Kirk's neck was a blood spout, would have been crazy. Yeah, exactly. Like it kind of like rusts a little bit after a few hours. And so it kind of like, it turns like kind of like a rusty, bloody red. So I think having a red beard would be a little bit tough. So anyways, all right. I parasocially love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Not only are we doing a stream tomorrow, we will also be talking to Andrew Wilson about political violence. I will be taking the position that extra legal political violence can absolutely be justified, and effectively that MAGA and the right wing has been playing with fire for the past decade. So of course, that's not going to justify Charlie's murder. I'm repulsed and disgusted by Charlie's murder. However, don't play with fire. You know, we should all be more responsible with our rhetoric. So, yes. Conservative liberalism says, I think Kirk Goebbels' comparison is demonstrative, showing the power of propaganda. You may see that they're unequal in severity, but propaganda for an administration is just that. I agree. Beef Supreme waves goodbye. Love you, little gods in chat. I love you guys too. Parasocially love you. Thank you for all the donations. Go watch another one of your favorite streamers. I'll catch you tomorrow.